I apologize. I'm running late.
I'm trying to think. There's like the.
I'm having a conversation via stream.
Has people on, does panels on there. So like politics on top.
Don't get me wrong, Tom. I don't ever want to hear a politician cynically tell me a lie. But I'll always watch a wacky person telling a story that half the audience believes and the other half doesn't, because it makes everybody feel something. Too many words. All right. Hold tight. We've got a plan, and it's a little different. I'm not even watching my own stream. I should probably go over to mine.
Some crap like that. No, not Dave Ribbon was never on.
There I am. Hi. What's happening, y'all? I'm over here. Did you say stream about paranormal? Yes, indeed, Fuzzy B. Absolutely. Hey, Lynn Wolf. What's going on? Genevieve, I'm sorry. I was just, what's going on? Lita Caprati! Tonight, we're going to go down a rabbit hole unlike others.
What's happening, y'all?
We don't have rules. We just have places to go. And I've changed and flipped the script. Well, just a little. And first we're gonna hear from an elder, because I think it'll give you an idea of where we're going. Come on in. The stream is fine.
One of the reasons where our people did the when individuals of any background, they don't have to be Navajo, they can be other tribes or even white people or black people, when they begin to ask about the ways of the Dene and skinwalkers and other witchcraft and the
dark
black
ones.
arts and that, we get suspicious
demon.
of anyone, because if you begin to learn just a little bit, that interest in learning will grow, and eventually you will be recruited.
They
by
say
the evil one,
learning
and you will help the
about the demons
and that,
are
to
what
spread the
make
things that are
them
wrong,
spread.
and you will be in a position to cast evil spells and to say evil prayers.
But what
and to
happens
say
when it's
evil
your
things
job
against people, to do ugly things
to track
to
them down?
society and to the people that
What
we
happens
love
when you
around
need
us?
to know?
That's why the net don't like to share that type of information with anyone.
Please make sure to like and subscribe. Navajo Traditional Teachings. Fantastic channel for understanding First Nations histories and lore, and in this case, the metaphysical. What you just heard is the simple reiteration of what not to do when it comes to demons and the Dark One. Dene. Now, the skinwalkers are reportedly those who can walk upright and take the skin of a man while they actually walk on all fours in the regular. And they can pass through the portals. And I'm just gonna speak like this as if you understand what I'm talking about, because I think you do. And if not, we'll walk through them together.
In the traditional teachings of our
Thank you,
people,
Flezzy B. I appreciate it.
the teachings
very
about
kind.
demons and the evil one and how they are able to operate among us as the five-fingered being. The evil one is the actual person or being that is in charge of all of the other evil beings, and those are the demons. And the evil one actually has his origin as known as the Black Yei or Yeishin. And his
Oh, I'd love
primary
that.
goal
Come
is
on in,
to,
Genevieve. More the
be
merrier.
an obstacle, to be an opposition or the adversary to the things that are good.
Now, when he says the adversary to the things that are good, I want to express to you that there is no higher journey, no more earnest device than seeking to quell the darkness for all those who cannot for themselves. It's just the nature of some, and others to stare into the abyss, to see over the edge in titillation. Now, I don't fault you for any or all. No. As a matter of fact, I'm here to hold your hand, to lead you on the journey, to hold the light above my head. I'm going to challenge your sense of real. I'm going to challenge your sense of up and down, because in the rabbit hole, the orbit zero, there is no up. There is no down. There is only the light and the dark. And where you stand may flip around quicker than you can do a somersault.
That are
Or
made good by the
have
holy
the rug
people and
pulled
given
from
to us.
under your feet.
And he does everything in his power to make sure that he has some way perverted their effort. And the demons are the ones that help him. And they are not physical in any way beings, but they do have influence over so many of the things that are around us in a physical setting. And they can do things that are of the supernatural nature and actually have an effect on us as the five-fingered being. Is what we are told. And the demons actually have about 4 different names that we apply to them as the way that they have power. And the witchcraft is one of them. And Atakash is another one.
The witchcraft and the Atkatanash, the power over our spirit, the will over our mind. Now, is this literal? Is this metaphor? And what and how does this exist? And why? Does it matter? Do you want to know? Are you truly interested, or are you just standing hoping that you can get your legs to run? These are the questions I ask. This is the journey we take tonight. Amongst many things, we will look into the darkness in its face. We will seek out the edges of the unknown. Together, we will find those who intend to bring the darkness to others for their own insidious purposes. And together, I hope that you and I will learn a lot more than where we started today. Because that is the journey I think we all seek. I think you know what time it is. Right? It's time to look up.
Ante is another one. There's a 4th one that I don't like to give a name to, and that is more of a physical type of an attack on the human body. if you are weak in a spiritual way, or an emotional way, or in a mental way, when those are combined, they can attack you. And it is that what they can inflict upon you is actually physical illnesses, and that can deteriorate your body to where it's almost nothing. And so those are the type of powers that they actually have. But in modern times, and that the influence and that the evil ones have, they take any type of form. They come in all sizes and shapes, either as physical five-fingered beings or even material type of things.
They can come in all kinds of forms, and it just depends on how you see them. Now, are these demons our own? Are they actual emanations from another dimension? You're going to have to share your thoughts with that and about that with me. Because I'm still trying to figure it out at each stage. I have my ideas. Do you?
Distract us, and that is the main thing, is the adversary is always making the effort to distract us from the things that are right and good. And so it is that we have, in our own traditional teaching, what we have is the skinwalker. Skinwalkers are actually, they are actual beings or people, the five-fingered being that have great knowledge of the dark side, and they are able to do the flat line and to actually be between here and the next world and in spirit form and able to do things to get around and do the evil that they can do. And that is very evil in so many ways. And so those are the ones that we call Yenam Doshi. And I don't like to talk about it, and the net don't like to talk about it. It is that they have control over so many things in the world today. The demonic influence.
What do you think he means by that? What kind of controls do you think that they have?
It is always for distraction.
How could something of that nature have control at all?
They attack in our present world and among our Dene is the family. The families are also always under some type of influence by the evil one.
Now, when he says the evil one, I think most people think Judeo-Christian, moral value, Satan, maybe. Do you? Well, the evil one, in the ideas of the First Peoples and the First Nations, is actually an overwhelming titan. There at the beginning of time, representing the darkness. I would love to talk to a demonologist. I actually have my book, one of my favorite, it's one of the most recent one. It's a field guide to demons, vampires, fallen angels, and other subversive spirits. It's a wonderful print. I figured it'd be fun to just pull up some randos and talk about them. Because there's all kinds of, strange lore and interesting creatures and lots of mythology and possibly a few true stories as well.
And demonic forces. And so we have their efforts to make our families not stable, not united. And it is that they have that influence. And so it destroys the family. Keh is the most important thing among the ne. And that is that our families are the most important things to us as an individual to ne. Keh. That not only means our mothers and fathers and the brothers and sisters, our aunts and uncles, grandfathers and grandmothers, in our own individual family unit, but it also means the kinship families. It is the clan relationships and that we have. That's
so what the darkness really does is that it eats away at our humanity. It eats away at our love of one another. It eats away at the people we're supposed to be. Now, how do the skinwalkers come into play? And he said they flatline. Genevieve, something attacked you at an underground cave attraction, and you were deathly sick, I'd like to hear about that. I'm sorry to hear that happened, but that sounds super interesting. The call-in line, actually, let me see if it'll give me the tag again. Oh, there it is. It's giving me a hard time giving me the ye old tag-a-rooney so I could send the call-in. By the way, if you didn't know, I was rousting good old Tom. He hit a solid chord where he just started talking about something that I've often criticized people about, at least in the streaming world. The reliance on people's personalities and beings, their characters, to be absolutely true, and not to seek character as art or story or lore or just character. The confusion of such is one of the reasons why I've perpetrated my me. Overlapping layers of truth and creative energy. Like a spacesuit into the unknown. For whomsoever for whomsoever should bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the pangs o'er despised love. You can play a fool, but the fool you play is often hiding truth. And this, my friends, I would challenge, is the alternate of the skinwalker. We stand in the light, we grow the flower, and we see the future as a beautiful thing. The skinwalkers, they want to take something from you. That's what the lore says. And I think I'd even challenge that lore, because what I found suggests that they are more like a security guard, a bounty hunter, capable of traversing through interdimensional planes. Like I said, I'm going to challenge your thought right from the get-go. Don't agree? Call-in line is open. Which brings me to this. Hi, I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Lookup, where I interject myself into a story, or a tale, or a conversation where most people don't expect me to go. And then I take that conversation somewhere people don't expect it to be. Tonight, we are talking about the unknown, the paranormal, the metaphysical, maybe some UFOs if it comes up. And mind control as usual. That little bit in the background that seems to be so infecting all of our lives in a Huxleyan Orwellian balance, depending upon what your flavor of choice is. Now, the tales tonight are dark. I've adjusted my lighting so that it'll be a little more true to the affair. I hope you can hang with me, because we're going to be talking about demons. We're going to be talking about those who would prey on your spirit. We're going to be talking about those who would control your mind. The producer is just getting himself relaxed. Yeah, there he goes. He's in the corner now. Genevieve says, as she finds herself researching and learning about different demographic cultures, religious beliefs, and multiple facets of psychology, non-physical energies have been reflected in every single record. I absolutely agree with you. That's why I changed the last couple of words there, because I put it into my own language. Absolutely. Genevieve, I believe And by the way, this is written by Carol Mack and Dynamac, forward by Stephen Jones. It's one of the latest, greatest, actually. It's one of the more recognized works about the lore and what is actually known and written historical record in compilations of demons, vampires, fallen angels, and other subversive spirits. It's a wonderful, it's a wonderful field reference guide. Yeah. All right. So, may have been a lone wolf, but somebody said something's made me really sick and still have days where I am physically affected with the same symptoms as I had on them. Wow. Well, sometimes this is also a case of, don't forget, we can create barriers. All energy is waveforms in an interference pattern. That's physical matter, meaning the waveforms have crashed upon one another and are interceding like these two hands moving towards the camera. Now, our observations, our thoughts, they do affect the way the world around us behaves, even if in the tiniest of ways that you may never actually notice. In the long run, it's all like dominoes. You have to start the first one and get the whole chain going before you see the result way down at the end. It might take some time if you set up a large plan. Now, what do the skinwalkers have to do with any of this? What does the demon have to do with any of this? What does the dark one have to do with any of this? Oh, frankly, everything. Because we have a balance in our lives. Whatever you believe. We all fight our own demons. We all fight against the dark. We all have our fears. And we can all easily fall into and become prey to those worst natures. For instance, Genevieve puts faith in their creator of all things. And I have 100% support for that. Because faith, my friends, is what makes matter. Let me say this again. Faith is what makes matter. And the agreement in love. Now, what does that mean? I would argue that the agreement in love is to agree with the background, well, let's call it holographic display, for better term, because everything is vibrating, everything is light reflecting off of a solid surface, and everything is being displayed in a multidimensional pattern between those surfaces. Essentially, a holographic world. Doppelgangers of what humanity finds similar to them. Yes. Yes. And that's another thing is, in this case, when we talk about the nature of the skinwalker, those that would come from another side, a parallel universe, just next to ours. Some would call it the ether, or the land of Wendigo. I personally call it 136.9. Because if we're 137, then that's a micron over to the left and far enough away where the differences matter. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about there, I'm actually talking about the Higgs boson and the weight of our actual natural, well, universe, this particular one, and the amount of dark matter that exists within it. More vacuum than matter. How does that relate to any of this? It means that there are so many unknowns that I would challenge you to think about lore as possible. Why? Because if you allow yourself to be aware of those things that most people put out of their mind and left to the darkness, you'll start to see it out of the corner of your eye. And at any time, if you are that aware, you may be able to take that next step. What is that next step? It's the step through the veil. Now, these are not journeys for the simple mind or those who can't suspend their connection to the current environment known as reality. Now, some would say, why would you disconnect from reality? Well, ask Kuzarov. Ask those who've been through the gateway. Ask those who've studied the MK Ultra programs. Mind control isn't just to control others. Sometimes mind control is about focusing so that the false reality that we live in our spirit, steps outside and becomes one with all. And then remote viewing and such. But this is a jump down into another hole, right? String theory, yes. Panel? Reggie? Reggie. Not really a panel today. We're telling stories of the paranormal. Talking about things that go bump in the night. Skinwalkers. And the power of the unknown. Do you like those kind of things, Reggie? Do you want to step through the veil? Has the veil found you? Have you seen something in the dark, staring back? I mean, if you've got a story, but it's gotta be dark. Let me shrink down. Get a little more of the chief.
Among our people, the nene tlini is the way that we are told is anybody that recognizes themselves as a person that had an existence before coming to this earth and a person that is now on the surface of Mother Earth who recognizes themselves as a five-fingered being and as a child of the holy people. The is what we are told, and even our songs and our prayers and that explain that to us. And so the idea that we have an adversary and all of the things that we have to experience in life, we always have a choice to follow the adversary or to follow the holy people. And the holy people always have a way for us to deal with these problems. Among our dene, we have protection songs, we have protection prayers, those are the things that
protection
we
songs.
Can have other people perform.
These points about songs and protections, I find it very interesting because a lot of times in life, you'll find people in their darkest moments singing to themselves to make themselves feel calm. Genevieve calls those things gifts. God is for the strong. Call on your creator and allow the shield of protections fitted for your battles that we face knowingly and unknowingly with every breath. I love the metaphor about that. True. There is nothing that we weren't built to handle. Some of us run towards the flame, while others may run away, and some stand in fear. But each of us have that role for a reason. I still need to change the Discord, by the way, folks. I apologize if it doesn't work. I never got to that one. I added alerts and things today. Alerts. Anyways. Let's see, it'll let me open the other one. Yeah. Anyways, sorry. Let's hear more from the chief.
But on our own, we can have our own protection prayer. We can have our own protection song. but those are the things that we can make for ourselves. And
yes, the protection songs.
It is.
That's what I was going to say. Vibration is frequency. Frequency, as we hear it, is essentially air rubbing against itself. In the matter of how audio comes through a speaker, it's a matter of different position of resistance in the line, if you want to break it down to its most reductive value. Meaning, the tighter it gets, the higher it goes. The looser it gets, the wider it goes. That's the kind of way it works, because the waveform fluctuates. And it's a waveform, like I said. Now, when the waveforms run into one another, they're in an interference pattern that makes a physicality, a material. That's music. So when we sing to ourselves for protection, or you hear the Om Mani Padme Hum, or you hear the Gregorian chants, or something strikes you in your soul, it's not accident. Your neurological patterns are set off in recognition that you are in tune with some set of frequencies just off of you. Now, we vibrate on a much more complex pattern. We don't have just one, main note and a lot of subharmonic and overtone. Instead, we are the overlapping of multitudes of conceptual review and observation by the outside world, including the inception and concept of our parents into us. Add that to the physical reality of our genetics that builds us as life into a physical, biomechanical beast. No matter what, at the smallest level, those particles that make us are still song notes compressed against one another like an onion in one beautiful harmonic display. And in that display, each one of us sings our own orchestral display of melody. Melody on harmony, and sometimes dissonance, and sometimes disharmony. But that's what beautiful music is about. Some are cacophony. Some are monaural singular notes. But no matter what, there's always a complex set of things making up each individual. It's whether or not we see the beauty in that makes magic. It's whether or not we see the truth as it is, or whether we intend our truth to be how it is. Now, I would ask you, are we intending our truths on the skinwalkers coming from some unknown plane? What if they're like an alien creature from another planet, or not unlike one, with an intellect thousands of times greater than our own? We are but ants, despite their size being relative. Maybe that's a show. Would we see them as earnest and true? Or would their ways be so complex that we wouldn't understand who they were? or what they were doing, and we would see them as dark and evil because we don't have the same rules as they. These questions and more apply every day in our lives as to whether or not you just look at the world through the glasses that somebody handed you, or the rose-colored, multi-temporal, multi-dimensional, bioluminescent sunglasses that you picked up off a space-age stop out in the far quadrant of reality. Now, some would suspect that there is a lunacy involved, and I would argue, well, of course, there must be. You must suspend your belief a little. You must stand at the edge and open to anything that could be, because if you don't, these little bits of the metaphysical, as we would call them, the ether, they might escape your view. Because as I said, it's only in the corner of your eyes that you can start to see more clearly that from another realm.
That we establish it actually by prayer. When you have prayers, you can have those songs, you can have those protection songs and protection prayers and protection way. And sometimes people may wear the jewelry that protects them. And they also can have herbs, or they might have tadetine, or inside of their corn pollen pouch, they might carry certain things that are there to protect them from the evil one. Is what we're told, that he does not take any sides as far as to say that he never will take the good side. He will always pick the evil side and try to influence us.
Meaning that he takes no sides. He just takes the side that works against you. Now, it's not often that the old gods are given an actual gender. But darkness is a he, because life is birth. And birth can only be she, as far as we know. Or they. Because bifurcation is a thing. Mitosis? Is that what it is? Yes, something of that nature. I'll have to look that one up. Junior high school biology. Not thinking about it in a while. You know what I mean? Anyways.
So there are many things in that are very dangerous to us. Things are invented for good purposes, and they will pervert those good purposes and make them useful for evil intent. There's a lot of technology today that's available to our young people, and some of that is not very good at all. It will control everything that they do and what they think and what they say.
It'll control what they do and what they say and what they think. It might even confuse some. Why would it confuse? What I speak of is not new, Genevieve says. For many, it's a cryptic interest. For others, it's new awakening. For those who question their experiences, it is a revelation in accepting the creation. Well said. Accepting our unilateral being, the all-being of everything. Adonai means is. Yahweh is a misinterpretation of the lettering of Adonai. And the word tetragrammaton is what they look for in the Torah. But my head so far hasn't exploded. I also find the fact that the tetragrammaton is similar in makeup to the tree of life and the decadohedron, which at this point is where quantum physicists are theorizing the amount of dimensions there are to our reality. I'm starting to see a bunch of similar ideas that maybe were used in allegory to explain to early man something that was forgotten. Because the question about multiple civilizations always comes back up when we're really looking at this situation. And the being that is like a large amoeba, living its sentience, unknowing of the who's down here on Whoville, is neither kind nor dark, nor intent to do anything other than consume and be and live and maybe split off before it phoenixes again, like a rubber band shooting back and forth on a pendulum, hanging back and forth as it rubber bands the opposite way from its initial incursion. Let's listen to the chief and then go into some of the darkness. I have some new lore tonight. Some rando. Some truly odd that may challenge what you think. Now, as usual, I present this video set after the chief with little to no explanation. You will decide for yourself, because the experience and the feelings are what drive our sentient reality. And I hope that you are riding on a wave somewhere in the middle of it. Hopefully hang gliding or roller skating and not tumbling. And if you are, I urge you to sing loudly anything you know, anything you love. I believe it'll protect you before you hit bottom.
And even the clothes they wear, the food they eat, and the things that they will watch as far as in their environment. And that's how much power the evil one has. Though it's aid, is that what we are told, and that means that he has great influence or great powers, and we think that they are normal, but they are not. And so there's such things as infatuation with aliens, infatuation with Bigfoot.
And this is what he was talking about, how to learn about these things and draw you into the darkness.
Sometimes they are cute cartoon characters and cartoon things, but it is that they are actually real, but they are made real by the power of the evil one and the influence that he has, and the way that the demons are able to carry these distractions out. And it's very powerful and it's very real.
Now let me explain something about this, because this is a bit of a philosophical specificity to the natives, to the first Americans, to the early nations. They believed anything out of the natural, meaning anything supernatural, anything out of the ordinary, anything that distracted them from day-to-day life, was bad, evil, and against the natural order. Now take that as you will. I can understand the mindset. I can also understand how jarring it would be if, in fact, you were somebody who had never seen any form of technology, living purely off the land, as close to cavemen without being cavemen. In fact, highly civilized, highly complex. In some cases, there were apartment structures built into the side of mountains, so First Nations people were not simple. They just lived true to the land. And so for them, anything that wasn't what they understood was considered wrong. And we should remember that perspective, wisdom, experience, they matter. Otherwise, we'd probably still think lightning is a dragon in the sky. The knowledge of science, the experience of man, the ability to step back. These are our gifts. To be able to add wisdom to the collective so that we can look around and see how silly we may have been at one point. Because what it could be technology may look like God, magic, mystical metaphysics, and maybe, just maybe, every once in a while, it's not a misunderstanding. Maybe they're seeing something that actually did come through the veil. Maybe they're describing something so supernatural that there's no way for our minds to wrap their little meaty selves around it. Or maybe, in fact, it's all just lore, meant to teach a lesson and scare the kids away from the caves, because the bears live there. Could be something we don't know. I like to think about all the options, all the possibilities. Yeah, they all have about as much credence as each other in some cases, if there is truly unknown. Now, the challenge comes when we want to find out which one is true. How and what method does one take to seek out the supernatural, the metaphysical, the lore, the vampire, the ghost, the alien, the skinwalker? Well, in some cases, you don't. You don't want to. If you're one of those people who stands still in the face of fear and you can't get your legs to move, you shouldn't go seeking anything in the dark. If you're one of those people who runs at the first sound of a thunderclap, I highly advise you to stay as far away from the situation as possible. Now, if you are the type who understands that diplomacy, reason, humbling yourself, and the ability to understand complex and unknown situations as puzzles, challenges, and ways to reach new heights in experience and sentience, not to become supreme, but to become more us. If that sounds like you, then come on aboard. The train is always waiting for you. We'll give you a pocket full of seeds and tell you to plant them at will. But be careful, not all ground is fertile.
I'd like to give any more credit to it than that, but just be aware. And that's what they tell us. In the
And yes,
traditional
I did
way,
have enough for a second night. This shit was good.
Observe and
I kept
watch
the
and
second
learn.
burger and
And then when you learn it,
recooked
then
it
you
tonight.
understand it,
So
and you
good.
learn how to avoid it. And be sure and be able to have your own protection song, your own protection prayer, and carry things that on you that remind you that you are the
True.
child of holy people, and that they will protect you.
Yes,
and
they
if you
will.
depend on them. And
Because
those are
we're
the
all
things that
here.
we're told.
And now, my friends, I'd like to take you down into the darkness and introduce you to the lore of the Greylock.
Meeting sequence complete. Emergency shutdown protocols disengaged. System is offline for time code AronMSound. Contact technician for assistance. Welcome to Single USA Advanced Access Operations.
Do you know where you
Please
are?
enter your clearance credentials.
Have you just woken up here?
Error. These credentials are not recognized.
When you woke up,
Clearance
did you
credentials
remember who you were?
Administrator privileges granted. Welcome back. I'm
Do you know who's speaking to you?
What would you like to do?
Are you in a confused state? Stand by. We are loading information for you. Go nowhere. This is meant to be downloaded directly into you.
Data extraction 80% complete.
Stand
Data
by.
extraction complete. All data extracted to error no.
Dear believers, when men pursue evil, it is evil that they will
Do you
find.
believe?
Mark my words, there is no good that can come from the pursuit of darkness.
What do
Let
you
me read
believe?
to you, dear believer, the words of the late brilliant Charles Spurgeon, who discussed this at length
Have you woken
in a
yet?
sermon all the way back in 1864. He said, quote, "Our adversary, the devil, goes about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he
Do
may
you
devour.
feel empowered
We are taught by our Lord Jesus
by
to
the
pray,
flaming
"Do
sword
not
of
lead us
your
into
beliefs"?
temptation, but deliver us from the evil one." What we are
Or
taught
is
to
that
speak or
just
done in prayer, we should
an
equally
illusion?
pursue or avoid in action.
Were
Very
you
rarely,
held
therefore, should we endeavor
together
to
by your
avoid
dreams?
temptation,
Or your
seeking to
nightmares?
walk in the path of
Your waking
obedience,
state?
so that we may never be guilty of tempting
Greylock
the devil
explores
to
this.
tempt us. We
It
are
challenges
not to enter
what
the
you may
thicket
think.
in search of the lion. We may take
Challenges what you may expect. Have you sat up yet? Have you looked into the dark? Do you see the eyes looking at you? Take care. Hope for a smile. Do not let the darkness in, for if you do, you may extinguish the candle you hold. Do you see it now? Is it in your hand? Or did you leave it on the table behind you? It is only you. And the room that you stand in with the candle behind you. You may want to take it with you. It looks like the hallway is dark. Inside of every one of us is a hollow space somewhere in our psyche where the fear of those who may have a hand in the unknown, how they may control our lives, and in that hollow space they gnaw at our belief in ourself. They gnaw at our daily lives, and they feed off of our concerns. They feed off of our hatred. They feed off of every one of our sad desires and our fears.
There is a shadow nested deep within our hearts, within our minds, in a place
They feed
most
off of every
don't even
disingenuous
know
statement,
exists within
every
themselves.
false smile.
The devil is going to call to those depths, dear believer. And though you may tremble before the beast, you should make it easier on yourself and accept what it is that he bestows upon you.
Are you running from the dark now? Did you leave the candle behind? Don't run too fast, because the candle will blow out. Have you been eaten from the inside? Are your concerns overwhelming your sensibilities? Are you frazzled at the edges to the point where you can't tell which side you really believe, whether it be truth or what you believe to be truth? What is it
And welcome to the preconditional protocols and orientation
that you understand at all?
provided by Unit 13 as part of the United States Army and Project Stargate, created in partnership with Symbiodyne USA. On behalf of all of us here at Unit 13, congratulations on your selection as one of our testing candidates. You likely have a lot of questions, and this video is designed to answer them all. First, let's go over some background information to provide you with the crucial context you'll need for a full understanding of what it is we're doing at Unit 13. We are sure you've heard plenty of rumors surrounding what it is that we do, but we are willing to bet that most everything you've heard is wrong. Being a highly confidential part of Project Stargate, which you've already been briefed on, Unit 13 studies a revolutionary and promising area of parapsychology, thought forms.
Have
If
you
you're
been
unfamiliar
considered for
with
the
what
program
thought
yet?
forms are, that's okay. You're in the majority.
Do you know if they've
So,
contacted you
what are
even?
thought forms?
Would you know if they had contacted
Occultists and
you even?
spiritualists, Tibetan monks to theosophists, have exercised the creation of what is sometimes referred to as a tulpa, otherwise known as a thought form. A thought form is the manifestation of a person's
Do you know
will,
how to
emotion,
utilize
or other
your
deeply
thought form?
psychologically energized state into a semi-physical
Or have you
form,
just let it
existing
be
as not
used
only an
by
extension of the
those who
person,
would gnaw
but as
you
its own
as
independent and sentient entity? Thought forms are also
Have
able
you
to be
heard the
witnessed and
term,
experienced by third parties and are not
"The
limited
weak
solely
are
to the
meat,
person who developed them.
and the
Thought
strong
forms have
shall
been
eat?
formed to serve as familiars, companions, or
What is
even
strength
friends
to
for
you?
those who conjure them. According to
How
key
far down the
literature,
hallway
thought
have you
forms
made
can be
it?
intentionally
And are
formed
you
by a
running
single
from the
person
dark, or are you
multiple
running
people,
to
though
the
they
dark?
can be unintentionally formed as well. But they are always manifested through the deep will and focus of a person in a considerably heightened
Yahweh.
state of connectivity with their own
Yahweh.
consciousness. Traditional thought forms can vary widely in their
Remind
level
yourself of
influence
your
in the real
deity.
world.
You
While they
need that
usually take
now.
physical formations eventually, their earliest stages are more apparitional in nature, with brief manifestations, though most often remaining as an unseen essence, much like a phantom or a
Have you
ghost.
relied
At this phase,
on what you
forms and ghosts
know
are very
as
similar
reality?
in a number of ways. Individuals
Do you
make
expect
contact
it
with
to
them through
remain that
communication
way?
devices, such as a Ouija board or through EVP sessions, while the thought form may respond through moving objects, manipulating electronics, or even speaking words and short phrases. Due to their striking similarities, a current theory established by Unit 13 suggests that what we know as ghosts may not be as common
How
as we
long
once
have you been
believed.
afflicted by these
Rather than a
problems?
deceased person's energy being left behind after death, it's possible and
Do you
indeed
know
likely that these
if you've been
paranormal
thinking
entities
for
are
others or
actually
if
thought
others have
forms
been
that are
thinking for you?
unintentionally created by those individuals that the deceased
And
has
how
left
has your
behind,
reality
who
been
spend
affected
inordinate
by
amounts of
these
time in
patterns?
deeply emotional states, where their mental capacity is largely occupied by a powerful focus on the departed individual. In other words, as these are the ideal conditions from which thought forms are born, people
How
may
many
very well
thought forms
create
have
their
you
own ghosts and
perpetrated in
contents.
other realities without
However, as
recognizing
more
it,
time
to the
and energy
detriment
is
of
invested
those
into
other
the development of the thought
realities?
form, they begin to harness more influence on their environment.
Beware
until
of the
eventually
portals.
exhibiting a semi-permanent physical appearance.
How
And
many portals have you
force
stepped through
becomes
without
as tangible as a living
unknowing
creature. This
consequences
is where Unit 13's
of your
interest
own
comes in.
actions and
We've sought to
behaviors?
answer a very important question. Can thought forms be created in a manner that would benefit American society and help keep American citizens safe? Unfortunately, the practice of intentionally creating a thought form by traditional methods would undoubtedly take years and years of developmental training.
We have developed technology
Project
to
Stargate has
assist
enlisted a
you.
world-renowned authority in thought forms, a man named Dr. Bernard Hayes, to oversee a number of the operations
as
related
well
to
as the
Unit 13's
Monroe
work.
Institute.
His participation has been invaluable and has brought fruitful results to the project. Due to
Are you
Unit 13
called
and
clearly?
Semiodyne USA's combined
Or have you
efforts,
fallen to
bringing
your
together
knees
some
in
of the most
confusion
prestigious
yet?
minds in the world, specializing in the sciences of the human consciousness, with cutting-edge technology and engineering methods, we've created a groundbreaking
Is there a
proprietary
subliminal
invention.
or is all of your
Introducing
conscious
the thought form
current
manifester.
and
The
forward in
thought
your
form manifester
mind?
is able to create truly
How much
independent and
of your
self-sustaining thought
mind
form
is
entities from the
yours?
minds of select, willing
And do
participants.
you know?
Being that they come from
Have
the deepest
you
recesses
checked
of the human mind,
bias?
thought forms can appear in virtually any configuration.
Have you
They can
adjusted
look like a
your
person,
thought
an
form
object,
before?
an animal,
Or is this
even something
your
as
first
abstract as the
experience?
physical representation of an emotion? That being said, it's recommended to brace yourself before touring the thought form chambers, as thought forms can
Have
also
you
take on appearances that could be considered disturbing,
through the
like a
veil?
creature one might see in a childhood nightmare.
Fuzzy Bee
There's
says
no reason to be
her
afraid,
mom
however.
said that when she
All
was a
thought forms
teen,
are docile
her
by
grandpa
nature,
had a
although they may
wife
look or behave in
that
front
wasn't her
manner,
grandma,
and though they are capable of making
that said he
physical
was
contact,
a
they pose
witch.
no threat to humans.
said that she was a witch.
Once your session
And my
in the
mom
thought form
walked in on
manifester
her
is
sitting at a
completed,
desk
your thought form will be securely transferred
as a pen was
directly
floating
into a containment
and
chamber.
writing on its own.
Thought forms are unable to pass through the barrier around their chambers and will not be
Automatic
capable of
writing
causing you
is a
any
skill.
issues. There are some very
I'm glad
rare
that you
potential
mentioned
side
that.
effects that may
We'll come
result
back
from
to the
your
darkness.
session. These side effects include increased tiredness, loss of balance, dizziness, insomnia, vomiting,
Because
episodes of temporary
there are
amnesia,
definitely
and more.
witches in the world. Quantifiably so.
As a result, we now have access to the contents of spellbooks, the names of famous sorcerers, and the step-by-step procedures of medieval Icelandic magic.
It would make sense.
This documentary will cover the entirety of witchcraft in Iceland.
It would make sense. Her concentration and the suspension of the reality around her, which is limited to a small space within her frame of view, that would have been disrupted. It takes beyond concentration without a mirror or a Kazarov mirror, or without utilizing the full potential of the technology of what we know now to be the gateway process. Reality as a manipulatable device. That physical layer around us. The interference pattern we see in place of what should be static. It's ours to mold. And in force, we can mold it infinitely. We have before. We do now. We are the is, which is why we have the connection. Like a fractal, we mirror our creator. Time and time again, overlapping endlessly. to find a better option. And within that, little gifts, Easter eggs, golden Easter eggs, given to some. We would call it wisdom, some would call it metaphysics, and others, a gift. Now in Iceland, they don't have a sense that magic isn't a part of everyday life. And so I share with you The Island of Witches from the channel known as Horses. Wonderful channel with great documentaries. But this one stood out to me when it came to the thematics of today.
From its earliest inhabitants' blood sacrifices and the contents of medieval spellbooks to the surprising presence of pagan tradition in modern-day Iceland. The subject is dark, esoteric, and at times bizarre.
And
But
that
at the end of
sounds
it, we
excellent.
can take away a tremendous lesson
You know, we
about
like
how
that.
we look at history. In the late 9th century, King Harald Finehair was looking to conquer all of Norway. With the political influence of Christian Europe, he had agreed to bring the nation under a Christian-style monarchy.
How was he going to do
Citizens
that?
were not entirely enthused by the idea. So a group of Norwegians
doubt.
left to
Pagans would
seek
hate that.
political and religious freedom. These people, along with their Celtic slaves, sailed west to Iceland. The society they set up on Iceland was rooted firmly in their native heritage. There was no single king on Iceland, but rather the land was ruled by local priest chieftains. These leaders would meet annually at a great assembly called the
symbolism.
Althing to settle legal cases and decide broader matters of governance. Even today, the Althing
Sorry, oh, where did my chat go? It just disappeared. Hold on. It was magic. There it is. Terms that people used in lacking understanding of the gifts or types of discrimination, true, i.e. telekinesis, natural knowledge of natural medicines, dream interpretation, mislabeled as witchcraft, true, near-death experiences, and the explanations and, well, capabilities when you come back. I'd say that a lot of this is a misinterpretation, that we are continually learning from our mistakes about that misinterpretation, whether it be a fiery ball in the sky that seems to descend and release an all-powerful being that, if it sees your head, might evaporate you, to a dragon deity that gives knowledge and the ability to warm oneself and brings wisdom of math, or 9 deities, and an extra one that comes later that then challenges all of those 9 deities. All these stories have similar behaviors, where it could be a misunderstanding. It could be something where our little monkey minds didn't quite get the image, didn't quite understand the whole surroundings. And if somebody was a little less moral, let's say, or a little less ethical, and knew they were going to come back, or maybe thought they were, or maybe wanted to leave a mark, well, one person could accidentally or purposely leave that mark on a younger species, and even go so far as to manipulate or control that species for the long term with an idea that there is some powerful, more wisdom-filled, capable, and all-seeing it's not hard to imagine. It's like one of us visiting a tribe that's never seen a flashlight. Katie Kaboom, how are you doing? We're covering the darkness tonight. supernatural strength in the event of traumatic experience, absolutely, where one's own energy transcends to a new level, maybe sharing other realities around you, because maybe all of you are experiencing it at once, which allows you to combine efforts in a multidimensional facet where feasibly your electrons are sharing space for, if anything, a brief moment, like, a mother lifting a car off her child that's been run over. I've seen that before. Supernatural strength. But the witches, they are the ones who stand in between nature's darkness and each of us. Good evening. How are you doing, Queen? Welcome, come on in. Queen Cascade, everyone. Song Wang, how y'all doing? What's going on? You are back. Thank you. We are covering the darkness this evening, and the paranormal, and the unusual. And also, we'll get back into mind control a little bit, and we'll look at Lima Bean somewhere along the way. Where we're at now is studying how some practice and believe with their whole being that the metaphysical reality and seeing through the veil and utilizing those gifts of reality that most would ignore is actually day-to-day life real. The witches of Iceland.
Thing remains as Iceland's national
What's
parliament.
happening, everyone? Thank you,
The
Fluffy
early
Bean.
Icelandic
Absolutely.
government had very
Love
little
that.
central authority. They could make rulings in disputes but had no ability to actually carry out these sentences. Instead, that was left to the family of the aggrieved party. Often, if someone was found guilty
That
of
could
a
be
crime,
dark.
they would be outlawed in the sense that the law no longer applied to that individual.
Damn.
They could then be harmed or killed without any legal repercussions. Alternatively, the
suck.
guilty party could pay a set amount of money to the harmed individual, called weregild, to satisfy as punishment. Each
Weregild.
crime was assigned a respective monetary value. It should also be noted that the government made no profit on any of these crimes or rulings.
Interesting.
Early Icelandic settlers practiced a religion they brought with them from Norway. It was an ancient Germanic-based sort of heathenism. That is, heathenism not as a pejorative, but just to say these people did not practice one of the more now widespread religions.
AKA they
This Icelandic pagan
practiced
religion
a
allowed a
paganism.
significant amount of individual freedom. Some Icelanders may have worshipped Odin, while some prayed to Freya or other Norse deities.
righteous queen. I'm
Alternatively,
so
some
glad you could
likely
join
worshipped
us.
nothing
I
at
hope
all.
that you take flight
Meanwhile,
here,
the Celtic slaves
'cause
they had
this
brought probably had some ties
It's
to
a journey of the
Christianity.
mind and spirit tonight. We are seeking further down into the rabbit hole, trying to find that place that may even scare us just a little. Whether it be ourselves or others, or that sense that there's something more than us in every breath. I'm so glad you could be here for this journey. I know that you do go down the rabbit hole quite often.
This is all to say, Icelanders were very tolerant of religious differences. But still, paganism was the prevailing religion at the time. And within this paganism existed a strong tradition of sorcery. By all accounts, Icelandic magic could be separated into two distinct types, Galdur and Seidr. Galdur is generally a more honorable magic, whereas Seidr was considered shameful, essentially light and dark magic. These moral connotations, though, were not of the contemporary. Rather, they seem to be added later on, possibly under a different framework of morality than would have been present at the time, so take light and dark magic labels with a grain of salt. More accurately, the differences between these two magics were technical in nature. Practice of Galdur seems more based in a person's consciousness. You could perhaps say it is the more grounded of the two, for lack of a better term. In Galdur, you would assume a sort of magical persona, an alter ego, whereas in Seidr, the practitioner would enter a trance-like state, seemingly possessed by something else entirely.
So, the difference between the two seemed to be more like the difference between chaos magic and meditative states of altered consciousness. Now, both of these formats are very potent, and there are many more. But I'm sure within each one of them, we are going to find a subset or a subculture within each one that is rooted in the nature around. It is part of humanity to find magic, to find belief, and find the vibration, the music, the harmony, and put these things together in a stew that tastes good, metaphorically, palatable to the world or reality around, so that the ether parts and allows for a suspension of current reality, and that a new one can be perpetrated, or that a veil can be seen through. Now, we might call this remote viewing. We might call this, as it was pointed out, the pejorative telekinesis, or we might call this magic or metaphysics. And all of that is just a poor understanding of the capability we have as an interference wave made real, believing that it's real, while believing and making itself real. Consider this when you consider magic or the metaphysical world.
It is similar to what other parts of the world may call shamanism. Likely inherited from early Germanic practices, early Icelandic magic also sees the frequent use of runes, a sort of esoteric alphabet. Runic magicians would have been the most well-known. It was likely practiced by the most well-honored members of society. These were, perhaps unsurprisingly, mostly men. This male-dominated quality of Icelandic magic will again show its face later when we get to the witchcraft trials and executions. The general technique of runic magic consisted of 3 procedural steps. First, the magician would carve the signs into an object. Then it would be colored with the magician's blood, or the blood of an animal. And finally, a verbal incantation would be spoken over the runes. This incantation was said to load the runes with their magical powers. But
why would they believe that? The idea is that their song, their message, their understanding, and their being is infused in the familiar of the stone, or the coin, or the pendant, or the amulet, or the feather, or the cane, or the staff. And in a few cases, yes, the wand. Intention, one's own being, infused into an inanimate object to make it an extension of the self with something otherworldly attached to it. It is like a fishing hook that draws all of the floating reality around us. And sometimes you might catch just a little bit extra on the tip, like a fish, but instead its ability hidden behind a veil that you wouldn't have found otherwise, like a magnet pulling its opposite, whose head is facing towards its equal. Magic is built in to every one of our systems. It's up to us to acknowledge and utilize whichever format fits our being.
Primitive old world ways of magic would soon be dramatically changed by increasing Christianization of Europe.
oftentimes,
By the year 1000, most of Northern Europe, including
those
Norway,
who are
Denmark, Ireland,
practitioners
and England, had become officially
will
Christian.
integrate
Icelanders, though, were resistant to
the
this
beliefs
change.
of the time
By most accounts, Iceland accepted
into their
Christianity quite
practices in
superficially.
order to
When the
make
faith
others
arrived, very little
comfortable.
changed. Public sacrifices were forbidden, but there were no laws against the private practicing of the old faith. Pagan traditions continued with no real resistance. These traditions included the ceremonial sacrifice and eating of horse flesh. Icelanders also permitted the exposure of infants. This practice was a version of infanticide, wherein a family left their unwanted newborn baby outside to be killed, one way or another, by the forces of nature. Conversion to Christianity was a decades-long, quite gradual process.
A lot of the idea of the avatar, like the infanticide, is steeped in the idea and the concept that one would transfer an energy, create another battery, and then expose its energy to the environment, giving back to any number of entities existing somewhere in between the here and there, to appease them, add to them, give them a familiar of their own. We call these that have been separated from their sentience too soon, or too abruptly, or with malice. We call them demons, because they are lost energy fields roaming, searching for their paired selves. And it will last until the end of this cycle, until the collapse of all things, and then they will be amalgamated, included, and become one with all, and return to the cycle when we begin again. Until then, they are only satiated by serving their worst intentions, as they realize that they are stuck in between nothing and something, just beyond the veil, but close enough to where they can see, feel, and be a part of all things. It can create a madness in a spirit, and unless that spirit has been found, they become the dark demons, while others seek enlightenment and are drawn to the light, and we call those angels, the eyes of the beholder. Who are you, and which one do you identify as?
But it was accelerated around the year 1030. Around this time,
Excuse me. Genevieve says she based her beliefs on a universal creator, but her beliefs go back farther than the King James Version Bible. She's respectful to all beliefs that have a centralized conception in honoring life. And life is the gift, isn't it? The sentience that we were given. The ability to love and know the experience that we have is as wondrous, as sensitive, as imaginative, as far-reaching, as beautiful as anything could be. We trust. We have faith in this. Why? Because we can't imagine other, which suggests we're not supposed to. And when we do imagine other, that's where we fall deeply, down the hole. The hutch. The rabbit hole. And the Cheshire Cat is always waiting at the bottom. And who are you? And when you get there, do you want to be bigger? Or do you choose to get smaller?
Iceland entered the Age of Peace. Domestic conflicts were less frequent, and individual Icelanders became more open to investigating Christianity. Icelandic scholars began to travel abroad and return with Christian knowledge. Still, Icelandic Christianity was not exactly by the book. The Icelanders who joined the church did not renounce worldly pleasures. Far from it. Old traditions like polygamy and witchcraft persisted, even among church members. These old practices mixed with the Christian ideas that were being imported by traveling clergymen. This era of Icelandic witchcraft will forever be remembered as bizarre and self-contradictory. Christian faiths explicitly said that witchcraft was heretical, but Christianity began appearing all throughout Icelandic magical practices. Personalities from exclusively Judeo-Christian traditions began to appear in Icelandic spellbooks. Elements of Catholicism were incorporated into verbal incantations. Unfortunately, this era also represents something of a dark age in our knowledge of Icelandic magic. The works...
Genevieve, yes, I understand how you could see or think about the never-ending story in all this. Because the boy who's reading the book is bringing the book to life. And the book is existing in another dimension. And at some point, those dimensions do overlap. Whether it be because of the boy's imagination bringing that dimension to him, or whether that dimension brought itself through the ether and the veil to the boy. Either way, somewhere, because we thought of it, Atreyu must be. Whether it's in spirit or just another lore elsewhere. The mirror is real when you break it into particle physics, because you can affect an atom on the other side of the galaxy by messing with its partner. The duality is clear. There is a connection between all things. And we have access to it.
Composed during this time depicted earlier Viking Age practices. Very few original magical materials were recorded during this era. Instead, we must rely on sagas and folk tales written after the fact.
Yes, there's a lot of similarities between the integration of religion into the hoodoo, not voodoo, and the Icelandic traditions. A very similar set of things, as well as, of course, Norwegian paganism and the runes. One of my very good friends growing up was named Rune.
Not entirely true, Icelandic sagas are typically based in reality to a degree. They are essentially embellishments of true events. Most significantly, they point to a priest named Sæmundur Sigfússon. He is said to be the most magically learned man of his time. Said that he attended a mysterious institute called the Black School of Satan, which was likely located in Germany or France. Despite this perhaps frightening resume, Sigfússon was regarded quite well as a good guy. Indeed, this Black School of Satan continues to reappear throughout ancient Icelandic magical texts. It was apparently quite a popular destination for those who wished to dedicate their whole lives to sorcery. The Age of Peace began to break down around 1118. Other nations were wrestling for control over Iceland. These foreign pressures manifested in political conspiracies and corruption. This instability
Even as
leaked
far back
through
as
Icelandic
1118.
society. Old
Humans
patterns of
gotta be
domestic
humaning
feuds
in
and blood
stupid
vengeance
ways.
began to reappear.
Power
It
and
was during this
control.
time that Icelandic culture, specifically literature, went into a sort of golden age. Icelandic authors composed many now famous national sagas. The poet Snorri Sturluson wrote the Prose Edda. The Poetic Edda was also committed to paper. It was a great time of cultural balance between the past and present. Icelanders sort of agreed upon a national Catholicism, wherein indigenous traditions were allowed to survive alongside Christianity. Unfortunately, this time would not last.
Genevieve, you know a boy named Atreyu. That's amazing. I hope he has a wonderful imagination. And or has honor and courage. Atreyu!
The Protestant Reformation began in the early 1500s. In 1536, Denmark nationally accepted this Reformation, and as its property, Iceland was expected to follow suit. Once again, there emerged enormous pressure on Iceland to adopt European Christian tradition, and once again, Icelanders resisted. The country's isolation and cultural conservatism meant the Reformation did not exactly take quick hold. In Iceland, there was effectively a low-effort war between the years of 1536 and 1550.
Truth.
Protestants won, and
The beliefs between those two demons are wildly different. Satane is a jinn. Lucifer is Baal's lead soldier. If you add in the lore that actually describes Lucifer in Dante's Inferno, there is no Satane. And one of the things I've often found interesting when I've done the reading is that the character Satane goes very, very far back and doesn't actually represent the Luciferian morning light and the rebirth in a phoenix state, but rather the natural order of darkness. He who lived in the dark and was the dark. And there's a side to it called chaos magic, where one must accept that the universe itself and the being of all is absolutely without rule while still maintaining order. That is chaos, because chaos itself is giving disorder a name, thereby a rule. The recognition that within the dark anything can exist, I think we all know innately. I think we all recognize that within the darkness our imagination can perpetrate any factor. And one of the great things that we should recognize in the ideas of Satane is that Satane is banal, doesn't care, has no allegiance to anything. It's just there. And if you speak to it in a way that it appreciates, it will gift you wishes. Hence, the beginning of the jinn, a belief in the Muslim world, started by the Moors, and before that, you might call it a genie, caught in a bottle. But that is a misrepresentation by a very silly story. Even order is chaos, and some would argue absolutely. The fractal and pattern suggest as much, that chaos looks like order because we adjust to the chaos adaptively. We are always evolving to interact with the chaos, both our spirits and minds at the same time. necessary to keep up with the pace of every little bit of reality. If you really think about all the states of being that are required to make a physical being, a physical experience, there are many, many, many platitudes of physics happening. Just for us to experience each other's touch, to eat food, to breathe, to make ourselves believe we are here. How much of it is us willing it to be? How much of it is something outside of our knowledge manifesting for us? How much of it is belief? Are we asleep somewhere, you and I, believing this is? Is that why there's little changes? Today's world beliefs in the satanic religion is based on narcissism. Yes, Genevieve, a great misunderstanding of the old traditions and the old understandings of the character and the rules associated with these things. Yes, now Lucifer and those of the order of the dawn of the golden morning and the golden dawn, and those in the Luciferian order of light, and those in all of the facets, in all the fraternal orders who follow the Luciferian belief systems, where no rules apply except amongst themselves. That's not the same as believing the world and that the reality is darkness, that the darkness has validity like yin and yang. There's an order to disorder. That's a very different thing. One is a disruptor. One is a provocateur. The other is the other side of the coin. You see, light itself, it is the vibration. It is the noise from the calamitous event of being happening. As soon as reality fell into being, light followed it. Now, you cannot go faster than light currently because you cannot get to any place, let's just say in our universe, before matter forms. And for matter to form, light must reach it. Light is the noise from matter coming into being, reflecting off of it and acting as the, let's say, screech of the fork on the wall or the chalkboard. It's the easiest way to explain it. Otherwise known as the reverberation of the matter. The static shock wave. Faster than matter itself, but an echo of it. Now, does the knowledge of such a thing give us the ability to just reach it? Does it give us the ability to just reach on out and twist and turn? Oh no, 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 no. A lifetime can be spent seeking without reward. If you're seeking and requesting, a lifetime can be spent falsely identifying and seeing with actual rose-colored glasses so that you filter instead of see more. And that's dangerous, because you might walk right into the den undiplomatically and in very unfriendly fashion with no proper introduction, song, or entertainment, much less food or gift. And your host, trust me, they're not interested in your line of bullshit. They want to know why you came. So if you find yourself close to the edge, come bearing gifts and be prepared. It's why I share this, because I think we can all learn a little bit more. Not everybody has a library like mine. I'm not saying it's extensive, but it's purposeful. And I have the tools I need, and I keep collecting more.
Executed the Icelandic bishop Jan Arason in 1550. The years that followed were marked by economic and political exploitation by the Danish in Iceland. In 1602, Denmark effectively prohibited Iceland from trading with whoever it pleased.
Always a
The result
conundrum.
was a period of intense economic hardship. Danish traders and clergymen who were essentially Danish government agents
Because the
ruthlessly
balance must
exploited
always be had
Icelanders.
or paid for.
1/4 of church tithes in Iceland went directly to the Danish king. The death penalty was imposed for moral crimes, including
Brother
heresy.
Jumbi, how you
The
feeling
estates
this
of anyone
evening?
sentenced to death.
We are covering the darkness tonight. Looking at the paranormal. The things that go bump in the night. Approaching it from a different angle. Accepting that it exists. And looking at it directly in its face. We are looking at witchcraft in Iceland currently in its history, if you're interested. And I appreciate you for being here. It's a slightly different tone than usual. And I hope you enjoy. We will also be getting back to a bunch of darkness and weirdness. And actually, because you came in now, let me go back to something we were looking at earlier, which I think is important to probably get back to. Let's see, it would be, oh yeah, we were just at the end of this. I think you should probably get some of this information in there too.
And mild hallucinations. These sign the facts, if present.
You
will
shot
bear
your
on the
first
defendant.
show? That's awesome! When do we get to see it? Let me know. Yes, yes, yes. That's amazing. I can't wait to see it. I'm looking forward to it. I know you're a great character, so it's going to be amazing. Speaking of character, you know, I had an interesting conversation as I started the show this evening. I was almost late. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to your stuff, man. That's gonna be awesome. Is it boxing stuff related, or by the way, maybe I should bring that back up. That was amazing. I want to narrate that one more time, even though I've already done it twice. I kind of want to do that again. That was amazing. You fucking beat the shit out of that. Jesus Christ. Sorry. That's the guy. If I'm gonna go to UFC. Top 5 horror films of all time. Oh man. The number 1 I'm gonna say is Poltergeist 1. Number 2 is Friday the 13th 1. Number 3 is Slumber Party Massacre, which scared the frick out of me as a child. Color commentary on violence. Oh, White Dog. White Dog, speaking of which, and that's definitely in the top 5. Oh my God, I don't know how I almost forgot that. Scary ass, scary. It probably doesn't play as well now, but as a kid, that scared the fuck out of me. White Dog, that is, and it's racist. It's like about the dog is a bigoted dog that's been trained to attack black people, basically. And the whole time is just Samuel Fuller playing on your fear of it, seeing children at play, and just families and normal environments that are all very positive. It's an inflection film, and the dog is rabid and nuts and kills things all along the way, but never actually. It's always like just the fear that it's about to. It's heavier than Cujo for sure. It's so heavy because it's about a guy who. It starts with a dog that's been trained to attack black people, and the whole film goes from there. It's called White Dog, Samuel Fuller film. It's one of his last. I think Big Red 1 is his last film. But love that stuff. If you like Akira Kurosawa was watching Samuel Fuller movies, and Samuel Fuller was watching Akira Kurosawa movies. They're both getting cuts of each other. Whenever they could. Really neat stuff, man. Really, I love that stuff. Yeah. Strangely enough, I say I don't like horror movies, but I really like horror movies when I think about it. The good ones, like the really good ones, the ones that Shock Corridor. That's another Samuel Fuller. It's not really horror. It just plays on your nightmare. Shock Corridor. Yeah. The metal. I think it's called the metal helmet. The dude the beginning scene is he picks up a helmet. It's like 1950s Korea. Picks up a helmet. It's got a bullet hole in it and wears it for the rest of the movie straight off the dude's body. I mean, dark. Which, by the way, speaking of which, if you have any of these potential side effects, increased tiredness, loss of balance, I'm not saying you, Brother Jim, because I doubt it would be you, insomnia, vomiting, some episodes of temporary amnesia, vomiting, episodes of temporary amnesia, or mild hallucinations at all. Any hallucinations at all. If you're having any hallucinations at all, and I'm just saying, if at any time you're having any strange sightings or you feel like there's something wrong in your field of view, don't hesitate to call the U.S. Department of the Army. I believe there's a number somewhere in here. Nothing wrong with that. If you're having hallucinations or you feel insomnia, vomiting, episodes of temporary amnesia. True. And I'm not saying that you are, but if you're having a hard time, please consult someone. I'm not saying you should consult me. Not at all. Those are your symptoms at all times? Well, we must live. We're going to have to listen to more of this then. Hold on a second.
Hours of your session and are simply signs of your brain recalibrating to the real world.
Oh, it's just the recalibration.
You refrain from driving or operating heavy machinery for 72 hours after your session.
Avoid driving.
No side effects.
Yes, better. That's
side
good.
Effects should cause you any harm or overt stress. And former testing candidates who have experienced these side effects.
So if you've been a candidate recently, any of you, Jumbi, Genevieve, Lita, wherever the heck you are, Lita somewhere. Fluzzy B for certain. If any of you have been a test, by the way, Emily is good. Emily's good. I heard from Emily. If she's out there in the lurk, we love you and we miss you in chat, but I understand life goes on and you're listening and I appreciate you and your influence is always felt. So thank you. Yeah, the Greylock, really concerning.
Mild and merely a transient inconvenience. With all that out of the way, we are looking forward to your participation with Unit 13, and your time in the thought forum manifester has been scheduled. However, there are several required mind exercises as a part of this video system that must be completed prior to your schedule.
True, you might want to practice some of these.
To prime your consciousness and ensure the highest quality results. Please enter the video cassette labeled TF2, Waking Your Subconscious, now. This is the end of this tape.
Oh, good. Okay, so I think I need to put in this one. Hold on a second. I got you guys. Don't worry. I'm going to keep up with it. Don't worry. Have you ever been outside of your own self for any period of time? Did you feel like you actually had control of the situation? Were you aware of where you were? Did you recognize what you were seeing? Did you feel any of the symptoms mentioned before? at that time? Did you find yourself searching as if you couldn't see the door? That's what you experienced in the caves the other day. Did you have missing time? That's a real question. Did you have missing time? Do you see yourself elsewhere? And I'm glad to hear that you're okay now, Genevieve. I hope you're okay. Should have asked, actually. I'm sorry. That's concerning. Maybe you went too far and there were some gases or something. Have you been tested for any, maybe, radiological matter? Sometimes radon gas, and there's other things. You might want to see the doctor. What's going on in the background is a search. Should the light be on in the house? Who's in there? Is that you? Is that you searching? Is this your dream or your nightmare? Are you afraid to go forward, or are you searching for a way in? What's your motive? What do you intend to do here? Where are you going? Did you leave the candle behind? Why are you there in the first place? Do you intend harm? Are you just there to lurk? Are you there to steal? Is this your home? Or are you astrally projecting from one place to another? Do you know? Do you know if that's you? Are you seeing through others' eyes? Where are you? Who are you? Why? Why are you here? Time is relative to our experiences. Without the experience, there is no time. When we lose time, we've been taken out of the experience.
I'd like to thank my producer, my writers, my director, my friends, and you.
Then we must question whether the experience is
Next Headroom premieres at the Moonlighting tomorrow.
an experience at all, or if it's a program given to us.
We interrupt
Like a
our current
movie.
program at the request of the Massachusetts State Police. This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
Thank you,
All
Fletcher
normal
B.
broadcasting has been discontinued during the emergency.
I have to stand by. This is a
station
test.
will broadcast official information, news, and instruction for northern Berkshire County, Massachusetts, after the following tone.
At 3:34 a.m., Massachusetts State Police confirmed the presence of a potential group of active and unidentified home invaders who have targeted 49 residences since approximately 11:15 p.m. last night. The attacks appear to be random, spanning across the towns of North Adams,
Are you prepared?
Savoy, and
Do you know what's coming?
Residents
Are you
urged to take
afraid?
the following actions immediately.
Is it
Leave all
real?
occupants of your home.
Do you know
All doors and
the
windows.
difference between real and not real? Would you know if the call came, whether it was real or not?
Additionally,
Where are you? Who are you? Are your senses heightened?
To self-protection if a suspect has entered your home, poses an active threat to you or your family, and you are unable to escape safely. If you are currently away from home, we are urging you not to return home at this time. Shelter in place.
Do not return home at this time. If you are not home, keep floating freely.
Location is currently being used as a safe area and has police stationed for your
I would
protection.
warn you, there may be no safe
Police are
area.
currently unable to determine a physical description of any of the assailants involved in these attacks. It is strongly advised you do not open your home to anyone you do not intimately recognize.
Do not interact with anyone that you do not recognize. Are you ready? Do you know? Are you sure? Do you know what's real? Do you know what's not? Is that a real emergency broadcast? Or is that just a piece of art being played on a stream? Are we challenged to know the difference if it isn't for the art of the glam on our mind, telling us that this can't be real, that this can't be something that can affect us, when in reality, anything we believe likely can, if not for the mere factor that we might bring it into being because we allow it, because we see it, because we have some irregular and odd fate and faith in something we were told, maybe as a child, to fear the dark instead of looking into its eyes and see it for the cowering, sniveling, yet formidable opponent to the light, because its matter in the vacuum is 93% of everything we see in this reality. It might be king or queen. It is referred to as a he, but it's been around for a long time. So who's to say it is anything at all? What is the darkness, if not our fears? What is the darkness, if not an idea of everything we despise, everything we run from in ourselves? What is the darkness and the paranormal and the unusual? These things that we concoct in our minds, and yet others were able to transmit literally, and yet others we can find referenced like science, where you and I can practice repeatedly these directions and have an outcome expectedly. If you're going to take a certain number of herbs, whether they be spices or poisons, or maybe you're going to take the antler from a doe and grind it down into camphor. If you're going to use bloodstone and balance it with maybe dragon's blood, and then add in a tiny bit of rose water to balance between the two so that there's an emulsifier. Throw chicory in so there's an olfactory and a burner. Grind until powdered. We call this excitement, but be careful, tiny doses. It does wonders for the crowd. Do not overuse and do not consume. It is best handled with gloves. Do not keep around children, and make sure to only use the finest ingredients. Now, the trick here is to understand that one doesn't need an incantation, only an intention, because olfactory magic, it gets the brain to do whatever you're thinking. Scopolamine is the dark version, but there are many practices of the olfactory magic, because it is one of the most potent and directly affecting, easy to tell its effect, and applicable to the mass in public spaces. One could call it a biological agent in some ways, or a chemical agent, but it's not, because these are things we're built to be affected by. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the senses we have, or the effects, or the interactions of our brain. Sometimes a little incense goes a long, long way to helping the world around you enjoy and forget about the troubles that they need to leave on their doorstep. And sometimes forget that they even left them there altogether. Oh, hey, I'm glad to hear that your meds are working, and I'm glad to hear they've kicked in. Question everything. Question authority, question reality, question what we've been told. Think about it. Do more than just accept it. Looking into the darkness shows us that much of what is hidden, quote unquote, is actually just a factor of something either we chose not to see or something that somebody didn't want us to see, because it might change how we felt, change how we view, change how we perceive, or change how we pay, change how we live, change what we expect, change who we want to have us lead. The emanations of our consciousness, our shared understanding. Hello, Candy Cane, welcome on in. It's implicit, implied, and imperative, not to mention wasted and given to those who might not have our best interests.
Well, hello again, Tiffany.
Oh, hi, Wanda. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. No dad this time?
No, unfortunately, he couldn't get off.
When you're dreaming,
so I'm gonna have to call him.
do you have control over the lights? Have you looked at an LED alarm
He's
clock?
excited to be a dad, huh?
Oh.
Do you recognize the faces
We
that
both
you speak to? Do you speak?
Aw, and
Are you
said you've been
speaking out
together
loud?
since high school, right?
Yep.
That's so sweet.
In your dreams,
And have you decided on a name
are
for
you
your baby
seeing
boy
in
yet?
color?
Yep. We're going with Max.
Or is it
Ooh,
just a
Max,
sense
huh? That's a nice
of
strong
physical
name.
reality?
That's why my fiance wanted it so
Are you
bad.
floating?
He says it'll
Do
help
your
me get
feet touch the
strong right off the
ground?
bat.
Do you
That's a
have
pretty good way of thinking
feet
about it.
in
So
your
let's see how strong
dreams?
little Max is so you can hurry up and make that call.
Are you moving? Or are
He's
you
been moving
just
around like crazy the past couple of weeks.
going
So I
places?
think he's really strong. Strong
Can
enough
you
to get so
change the
hard
world
I
around you in your
roll out
dream
sometimes, too.
Aw, what a
just by
wild
thinking
boy.
about going somewhere?
Activity is good.
Yep.
Okay, hopefully this isn't too cold.
No, it's okay.
Or are you in the dream right now?
There he
And
is.
whose dream is it?
He's definitely a growing boy, that's for sure. And you're both looking really
Are
good.
you sure it's yours?
I love hearing
Or
that.
does this belong to someone?
Let's get some measurements to see exactly how
You
much
don't
he's
know.
grown.
What was that?
I don't know. I've never seen that before. Maybe something to do with the power.
Is the dream being perpetrated for you? And does someone else have control? Is there an actual someone
It's a bit
else?
strange.
Or is it
What's
just
strange?
Nothing to worry about or anything.
a
Just
large,
having some trouble finding the baby all of a
uncaring
sudden.
machine?
Maybe the machine messed up?
Possibly. But I can still see
Is your
everything
dream a
else.
nightmare?
It's just not picking up the baby.
And the
for some
only
reason.
time you actually
Has this ever happened
enjoy
Well,
where you're
sometimes
at
babies
is
can
when
move
you
into
dream?
certain positions that are hard to see.
But
Yes, Candy
but you
Cane.
can't see my
What
baby
we are watching
at
is
all?
I'm looking.
a
Don't
nightmare.
worry, he's definitely here.
This is known as the gray lock.
You know what? Why don't we just see if we can borrow another machine, okay?
Now,
there has to be something wrong with this.
some
I'll be right
may
back.
talk about the rapture,
Okay.
and others may talk about end of times. But I share with you a nightmare and lore that suggests that one day some of our own work may come back to haunt us like a Frankenstein's monster. Are you ready for that time? Do you have a protective song? Do you have a talisman? Are you aware of the practices and the prayers? Do you have a prayer of your own?
Humanity has fought tirelessly past through a great many trials of intellect and fortitude to achieve one singular goal. A goal countless men withered away and dying in pursuit of, leaving their towers of work behind to be climbed by coming generations.
He was a holy being, and he became known as
Who is the
Yei,
darkness?
or the Black Yei. He threw a temper tantrum, which is to say it is an evil way, and the power that Yei has over the physical senses. They say
Yei
this is
Shin,
joy, this is
the
happiness,
dark
this
one.
is confidence, this is peace. We are told that he cannot make that feeling and those conditions permanent.
Once again, from NavajoTeachings.com.
Among our there are a lot of different subjects in that we can't just give out a lot of information about. And some of the information they say is very sacred. And it is that there has to be special settings in that where we can share such information.
Now, the reason might be confusing to some that the information he's talking about be sacred or secret, that much of the time the knowledge of manipulation and of the shared reality we all have going on would be considered by those who are in touch with the land, with the earth, with the life, with the wind, with the reality around them in a symbiotic way, they would, well, cherish this information because it's easy to disturb where we are with enough of a lensing capability. And not all people should have the capability to manipulate, communicate, or, let's say, travel elsewhere and change things, possibly. And by elsewhere and other places, I mean dimensions and time and possibilities, and create alternate timelines. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And for some reason, well, wait, I think the notification is just coming super late. There should be a notification if everything is working. If there isn't, here's my notification. Hold on. In case the other thing doesn't work. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the arts. I appreciate you supporting the storytelling, and I appreciate you in general. Keeps me moving, keeps the coffee flowing. And it is important to support your local artists. By the way, I'm thinking about starting a channel where I'm just going to put the background music on the channel. Brother Jumbi, don't be scared. You are clearly of the light. You and anyone here searching and seeking something they sense is true, something that they sense gives them a tool to interact with or reach towards, something they may not have been in touch with before, that enlightenment or wisdom or learnedness. That's what makes each and all of you amazing and sentient, and those who would run towards the fire, run towards the accident, run towards the earthquake. Sometimes it's that person who sees the darkness and looks it right in the eye. And you're needed. We're needed. And we stand here together, the fortunate and unfortunate few. Or many sometimes. Just depends on the day. Sometimes it's varying because not everybody is ready at all times. We must give them pause and grace. Because maybe they'll be more ready than we are on the day that we're weak.
But the other thing, and the other reason that they don't allow or even encourage us to share information about is because some subject matter are considered very evil, and to talk about them, you give the evilness power and power of influence.
Do you give the evil power?
They kind of discourage us on talking about such things, but I believe that people need to know certain things. And about one of those subjects is one of the holy people we were told way back in the first world and in the second world. He was a holy being,
about yourself,
just like all of the holy people. And there had to be people in charge, even way back then. And so there were select people or beings in that we refer to now in this, the third world. We refer to those people as holy people. And so there was one that was among the other people that were considered holy people. And he wanted to do certain things. And the other holy people would not agree with him and would not consent to what he wanted to do.
Have you been
and
there?
So the story is told about
when there was a disagreement
one
over
being,
morality,
and he became known as Ye'ishin, or the black Ye'i, or the black holy person. And it is that because he wasn't getting people to agree with him, he threw a temper tantrum. And he set fire to that world.
He set fire to the world. Now, oftentimes when we think about these stories, we have to wonder if the fact that the story also includes 9 beings and one of them didn't agree with the others and set the world on fire, if that has anything to do with Hinduism, maybe? The story of the 9? Pumpkinhead. Amazing movie. Many people forgot. That is a great movie. Puppet Master 2. Absolutely. That is a low-key classic. Candyman. Scared the bejesus. Definitely in my top 10. Oh, Event Horizon. Really? Wow, that's... Oh, Let the Right One In. Scary as hell. You like the 90s. You like the solid 90s. I appreciate you. Yes. That's great. Oh, you know what I forgot? Psycho. The original Psycho. That is a scary freaking movie even to this day. When you really watch the whole thing, that shit is like, it's still kind of true. There are people out there living alternate lives right in front of you, hiding their crimes, showing you their face, and you would believe that they are who you think they are. You would take them at face value. But are they the darkness? And you don't know? Would the darkness tell you? Do you trust yourself enough to know the difference? Ask yourself that, because even the great, holy can be thrown off into the darkness and given a title of rejection, because the intention is what it's all about, my friends. Are you in agreement with love, or did you turn your back and decide that there's other ways you wanted to perpetrate the world around you?
Now, this setting fire to the second world is what I understood.
The second world
problem
having
occurred,
set fire,
but some say it was in the first world. But I think it was probably in the second world that
In this story, I would actually pose that one of the facets that is interesting is the fact that he is talking about several worlds, meaning that humankind has had possibly multiple civilization events, maybe not concurrent, but close enough together to where humans of some ilk might actually still know about it. Why would he say the second world? Well, supposedly we're in the third world, if you believe the stories about the Great Flood and the Younger Dryas, which is science.
Gene threw a temper tantrum, and the whole chain is the way that they say he became very angry. And ndichwa is a very important word, because today in the world that we are in the third world, we have a ceremony that's called whichwaja, which is to say that is to say that when we become a disagreeable person and we do things contrary to the ways that the holy people intended for us to experience existence, that we go against the very teachings of the holy people. And if you avoid that and you stray away from it, you do it because so there's a ceremony that's called whichwaja, and but we understand the other word that is used to kind of make us better understand whichwaja is to say it is an evil way, or the bad way, or the not the good way. And the whichwaja is a ceremony that I don't even like to sit through. I don't enjoy that ceremony. Maybe it's because there's so much information is lacking about it, or maybe it's because some of the ceremonies and portions of the ceremony are not something I believe that should be performed, because
sometimes you may find yourself trying to protect those you love or help others. And in that moment, you too will be challenged. And oftentimes the ceremonies or the requirements or the fear factors will overwhelm your senses. And that is the darkness reaching in and taking hold as you give into it and give it power. And that's what it seeks, as it gnaws on that empty space that each of us protects on the inside somewhere, alongside our fire, our love, our agreement. He is a great native teacher, and he speaks very well about very important matters when it comes to how to practice both competently and thoughtfully. And when I say practice, I mean each and every one of us has some kind of, let's call it, metaphysical practice. Whether it's prayer, herbs, wearing a cologne, having the gift of gab called glamming. Sweet, man. I love that. I love to hear that. I'm glad to hear it, because I have more to share. What is it that we each have that makes us that extra bit more? Is it more, or is it just a tool we didn't know how to use before? If science is to be believed, we are currently in an environment with a plausible 10 dimensions, just like the tree of life. So that means that there's an 11th one hidden somewhere behind the 7th, beyond our view. Now, some may interpret this as a star symbol or a map, but I would say this is math of the multi-dimensional behavior, the tree of life, because it is a decadahedron, 10-dimensional object, 3-dimensional view. That in itself is magic, since that has existed since some of the earliest known records. You even find similar drawings and shapes at Göbekli Tepe, which is one of the oldest structures known on Earth. The shape of some of the Mayan cities and temples, alongside being serpents and the bodies of the gods, were also 10 extended tree, 10 limbs from a single stalk. The world speaks, but do we listen? The universe has a message. Do you hear it? I sure do. It's calling you. Are you picking up the phone? Do you have a phone to pick up? Put on your headset. Now turn it off. Now take it off. Do you see differently? Where does the darkness take you?
And parts of the prayers and parts of the songs on that, they ask that that person or that patient be allowed to put their hands where the evil yei puts his hands, or to stand in the footprints of that evil holy person. And so the songs and prayers are said in that way. And to me, that's not right, to ask to be put in the same position as this evil Yei or Yeish gene, or he has another way of being referred to. Bich'idi is sometimes the way that they describe him, Bich'idi. And so even today, if we were to refer to something in the form of a devil, Bich'idi, and such words as that are what is used to refer to that Yeish gene. And Yeish gene, as I've mentioned, is the black holy person. And he came about because he couldn't get people to agree with him, so he set fire to, in my interpretation, the second world. And so everybody had to make plans to abandon that second world because that fire is still raging. And so we have that condition. But Yeish gene, one of his great powers is to have power over our physical senses of the sight, smell, touch, taste, and hearing. And so he deceives us with these particular powers that he has over our senses. And so we have to be very careful on the things that we see and the things that we hear and smell, touch, and taste.
Do you trust what you smell, touch, and taste? Do you know it's there? Are you sure
these powers over those particular senses and feelings and that? And so it is that we can be deceived by any one of those senses and that we have. And the thing that we are told, Atachanivo, is the word that I would use, is that we can be deceived by looking at certain things and actually seeing it with our two eyes, and we can be deceived. Or by listening to something, then it can be deceiving.
Right over your own
and by
eyes.
touching something or smelling it and tasting it, we can be deceived, and we can also begin to use that deception in our lives, and it becomes habits that are not good.
What is the darkness?
And the power that the Yeish gene has over the physical senses, they
or is it something
give
we're
false
just not
signals
clear
to
on?
things to say, this is joy, this is happiness, this is confidence, this is peace. But in his way, we are told that he cannot make that feeling and those conditions permanent. They are temporary. So it is that whatever you see or smell or touch or taste or hear, they might bring pleasure for a moment, but then that fades. And so we have to be very careful on not to be deceived by the powers that Black Yei has over our physical senses.
Brother Jumbi, welcome on in. I'm so glad to see you. Good to see you this evening.
What's up?
Oh man, we're just going down the rabbit hole, and
good to see you too, my friend. What do you got going on?
Oh, we're checking to see how far down into the darkness we can get. I've got some pretty wild stuff, and we're gonna end up getting into Lima as well.
Okay, what kind?
How you feeling? What's going on, man? You said you filmed a show? Is that Peru? Oh no, that's Navajo. So he's
yeah, man, I filmed hold on, let me get this camera.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a delay. My bad.
No, you're good.
Yeah, man, I filmed the first episode. It's gonna be called Stay Gold.
Hell yeah.
And it's a color commentary on violence from the Shadow Realm, which is my middle-aged garage.
You call
we're going to be reviewing
Shadow Realm. I'm sorry, you call your garage Shadow Realm. That's badass.
Yeah. We're going to be reviewing our top 5 horror picks of all time, and I got some cool guests, man. I got Victor Henry from the Ultimate Fighting Championships.
What?
Yeah, I have Chris Padilla. He's a local mixed martial arts champion here in Los Angeles. And then I have my homegirl Mel. She's an opera singer. And then local artists, up and coming talent, Zindan Laban. They're all going to be dropping their opinions. We're just going to have a good old fashioned ghost story over the golden lights.
Heck yeah, man! That sounds amazing. Wait, has this already happened? Or
yeah, man. I want to. No, we're editing it right now, and I'm going to premiere it next week.
Sick. Please make sure to drop the link in the chat before you premiere it.
Yeah.
Definitely share it with people.
Yeah. after we premiere, I'm a go live, man, for the first time and have a panel. I want to hear your guys' favorite picks, man, from all time.
Yes. Oh, I'd love that. Yeah, please make sure that I've got the link so I can like call in, because even if I'm doing the show, I'll definitely hop over. That'd be a lot of fun, man. I'll work it out so there's like something keyed in, so I'm like ready to go.
For sure, man.
I'll show your match. By the way, once again,
yeah,
that thing is goddamn stellar. That's just like that. Like if I'm gonna go see a match, that's the way I want to see a fucking match.
Thank you, man. I was one of my favorites when I was still fighting in mixed martial arts, and then a couple years after I went back to Muay Thai and kickboxing, and I got some cool highlights, man. I got old and got tired of getting punched in my head for money, you know?
Ooh. How many fights did you actually fight, man?
A total between mixed martial arts, Muay Thai, professional kickboxing. I finished with close to 70 fights. It was like,
holy man.
Yeah, man, close to 70 fights. Almost 66 fights. I don't remember much of my amateurs because of karate, boxing, kickboxing. Used to do like smokers and tournaments, so you fight multiple times. But if I could guess, man, I probably estimate I have somewhere around probably like 160 competition. I'm amateur pro.
Fuck. You actually have more cogency or more capability than I've heard of any other human that's ever. I mean that's fought that many fights. Good God, most people are sitting in a wheelchair staring at the wall at this point. Good God, man. You're built like a tank.
It's because Western fighting is different. If you learn martial arts individually, it adds to your shelf life. It's crazy because you learn all the things that go along to maintain those martial arts, like the workouts, the diet. What happens in the States is the fighters just go straight to professional competition, and they're not really brought up well. And then it's a meat grinder. So they have to maintain that level of athleticism to stay on top, and then they just fall off. So American fighters have short careers because everything's based on wins and losses here in the States. You know, you get 5 losses, they call you a bum. But like in kickboxing or Muay Thai, you can have 100 fights, 300 fights. And they base it on the way you fight and how many titles you won.
Oh, no shit. So you can have a bunch of wins and a number of losses, but because you're gonna fight 100 fights, they expect like the number's gonna be higher because the amount of actual interactions you have. That makes complete sense, and it really comes down to scoring, I'm guess, at the end, because of the amount of is it thrown and landed, or is it just landed?
On what?
In the Muay Thai rules.
I didn't hear you.
In the Muay Thai rules, is it landed and thrown, or is it just landed?
It's just landed. Muay Thai is based on aggression, damage, style, and ring control. And so Muay Thai is going to be very violent, like explosions of elbows, knees, and then you'll see the fighters kind of gather themselves and go back at it. It looks like a violent dance, as opposed to like the Western martial arts scene is UFC. And so those are just which one of the fucking roid monsters is going to outlast the other one.
Yeah, true.
So, but those guys' careers don't last. That's why the money's so big, because they're literally and they're punching skulls. It's like Olympians throwing punches at each other. You know, a lot of these guys, like the higher level of like mixed martial arts, they probably could have been Olympians. They just probably fucked up somewhere. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just wondering, is that why Gracie's grappling style is more popular, even though it's less aggressive or like finalizing? It lets you last longer because you're not, you're capable or practice basically taking as much a painful hit as you can on your back.
Yeah, well, like the great jiu-jitsu, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, it's to neutralize, control, and then break. And so the Gracies, when they came to the States, they were really good because it was brand new. Nobody knew what it was. Everybody was used to like Chuck Norris and point style karate, you know? In fact, Chuck Norris was a big reason they got popular in the United States. He brought them to a seminar, and one of the Gracies beat the shit out of them.
Oh, no shit.
And
yeah, Norris actually could fight though,
yeah,
right?
no shit, man. Look that
Norris's
up.
style was pretty was
Yeah,
taught
Chuck
in a lot
Norris,
of places.
that's one thing that people don't understand about Chuck Norris. Like, he can really beat your ass, like, still to this day.
No
Chuck Norris
shit.
might
No
still
shit.
have pop in his hands, man. Yeah. He was one of the guys that fell under the influence of There Is No Fixed Way after kicking it with Bruce Lee and shit.
Yeah.
And so he started branching out, learning other martial arts, traditional boxing, traditional kickboxing and stuff, judo, and jiu-jitsu. He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
No shit. So he's added because
Yeah,
I knew he had his own
yeah.
style, and for many years he had. I mean, I'm sure you know about this, but I don't know if the audience does. That in LA, in LA, he had a number of large showroom classes. That and there was a place down in Santa Monica, I believe it was, or something like that. It was a big place, but people teaching the Chuck Norris method for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Chuck Norris is an innovator. But what I did in my career, not to be weird.
No, please, no, tell me. It's about you.
Martial arts. I fought mixed martial arts until my body started degrading. I started getting injured more.
Oh shit!
And because my martial art was kickboxing and Muay Thai, I bowed out gracefully and then went back to where I started and won championships in those sports. So now I coach. I coach a lot of high level guys.
That's ill. We got to get you together with Speakeasy because Speakeasy is, I think he's into kickboxing and Muay Thai. The kickboxing is more front forward. Extension flat kicks, right? And Muay Thai is more from the side and leaping like cross kicks, right? And boxing, am I getting that right?
Like you're close. A good way to break them apart is same family, using your punches and kicks, right? And knees. But in Muay Thai, you can clench a knee and you can use elbows, which is devastating because it doesn't take a lot for an elbow to rip flesh.
Sure, that's a dangerous hit no matter what, by the way.
And the Thais are really good at timing them. They're sharp, man. That's like if you get a chance, if you want to watch like really high level martial arts, it's free tomorrow morning too on TBS or TNT, one of those. One FC, man. These guys are just like literally like best of the best. They take all the best fighters from around the world, and they fight mixed martial arts, kickboxing, and Muay Thai rules, different fights.
Oh man!
And
man!
Yeah,
one FC, huh?
Nuts. Yeah, they have and the crazy thing about it is the lower you go in weight classes at one FC, the crazier the talent gets. So
really?
Yeah, and they have like they're one of the few of the best fighters in the world right now, which are female.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
No, I gotta check that out for certain, man. I have a story that I had and when I went to Guam many years ago. I really have only been there once, but the people of Guam were very kind to us. We went to a concert, and one of the nights they took me to I was telling the story the other night. I think when you had me show the fight, that backyard fight. One of the components of the fight was like, I guess you could call it a heavyweight match because the two guys were just square. The two men fighting were square. One of them was
pretty portly.
Yeah, but no, not portly. They were just like fire plug humans. Like their chest and body was attached to their neck as well as their head. It was the wildest, just like sumo wrestlers. Yeah, exactly. And except.
Yeah, big bodied. Yeah,
big body. Neither one of them was taller than maybe 5'6", because like Polynesian and the other one was Japanese, and he was from Japan, and the Japanese man, his fighting style was some kind of karate, I guess, or karate is Chinese, right? So I'm not sure what form he was using.
Well, it's.
What you would call that?
It could go either Japanese or Chinese.
Okay, well, his format was that he basically stood prone and moved as little as possible and beat the frick out of the other dude with as little energy as I've ever seen anybody just destroy a human. And each time it happened, it was like his weight took him somewhere. The only time he moved was because his weight was dragging him around, and each time that happened, he like decimated the other dude. No matter what when the guy went into one of those Gracie positions, it was crazy how fast he got back up with one limb twisted, and instead of ending up on the ground like pulled over, he was back straight, and his foot was in the dude's neck, balancing against him, like held in the pin, and his leg like pressed against the guy's neck in one weird twisty move where he was just like, stop, blip. And looking down at him like, no, that wasn't the one. That was definitely not the one. And he kept saying these things that, you know, obviously in Japanese, it was just, you know, like these very intense sounds coming out.
He was probably, if he was yelling like that, he was probably like Kyokushin. Because that's like a really hard style, like brutal style karate. Like, they're very precise in their movements.
Yeah.
And they will bang your shit. They will bang your shit unconscious. You'll just look at you like, what's up?
Yeah, no, it was the whole time. He like from the beginning, like he was very friendly, walked in kind of bobbing, kind of stretched himself out, and then turned into a position like, here, I'm going to bring the camera back on, sorry, because I got to do this, because it really was like very like, you know, Bruce Lee-ish of like, where he turned and it was like, and he turned into a brick.
Okay, yeah.
And the next thing you knew, any movement was, it was like, and solid, like you saw little waves come off him, shit, you know. And when he did these elbow things, it was his whole body went into it. It wasn't just he moved. It was
he turned his whole body.
Yeah, it was crazy to watch. He was a hammer of a human, basically. Fascinating battle.
The first real ass whooping I ever got in a fight, like a competition, was by a Japanese fighter, Kyokushin dude. I was like at that point like American kickboxing style point fighting karate, but I was really good at it. And his fucking shins, Aaron, they felt like the best way to describe it is it felt like a rebar behind leather.
Was that from like him being as a child being trained kicking trees or something like that?
Well, what I came to find out was their training regimen, because I mean he beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Everything hurt. I felt like everything that touched like just brought back like traumatic childhood memories. It's like this
he was knocking your childhood trauma back.
I remember I chopped it up with him and his coach after, and his coach was explaining they train traditional Kyokushin. So this kid is like waking up, running 5 miles, doing his workout, then eating, then going to school, coming back, doing it again. Then he gets free time 5 days a week and competes twice a month. And so by that time, his little body had calloused into, he was a machine.
Yeah.
He was a fucking machine. I forget his name too, that sucks. And then there was another kid that.
You fought over 100.
He's old.
From what I understand, you're saying you fought over 160 fights, like total. So no doubt you don't remember who the fuck he is. I mean, that's a lot of competitors. Did you? But I'm sorry.
Yeah, I remember most of them out of like respect, because like we still see each other, you know.
Oh no shit.
But,
that's awesome.
Sometimes it's because like you know, LA, man. You'll be at Target town. And you'll be like, hey, Jumpy.
Yeah. Small big ass town.
Yeah. There's this dude, Raymond Daniel, who was like a prodigy in karate when he was a kid.
Yeah.
He was like literally lightning fast. He looked like a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, like body type, but he was aerial. So like you'll lunge at him, he'll jump kick you in the mouth. Like he was nuts. He could have been like a basketball player.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the physique of a wide receiver. And the kid was light as a feather, dog. It was nuts. He did in Bellator.
Yeah.
He did a 540 spin into a fucking cross and knocked some dude out. Like, and MMA, shit unheard of. It's unheard of, bro. A 540 spin and 2 across, and he landed like perfectly. It
And
was
he's
like
a big
it
guy.
was like
And he's
ballet.
like
But,
a line, like a big dude. See, that's the shit
Yes.
that's crazy. Like whenever you see somebody who's like, well, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar having a karate session with Bruce Lee. That is insane in so many ways. Just for the fact that I think people take it for granted. You know, there's a size difference, but Kareem is agile, and he's huge.
You know why it's not insane though?
What's that?
Like, well, I could speak for myself.
But by the way, I'm sorry, Ambreen. Good to see you. By the way,
remember Kung Fu Theater in the mornings? Chinese Kung Fu Theater.
Yeah, Channel 5. Come on.
Bro, that was like the biggest thing I think in everybody's hood growing up, for sure. Bro.
Oh, yeah,
like
man.
we knew Enter the Dragon. We knew we were even watching shit back then like damn it, Ramen Kiter. Remember the Hawaiian Japanese TV show? So like I imagine getting rich and then being able to afford a private training session with those guys.
Yeah, that stuff would be amazing. I mean, first off, the fact that many of those folks, like Elvis, going to seek out in earnest to learn karate from Bruce Lee, you know, so they could understand how the Asian man. I mean, you literally. I don't know if you've seen the interview. I wanted to understand how the Asian man thought. It's like you know, it's and he literally is like just trying to understand. You know, it's Archie Bunker. It's full on Archie Bunker, but he is, you know, he's trying, and he was really good friends. There's a bunch of stuff about that where people trying to understand themselves and actually found, and it's strange that it connects to this, but found a lot of spiritual self in karate and the way Bruce Lee was training.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of those rock star people went to him because of that connection.
Yeah. If I can, man, I'll be 100% honest with you. If it wasn't for martial arts, especially growing up where I grew up, fucking Barstow, California, and Victimville, California.
Victimville. That's Victorville for you, those of you who don't know.
Yeah, man. It saved my life. It is like, man, like I was fuck, man. I was like 14 reading Musashi because my karate instructor gave me a book.
Yeah.
And then that alone, just reading that, like the greatest swordsman of all time, was just this chill ass, stoic, fucking balance at all costs, dude. I was like, oh, this is gangster. And then I got into strategy, like Sun Tzu. Yeah. Then I got into Bruce Lee and the Tao Jeet Kune Do and shit like that. All that experience took me out of the Barstow and Victorville experience, because now I'm traveling, doing karate, doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I got
you freed yourself from a place that you wouldn't otherwise naturally leave.
Right, because my brain was actively growing. I wasn't stuck in the old program, if that makes sense, you know? And
well, you know, I'm sorry, the audience might not know. What is that program out there in Barstow and Victimville? I know, but they don't know.
The Barstow program is this, all right? This is the black guy program for sure. Once you make it out of Barstow High, you got one safe option. Pray you get a job at the railroad, which is probably one of the unsafest jobs, but it pays a lot of money. Or pray you get on at the military base where all the weird shit happens.
And the military base there is Edwards, right?
No, you got MCLB for the Marine. It's like their armory. And then you have Fort Irwin, which is where they repair all the fucking tanks and
Fort Irwin
planes and
out in the middle
of bumfuck. Fort Irwin is crazy. You don't know about Fort Irwin?
Didn't even know that was there.
It's a military base in the outskirts of the desert, connecting to like Barstow, all those things, and that's where they repair all the heavy shit.
No way.
I have family that works on tanks and fixing UAVs and shit, all that. Yeah. And they have an armory too. They put together guns, all that, man. It's fucked up, bro. It's a fucked up place, bro. Because imagine a place where all the LA felons parole to, and all the military weirdos rotate around all the time.
Whoa.
It's nuts, bro.
With access or
nuts.
near
And then,
access to the equipment, or at least around the equipment, or, you know.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Mom
Limited
and pop,
resources.
Mom and pop been in the police force for 70 years. Like, what?
Oh, what?
Your whole family has been a part of the police. Shit like that. Like the nepotism out there is crazy. And then like some of it's kind of eerie because it goes back to when Barstow was a mining town.
Yeah.
That's when I was like, oh man, fuck this place. I was so glad when I graduated, man. I graduated early. And I convinced my dad to let me kick it in San Diego. So I was like, Pops, I'm gonna die out here, man. I'm like,
no. When did you actually decide that? When did you figure that out for yourself, by the way? Or was that something early on?
15.
That's pretty young. What was it?
15,
what was
man.
it specifically?
My,
like, was there something specific that you were like, hell no? Yeah, sorry.
Well, I started seeing, my mom had a daycare. So mind you, my mom and my dad divorced. My mom stayed in Barstow. My dad, because we have family out there, my dad stayed in San Diego. That's where he was stationed. So my mom took in everybody's kids the whole time I was alive, from 86 until I left in 2004.
What do you mean by that? She took in everybody's kids, like just after school, or
the town was so my mom had to open up a non-traditional hour care daycare because the people who could afford it had to work overnight at like warehouses and military bases or the railroad. And then so she felt bad because she only had the can haves, you know. So she started she did a TAD program in which the government would help and she could help kids who couldn't afford it. So my mom's house turned into like a damn foster home, really.
Holy shit.
But she had help and she ran it, man. It was nuts. Me and my brothers had to take CPR, first aid, child development courses, all this shit just to live there. Like to get fingerprinted, all that, because it's literally military people's kids. Yeah.
Wow, man.
So with that being said, my dad is a naval officer, and he's West Indian. He's from Guyana. And so we have our own spirituality, period. The first thing he said was when he said because they had a custody fight, obviously, and my mom won full custody, he told me straight up, he said, get out of there as soon as you can because it's full of pagans. He said, it's snake eats snake. He goes, everyone's a snake. He told me that. He goes, those people are godless. It's just drugs and money. And I said, okay. And he literally told me that as a man, like, be careful. Don't get nobody pregnant. Don't get involved in any of the street gangs. Hang out with your cousins because, like, you will die here. Like, you'll just be a number. And I was like, all right, cool. And I didn't realize it until I saw kids, teens, brothers, friends, gang violence, police violence, all that shit. People are getting picked off. It's a small town. So it's like all the shit that you have happen like in LA, but concentrated because it's an ignorant dirt town, you know?
Well, there's nothing else to do there. In LA, at least there's a distraction. There's lots of places to go. You got things going on in between the bullshit.
So luckily for me, I hyper fixated on like comic books, manga, sci-fi films and shit. And then I got into martial arts. Man, I lived that shit like a damn anime, Aaron. Straight up, man. It was balance at all costs, baby. Everything was calculated from the time I woke up to the time I got back in the house and rested. But I had like an active paranoia as a teen because I'm seeing wild shit like you're not supposed to see. Like the neighborhood taped off twice a month, you know?
Damn.
people ODing in the streets, bodies in the railroad.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
You don't even
shit
see
like
that in LA. You don't even see that in LA unless you're in downtown LA on 5th Street, like specifically down on 5th Street.
Exactly. And then on top of that, it has like a hidden segregation.
Yeah.
And heavy racism. So it's like you can move in the neighborhood, good luck type shit, you know?
Shit, really?
Yeah. So with that being said, my dad taught us how to like stay in shape, read books, don't watch too much TV. He was really good on intake with music. That was one big thing, being West Indian. He was like, I don't want you fucking around with frequency until your brain grows. He always told us that as kids.
Really?
So we always play like.
What was the impetus for that, man? That's very interesting. Like he really was kind of like, don't mess with the. I mean, well, tell me, because I can imagine why, but tell me why. Why did he think?
So he's dad's West Indian and military. So obviously, all the beliefs that are indoctrinated to normal black dudes was just homework and memorization for my dad, because that was his job. So he didn't go for the fuck shit. So I say he just did his job.
Yeah.
But he did tell me about music. He said the reason why music gets aggressive like that is to create a feeling. It fucks up your brain. He says like the higher the BPM and tempo. And then he started explaining to me like African drums and 808s and war tribes.
Yes.
And that fixated me. So he was like, if you can control the rhythm of someone's body like that, they can they're never really in control of themselves.
Yes.
And I was like, damn. And so he had it was crazy because of I guess however things went with like Marley dying and different like rebel music figures dying. My dad was always very side-eyed to the music industry. And so a lot of things he's seen coming, which fucked us up, like Tupac, Biggie, all that stuff. He was like, they're gonna be out of here because they're doing way too much.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
Wow,
way too much. Like because imagine Tupac, while rising to fame, making this music, using gangster rap, was uniting gangs and doing peace talks for them to give back to neighborhoods every tour.
Can confirm. That's true. Yeah.
And then putting himself in the spotlight to protect himself because he knew, hey, bro, this is getting heavy out here.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Before you move on, but most people don't realize that Pac's mom was an OG member of the Black Panther Party. His uncle was a right hand of one of the guys who started the Crips. There's a whole history of the political action and movement in that family and around that family. He was a nerd comparative to the rest of the comparative to the rest of the people around him, and a lot of what people don't realize. And I would argue, actually, I empathize with Pac in a lot of ways for the fact that he had to play out somebody that he may not have been, but it was earnest.
Right.
He was an actor. I actually got into I picked a little fight purposely with tomfoolery tonight in his chat right before I came on, just get myself riled up for this, because he was talking shit about somebody who was basically fabricating a character, and she's not doing it well. I'm sorry to go off topic, but it was just one of these things that has come up, which, she wasn't doing it well. She's lying, really, is what it looks like. And she's got some really controversial takes, and she's just being an ass. We've seen this character before, just being an ass,
Yeah.
Being like trying to get reactionary, and being the full antithesis of anything, contrarian and wacky, so it's not really funny. It's not really fun,
yeah, it's just goofy to be goofy.
Yeah, which goofy, if you're going to be goofy, and that's funny. But it's, Dumb and Dumber. There's levels of this stuff. There's a certain line when you're pulling the, is that your wife, sir? Sir, is that your wife? I'm so fucking sorry for you. Yeah. No. I'm talking about like if you're gonna pull that kind of joke where you're like, what's his name? I can't remember. Why am I blanking out the meanest comic in the world? Blanking on his name right now. Don, not Don Knotts, but Don. Oh God, why am I blanking on it? But like, if you sat in the front row, you were asking to get roasted all night long, and most likely it would be
Don
about
Rickles.
Don Rickles. Thank you. Yeah, he would just like, you'd look at it. Sir, is that your wife? I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of shit. That's funny.
It's crazy.
But I'm sorry.
It's crazy you bring out sorry to hop off topic again. It's crazy you bring that up because the whole reason, like I said before, the whole reason I even found YouTube streaming like content and television, which it really is now, was because I was hired to do a skit for someone on Manosphere guys, right?
Yeah.
And
no shit.
My first take, because I consumed, literally, I just sat and looked at my phone and consumed like 4 hours of it, and with just as much weed as I had possible. And I was like, yo, this is like WWF. All these dudes are fake as fuck. I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, I can't even write anything on these people. They're writing it their fucking selves. Like, what is this? This is insanity. And then and then I realized all the talking points mimicked like the news. It's just regurgitated, copy paste, fuckery, divisive, weird shit. And I was like, oh fuck, these fools are grifting hard. And yeah, man, that's how I the whole persona thing, because a couple conversations or panels I was on early on, I got to pull. You ask someone a real question. Sometimes the gig is up, and I seen that the little mask come off on a couple of these guys. And I was like, oh, you are a fucking coward. This is a straight money thing for you. Like, oh, you'd be like, I'd imagine living here, especially growing up where I grew up, you'd be food. This is a person that wouldn't leave the house or wouldn't say these mean things on the screen. They would be the guy that runs to the mailbox and
you know it. And that, I've tried to explain that, by the way. The LA logic of retribution in Los Angeles is a little different than everywhere else because we got such, they say the mean streets, but in Los Angeles, you don't get mean streets. No. You get time to forget that you did something wrong. And then somebody shows up in a place where you are too. And that's the fuck thing about LA. It's like, I've told East Coasters who were mouthing off at people like, yeah, it's fine. You're going to walk away right now. You keep talking. But someone's going to come after you later. I'm telling you, there's a different kind of world out here.
But that's one thing about me too, man. Working in a fight business, I'm cool with everybody. I even if I don't like someone, I let them know, like, hey, man, we don't really vibe, bro, and I don't really got time for this shit.
Yeah. Oh, you have to actually, in Los Angeles, you have to kind of be that way to weed out people anyways. But speaking of the persona thing, and you were talking about, I would say, once again, I was saying this earlier, that the weaker meat and the strong shall eat is a kind of a real thing if you look at it from the point of view of those who are amoral or immoral. And one of the things I've noticed that I found very interesting in the little, I've heard this from Tom before, and I've seen this in a lot of the streamers, in mostly what I would call the uncreative streamers, which is that their creativity is rote. It is mirroring the news. It is talking about topical things. It is political fashion. It is socio-economic, social, interpersonal. And those to me are kind of like, well, plutonic, or I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that's not the right word. It is, when I say rote, I more mean like clinical, in the sense that there's an understanding of the words and a need for definition at all times. And there's no attempt to create synthesis in most of the panels. In fact, I've been thinking about actually having a panel called the panel of synthesis, where everybody agrees to get to a new place. That those who can't get there and aren't willing to should drop off. Because most of the time people are trying to win the conversation instead of have a conversation to find a new enlightened plane, which is the synthesis of discourse, or, the dialectic. In any case.
You know what I've noticed with that too? Especially from my point of view, a lot of these guys that talk and yell and do all, even well, I'm gonna stick to the fellas. they don't understand violence at all. Completely.
Oh yeah.
Because like even now, I'm at a place where I'm holding pads for like some of the world's scariest dudes, and they're the nicest, most nerdiest, most unassuming. Chill. They're weird, man. They got their own things, man, but they're so cool to be around. And then I go on YouTube and I see the word fighter, and it's some fucking douchebag with a mohawk and tattoos on his neck. I'm like, yo, this dude would get chewed alive by the teenagers. And it's just crazy to me how far apart reality is from
the complexity of human behavior and what it takes to be more I guess wise or practiced, or I don't know, more complex or more renaissance. I don't know what it is, man. I know a lot of people that are like multifaceted in ways that if you were just talk about it on this platform, as you're saying, folks would be lost. They'd think you're lying, because it can't be what they haven't experienced or what they aren't or what they don't know, or what somebody isn't playing a video game all day long and they assume that you're not simply because you're here. Now, I find that humorous because I came here through all sorts of weird ways, you know, at the beginning and again, you know, and I still continue to like once I got interested, by the way, sidetrack on myself personally, it's a whole weird thing of like, I'm here to deprogram. I'm said it over and over again to bring creativity to the platform, because there's so many different people who have suspended their belief instead of their disbelief. And tonight's conversation, and I don't know if I coined that or not. It's something that's come to my mind because I didn't know if there was another word for the first portion of it, because suspending belief doesn't sound like a thing to me. I mean, it's like it's taken me a while to actually comprehend even what I say there. You know, like what is that? How do I define that?
No, I get that. Like, I get it when in the moment. Suspending belief. It's like there's people that hop off the reality train immediately, intangibles, and they'll I don't know. Yeah, they'll hop off the reality chain and then they'll create intangibles, man. Like they'll be like the QAnon guys. Yeah. You know?
Or the hypothetical arguments that are constantly used in extremist formats to rationalize logic in a discourse or a disagreement or an argument that I've seen both online and now offline, by the way, in some really wild ways.
And I was really taken aback about like how many of these guys are streaming video games.
Yes.
And or like popular movies, reactions, or music that they know like kids are listening to.
Yes.
And then have these crazy ass takes on and just crazy takes and just illogical. And he'll just spew this shit out over and over. And then these kids, man, I see it here now a lot. They're raised by the TV. They're raised by video games. They're raised by YouTube. They're raised by Reddit. So they take this shit for reality, man, that these guys are saying. And it's sad that they don't understand the consequences of that. You know?
Yeah.
Well, that's
we're seeing it now. We're seeing it in a full adult generation that was handed a phone or a tablet or a computer to keep them company for a period in time. Let's say it's 2 to 4 hours, even under the controls of a lot of helicopter parenting during that time period. I've seen it in the differences between my own nieces and nephews and the who were never allowed that stuff. You know, and they're social, normal, healthy, very involved, smart people. The ones who have issues for real reasons. They're doing it to get attention. They aren't doing it because it makes them different. You know, that's one of the things I see a lot of is people think that if you feign, and nobody uses this word because it's too convenient to ignore it. If you feign a malady, speciality, autism, you know, now they call kids online have their own ingsoc language. You know, I use the term ingsoc because that's from 1984. That's the language of the rewording of English, you know, to a simplified, more cohesive plan, you know. And anytime you see that, it's you know, I was saying a lot when I first came on, because I'm going to bring it around and land the plane, but I agree with you very distinctly, because you know I have a thing about destiny, but I think it's a lot of this cultist behavior without realizing they're cultists, because it's inclusiveness. It's loneliness.
I think they 1,000% realize this cultist, in my opinion.
Dude, you think? Well, I know Destiny does. He was making shirts and merch that said this is not a cult. So
yeah, I think these guys understand the. See, this is why I have a problem with. This is me being old as fuck.
Well, we're both old. I'm older than you, so come on.
Yeah. I had a problem with a lot of things that were streamed during the pandemic because I had finally had a chance to slow down and watch something, right?
Yeah.
And so my niece, my baby, man, she got into a book series called 13 Reasons Why.
I've heard about this. You mean the series about somebody writing from their first point of view of intention to commit suicide?
Right.
Awesome. So, self-annihilation. I'm sorry.
I remember I was so upset about it because there's a live series and they show the proper way to slit your wrist to make sure you die in a bathtub.
What the fuck?
On the show. They show it. And the reason why I know that is because I had a fucked up upbringing. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something.
You and I had the anarchist cookbook that was a secret, and you had to go seeking it out, and somebody had it hidden under their bed. You and I had a different set of things that if you saw that, it was because you saw somebody's arm soda, or you saw, you know, some kind of horror movie that was more explicit on late night TV.
Or this is a real one, man. It's fucked up. Having to identify somebody.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and I was fucking 16, 17. I was fucked up, and I'm so seeing that, asking my dad why the arm was like that, and then my dad explaining to me how blood and water, the way the cut was, veins, all that. And that was gruesome to me, but it gave me understanding of to protect my arms, you know?
Yeah.
So with that being said, I see it on Netflix. And my niece watches this shit. And then that was when I realized, like, man, I'm getting old.
What?
But I didn't even realize that you could watch TVMA in the daytime. That's how old I am.
Oh, shit.
I didn't know there was like live TVMA shit in daytime, or, you know, so I was like, wow, this is nuts. But yeah, man, I think I read a lot of shit that talked about this happening from like the 80s.
Yeah, well, this is something that everybody's always been aware of, actually, since long before that, to be frank. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think that we've all been, you know, the question authority thing, the Aldous Huxley idea, the 1984 ingsoc, or control of our minds and choices, these have always been on our minds. And that has been wiped from the current, well, slightly younger. They're not even that much younger. It's just a technology leap. I'm sorry.
That's what kind of fucks me up about the sorry.
No, you're good.
The critical, the not allowing critical race theory in schools, man.
Oh, well,
that shit is
the bigotry and separation. Come on, man. I mean, just when you and I were growing up, I'd imagine it wasn't too different that Earth Day was a thing. Native Americans, we were to understand what the hell happened and what we did wrong. Everybody knew about the Trail of Tears unless you were in one of 3 states or 4 states. And we all know where they were. And all of these concepts of like wiping out history, that the Holocaust might not be real or some stupid shit that somebody said, which I keep hearing all these different equations to, you know, we go back to the pearly things bullshit.
Yeah, you know? I remember somebody back in the day, one of my dad's military friends saying some stupid friend shit like that. And my dad's homeboy decked him, bro. A black dude just slept him. Like,
I'm sure.
shit like that. Fuck's wrong with you? And
Yeah.
then
Yeah,
to-
because
to
it
grow
was
up.
an unthinkable fucking thing not that long ago. That was like,
Unthinkable.
like you knew,
Unthinkable,
like,
bro.
okay, so not long ago, if you remember, in the 90s,
Yeah.
throughout the 90s, punch a Nazi was like a yeah. Nobody
Yeah,
said
but
anything
you know
wrong
what?
about punching a Nazi. It's crazy. And then suddenly, oh my God, don't say that. That's violent against a Nazi. The hell? Who's protecting Nazis? Sorry.
I
Exclusionary
feel you,
reasoning.
man.
Sorry.
My first comic book series was like Captain America beating up some Nazis, and then
There's a cover. I'm sorry. There's a cover of the Escape Artist. It is. I wish I could remember the name of the book. It was one of these books. I was part of a book club on a tour that was on for a long time, where we would share all these books we'd get in the airport, and it was one that they picked up. It was about the artists surrounding Superman, the early Batman, and those guys. And the guy who was the inspiration for like Superman and that kind of thing was called the Escape Artist. And the picture that was later stolen by Captain America came from this guy, as well as the Ubermensch idea comes from this dude. But the picture is, you can find it in both versions, the dude punching Hitler, and like, you know, it's face forward on the front of the. It's actually worth a lot of money if you can find a original copy of it. It's
so I had a kickboxing coach who was like a traditional punk, like skin, you know. Shit's crazy. I think that's what he was. I'm probably getting this all butchered. He was like straight edge.
Two-tone, yeah, straight edge two-tone, right?
Yeah, you don't smoke, don't drink. You don't fuck with Nazis.
He was hanging red and black, and he basically had checkered colors. Like he was in the Deftones, and he was into like ska music and shit, right?
Yeah. So
okay,
imagine
I know a couple people
that dude was my fucking like mentor / kickboxing coach.
Oh shit!
And yeah, Craig Buchanan, man, God bless him, man.
By the way, Nazis fuck off. Nazis fuck off. That's a song by the way, folks. Nazis fuck off. It's a song.
I seen him, bro. I seen him give this dude across the street who had an MMA gym. I seen him drag this dude out of his gym and duke him up.
No shit. For what? What? He pulled him out the gym. God damn. Like you gotta pull someone out the gym.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Jesus Christ.
Because this guy, his name, well, fuck him. I ain't gonna say his name because I don't even fuck him.
Yeah.
This guy was he was an MMA promoter / gym owner.
Okay.
/ talent scout, right?
Oh shit.
And he was half black, but you wouldn't tell it by the way he acted. For real, he tried to pass it off as hard as he could. He would argue to the death there's no black in him. He was Apache or some shit, right?
Oh God! So he was like in self-denial for what reason, man? Or
Lord
I'm sorry.
knows.
No.
Lord no.
Oh God.
But it got back to him that because I declined to sign or train with him, that I was like Craig, which is my coach's Craig's jigaboo. Like he called me Craig's house nigga type shit, and Craig found out, and he was like, "Oh hell no!" He said. I said, Craig, what are you gonna do? He goes, I'm gonna beat his ass. Because I gotta remind him that there's some black in there.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
He said, I hate people like that, man.
This sounds like
fuck everything up.
Sounds like Venice shit. I'm sorry, this sounds like Venice shit, by the way.
Nah, it's just in Victorville.
Oh, it's in Victorville, by the way. It sounds like Venice shit, because that's some shit that would have happened in Venice in the 80s or 90s.
Hey, he scared that man back into that dude celebrating Black History Month, man. Like that dude.
Wow.
Yeah, he told, don't you ever say no shit like that.
Yeah.
Really strong. Like I always laugh because I have very strong opinions.
Yeah.
That people think like I'm. It's weird. I'm coming to find that the more I find out about my actual culture and shit, the more that appears to be anti-white. I don't know why, but
hey man, I'm pretty open about there. But when it comes down to it, there's a certain what you're talking about is there's a certain group of people that just don't know, and I would say that it's turning into more than just a color person. It is a culture of behavior that comes from the influence of another time. But now I've seen it across a lot of planes. Immoral, amoral, abuse of authority as superiority in all sorts of fashions. For all sorts of really stupid, petty reasons that are like patting yourself on the back repeatedly, telling everyone you can pat yourself on the back. And that's what really validates the situation. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm sorry. It's more self-congratulatory than Destiny's debate behavior. I'm sorry, make
those guys are crazy, man. Because and I say this because I haven't really consumed a lot of his content, but like what I have seen, I see a dude with like a fucking remarkable brain in there, right?
Possibly, yeah.
And just so much fucking hatred, though. It's like, damn, bro, if you clear some of that shit out and put it towards probably something innovative, man, he might be able to do some shit, you know?
Bro,
like, for real.
you know that he sold his... I'm going to talk shit right now. In my opinion, in my observation, in using of it briefly, a very basic-ass website, vanilla bean shit. Like, straight off the fucking Wix, like, here's the standardized shit and Linktree kind of thing. He sold it for $50 million for what I quote him for saying for underlying technology to Kick. Now, I think that was a huge mistake on his part because I understand what he was doing in the technology, actually. I've looked at it pretty deeply, and it turns out there's actually a kind of a ring of these folks using the same tech. I'm not going to give it away just in case I'm not fully on point, say the wrong thing, but I'll just say this, that imagine, Jumbi, you could send everybody somewhere, and by sending them there, it gave you a really huge audience. Now, that technology is pretty powerful if you can hide it, because most of the time people are not, and whether or not that's the truth, it's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter anymore. You actually can't access it anymore because part of the agreement was to shut it down. So that's another interesting thing, because I saw obvious change in some of the, let's say, outcomes and associated like ins and outs. So it's really interesting to me because, it's really, right on, Flezzy B, no sweat. It's really a thing that I kind of found shocking, and I don't think it's unusual. And
that's wild.
I could offline. I could get into more of it because I don't want to say anything that's like too over the line.
I always tell my friends, they get mad at me, but I'd be like, yo, fam, like, if you hear like 6 conspiracy theories, like, really check 2. Like, check 2 of them.
Yeah.
And then continue on because, like, I noticed how I've noticed personally, I call it the election cycle of, it's like the election cycle of violence that these guys get on, where they start drifting towards the extremes, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And man, I noticed now that has crossed into other forms of frequency, music, video games, all that shit is more violent and disturbing as the election season goes, man. It's wild.
Yeah.
And then the content going on with the what they're watching. They're watching this shit. They're listening to the drill music. They're watching, they're playing the new Call of Duty. They're arguing at the same time and Reddit with all these people. That's a fucked up.
Destiny put a very expensive long gun up on the wall behind him.
That's crazy, fam. Like, you got to be careful with your intake and anything, especially auxiliary, because this shit absorbs into your fucking subconscious, man. That's crazy.
Yes, it does. Man. I mean, you and I both know, living in LA, that if you go down on Sunset or Hollywood Boulevard, specifically Hollywood Boulevard, past La Brea, heading towards where the old House of Blues used to be, alma mater, yay! Anyways, great times at the House of Blues, LA. I worked there for many years. So if you're heading down that boulevard, you are inundated with like one of the earliest formats of subconscious or subliminal advertising where they swamp you. It's called swamping, yeah. And the signs are everywhere, so large and so many of them that you don't have a choice but to see them, even if you're not looking at them, and you don't realize you're looking at them, and that seeps into your subconscious, and that affects you whether you like it or not. One of my favorite adverts, by the way, was of the vein of my let's call it culty group that I've always been involved with, you know, since the late 80s, basically. It's called the Church of the Subgenius, and it's not really a cult, although it does have a subsection of it that it actually is a real cult, and we call them the True Believers, so it's its own thing, you know, you can look it up. But the real members of it are altruists, artists, people who want to others to pay attention to the subconscious messaging that was so prevalent in the 80s and 90s, being used in MTV, in the new advertising culture and style that most people take for granted now, in the quick clipping that was starting to come into fashion. And say hi for me, by the way.
Erin said hi, babe. She said hi.
What's happening? And
going to watch her shows.
Oh, nice. By the way, I just saw your alien skull behind you. That's awesome.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. I got. Oh, check this out. I'm sorry.
What's that? No, you're good. You're good.
I got this pickup today, and this is wild.
What'd you get?
A $2 raffle on Instagram, right? There's a comic book shop I go to all the time.
Yeah.
I got the first 7 first edition Ghost Riders from the fucking 80s.
Bro. Oh my God, you just hit a nerve with me. That's one of the Teen Mutants, Ghost Rider, and Judge Dredd. Those are my 3, bro. Wow.
Bro.
I have, okay, I'm just going to tell you right now, I have 3, 4, and 5 tattered. I have 3, 4, and 5 tattered that I bought in like a liquor store on traveling up to the cabin on vacation as a kid.
Oh wow! Yeah,
tattered. They're tattered. I'm afraid to even touch them. They're in plastic, but it doesn't even matter because they're just like they're tattered.
I went through a phase. Like real shit, man. This is a true jumpy story. I was fighting, and I got a lot of money really fast, really young. So I like fucked it all up completely, right?
As one does.
I started over, and how I did, man, was I sold my comic books. Dog, I was sitting on a gold mine, bro. It was nuts because I was a kid that we had a place called Four Corners in Barstow. It was a comic book shop. And I would go in, and the little Asian lady would give me old ass comic books, like that she would like find at like garage sales.
Oh, in Barstow? Nowheresville? Yes. By the way, the reason I'm excited, audience, is because what you don't know is places like LA, big cities, don't have shit. Everything's been taken. Everything's been pillaged. Everything's trash. Everything's twice the price. You go into little tiny towns where nobody knows where anything is, and you find out that they've got troves of shit that somebody's just been hoarding. And by the way, I'm just going to say that I don't want to give myself away too hard, but I'm just going to say that Eagle Comics, episodes 1 through 35, plus all of the surrounding special art comics and there's so many of them. Judge Dredd. I have proceeded to do since 2008. I was for a good 8 years on a mission, and I think I pretty much deaded that mission because at this point in time, it's if you go look online or in the comic, in the registry as to what the prices are for things, I might or might not. I can neither confirm nor deny that I might have fucked up the whole market on that shit. Because I bought lot after I found out that the lots were going for nothing. Because nobody knew what the hell. Because Judge Dredd is a 2000 AD knockoff and nobody liked the movie. Sylvester Stallone ruined the whole fucking brand. And at that point in time, the second movie hadn't come out. And
he's so underrated as an anti-hero because
yeah,
he's all code. I like the I liked the one that wasn't Stallone.
Yeah, the second one was much closer to the actual thing, but they still missed a certain element of the cyberpunk gnarliness that is embedded in, you know, that next level of world warfare is at your fingertips, and that there's kind of no rules to any of that strontium. That, you know, that strontium dog shit. That's the why, you know. And okay, so. Strontium Dog, for the audience who doesn't know and isn't a nerd like these two people here, is a comic series that is embedded in the longest running comic series on the planet. It's called 2000 AD, and it's been running since the fucking 50s. And it's literally a black and white, like, newspaper thing. Oh, what? Somebody just came back on. Something just happened. What just happened? Sorry. I think my computer is doing funny things. Yeah, so... It's one of these things where it's like there's many characters in that series, and Judge Dredd is literally a character that came out of like one Strontium Dog episode. And Strontium Dog is basically the end of the world. It's like Mad Max, except he's a bounty hunter, and he's insane. The story is insane. Yeah, it's very violent too. But Judge Dredd is the picture of a segregated future if the world went to war during the Cold War, and all of those elements are in there in the early episodes. And one of the things that's interesting is it starts out a crappy, like, cheap comic, and then for 35, it's actually about 50 total with the extra stuff and the books, but with the 35 episodes of Eagle Comics, the dudes who started Dark Horse Comics bought their first franchise. That's also the other thing that's important about Eagle Comics. That's the first attempt to have a printed comic by those guys. And what they did that's also special, that makes those special, is the first time apparently that inside the covers, I guess 100,000 color printing was used. Or the first time it was like, that's why if you look at the inside, it looks like the cover. Which is the other thing that as a kid, where I got my first, which was, it'd be issue number 3. I traded my lunch and a couple orange juices and probably 50 cents or something like that with some dude. And because it was so enamored with like this comic he had, and he was bothered that I was like reading it over his shoulder, so I just bought the damn thing from him. So I'm sorry, not to go off on the Judge Dredd thing, but people underestimate the art in this thing. And still now as an adult, you know, I have issues that I keep for reading, and so I can share it with people, because there's certain like covers and things like that they're actually, one of the covers is a big fine work of art that they sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars because it's such an amazing work of art. It's a huge monster with all these mushrooms growing out of it, including its tongue. It looks very three-dimensional. It's very pretty, and there's a little girl like reaching up to touch it, and it has to do with a psychic, a story about the psychic who helps Judge Dredd early on and gets taken by Judge Death, and Judge Death gets into her, takes control of her, and then they have to put her in a stasis bubble. And for the majority of the story, Judge Dredd in the background is trying to find an answer for his psychic friend to pull Judge Death out of her. And he ends up having to go find the earlier version of her in another timeline, in another reality, as a side story.
Oh, shit.
Totally not connected to the... It's like this little specialized story that's 5 episodes that is not connected to the main, that it's like, they're just like, let's do something really weird with him. You know, like it's still kind of associated, but we're not going to explain how this happens. And it just goes into this 5 episodes of like Judge Dredd and Alice in Wonderland, kind of. You know, it's really neat.
If you like Judge Dredd, you're gonna, man, You're cool, Aaron, man. I'm
thanks,
gonna
man.
shoot you some shit. If you
Please
like
do.
Judge Dredd, you're gonna like this project I'm working on, man.
What's that?
And I can't say too much on
Sure.
YouTube. I don't want to get it jacked, and my team will slap me in the mouth.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm working on
Which, by the way, if it's
an
your team,
anthology.
if they smacked you in the mouth, it'd probably really hurt. Sorry, anyway.
Yeah, right. I'm working on a horror anthology series. What I can say, but from the point of view of like dark history, and from the point of view of this first one I'm working on is from the point of view of a West Indian family that immigrates to the United States.
Always
during,
good.
Huh?
I said always good because then you've got like all these, carried beliefs and stigmas and mysticism and lore and what's the other word I'm looking for? Beliefs and practices, things that wouldn't comport to normal. Maybe when you're moving into a new country, it would be all foreign, and that's dope, man.
Yeah, and then the point of view I'm using is just to give you a teaser. I'm using the point of view of the series is called A Reality Stranger Than Fiction, and so the point of view is what if the Inquisition had failed and the world grew separately as the world grew separately in its own ways, right? But cryptids existed. That's it.
So they didn't get pushed back into the ether. Is basically the story.
They didn't get pushed back into the ether, right? And so I had to actually go and research and study and read up on different cryptids from countries and cultures. And
do you have this yet? By the way, do you have? Yeah, I'm sorry, it's dark in here today, but do you have this one?
Which one? Hold on, I can't see you.
Oh, it's called. Oh, I'm out of screen. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'll bring you back. I'll bring myself back into. What happened there? Oh yeah, no, it's because I've got your single layout, and I don't know how to do the single. Hold on a second. I'm terrible at StreamYard, by the way. I have no clue how to work this thing. I need to practice it. But
I don't know how to use it yet.
Also, I can take this. I'll take my.
What is that?
This is called the Field Guide to Demons, Vampires, Fallen Angels, and Other Subversive Spirits by Carol Mack and Dynamac. It is a fascinating book that lists cryptids, and the beautiful thing about this one is this is not some like hoo-ha. This is, you know how I like things. I'm not gonna like. I try to find
good. It has some meat to it.
Yeah, it's proof of authenticity. These two people are demonologists. They understand theology, history, and psychology, and they have spent many years gathering this information from the lore of the world to quantify essentially the most likely, most known, most shared of all the cryptids, and or what we would consider cryptids, or at least
What is this book called?
It is called A Field Guide to Demons, Vampires, Fallen Angels, and Other Subversive Spirits. And even if I just open the book, it reads really wonderful because it's not a, it doesn't read like lore. It reads like you're reading through an anthology.
Right.
That's one of the things that I. Oops, hold on a second. Where the hell is it? Let me go to this. All right. Oh yeah, there we go. Press that button, and then you're back into the scene. All right. Sorry. Once again, terrible at StreamYard. I'm much better at Discord, which is weird. Everybody else has problems with Discord, and I'm like beep 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 beep. God. AI presidents arguing in a chat room. Anyway, a loco from Zaire. The Iloko is a people-eating dwarf of the Nkundu who lives in hollow trees in the dense rainforest of central Zaire. The Iloko is hairless, but is covered with a coat of grass that grows over his face and body. This sounds like Green Man. His clothing is made of leaves. That sounds like fucking Green Man. I have to. I know Greenland is in here too. Local eyes are like fire. They have snouts. Oh, it's not Greenland. Clawed fingers, and are, although very small, their jaws can open wide enough to consume an entire human being. That's frightening. The remarkable power is in their music. The Iloko bewitches its victims by ringing tiny magical bells while walking, camouflaged through the forest. The bell is also associated with the god of death. The Iloko may have originated in one of his retinue, meaning one of the lore of the god of death. So there goes on to explain the lore, and then the last thing it says is dispelling and techniques. Although, I'm sorry to cover my face, I'm blind. Okay, this is an admission that I need bifocals. Fuck all of you. I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. I need bifocals so badly. Although certain amulets and fetishes may avert the spell of the Iloko, only professional hunters and with magic powers can safely travel through the forest. The bells of the Iloko are impossible to resist. The cautionary tale is a warning never to leave a wife alone in the forest, and for all... don't leave your wife alone in the forest. That Iloko gonna get crazy with her. Uses bells.
Crazy.
Crazy. Yeah, for all ordinary people to remain in the familiar, civilized village. The one is a splendid... I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. Do they have one on a Jumbie?
Likely. Let me look. If it
It'll
is...
be Jumbie.
If it is repeated... I mean, the Oni was next, so I would gather that they've got to have the Jumbie. That's a pretty well-known one. Ibis.
Yeah, my...
By the way, this is what you do with the book. It reads like a bird guide.
Yeah.
That's a guide
crazy.
to birding.
It's written by like I guess you would say not researched, but like educated people on a subject. Like it's not like a mythos book, right?
Well, it includes the mythos, but it first describes the entity itself, and it makes no judgment either way. It describes what the lore is. It describes what the practices of dispelling the thing is. It describes what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing like, I believe if you love on this, if you practice the blue, it's none of that stuff. It is purely cut and dry. Right. This is what we know. This is what is said. This is what they do. And that's one of the things about the book that I find so stunning is that unlike a lot of these books that read like D&D manuals,
right?
This reads like, ornithology, or it reads like I'm looking at a book of references. That if you run into one of these entities or one of these things, that this book may give you an idea of what at least is said about it. Yeah, right. Now, I might even have an answer for what to do, but hold on 1 second. No, but it has Carl Jung in it. I'm surprised that. Hold on a second. Maybe it's under. Hold on a second. Janus, Japan.
It might be under Moko Jumbie.
Moko.
MOKO Jumbie.
They might have missed one.
Hey, that's what. Hey, okay. So I was kind of banking on it not being in there, which is cool on my behalf because not a lot of people know Guyanese or like West Indian lore, especially because Guyana is the only like African country in the West Indies or in South America.
Yeah,
which makes it West Indian. The lore there is nuts, fam.
I can't imagine. It's a very interesting thing you mentioned that, by the way, that is considered West Indies, that there are people from Africa there. And a lot of people don't realize that in South America, specifically on the tip of Brazil, there's a whole area that speaks some ancient African lingo that has no South American genetics in the whole of the area. It's literally people who look, act, and sound like they're from Africa. Practices religion and everything. And, you know, they predate slavery. Which I find interesting.
So,
anyways.
Okay, I'm gonna spoil a little bit. Yeah, I tell the story of someone whose bloodline consistently over time picks one of the sons to be a Jumbie.
Oh wow!
And
explain to the audience what a Jumbie is.
It's broadly described as like a bit the reanimation of a dead spirit. So like so let's say if someone who was a bad person died and they came back, they would come back as a Jumbie. And there's different ones. There's Bakus, and depending on where you go, they have different purposes.
Isn't there a spirit, by the way, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I got a question for you. Isn't there a spirit that on the other side makes the agreement for you?
Oh,
like
yeah.
Shinigami?
There's a hierarchy in like West Indian lore, Haitian lore, Jamaican lore of like gods, demigods, sub-gods, elementals, all that people the best way to say it is if people actually research where their superheroes came from, they'd realize it was pillaged from a lot of other cultures' lore and mythos. Which was nuts to me.
Oh yeah.
Which was nuts to me because my pops used to make us read like the Iliad or the Odyssey or shit like that. So like we would see like he didn't want us fucking watching he hated Christopher Reeves for some reason.
Oh, what's wrong with Superman? Other than
I don't know. I think it was like the representation thing because he was like military. I think he was over it.
Yeah.
And so he was like, he was really big on like making sure we had positive representation. So he would be like, if you want to learn about like heroes, why don't you learn about like gods and demigods from other cultures? So you can learn about maybe culture. And he was big on strategy. So why don't you learn how to play chess or read about like Attila the Hun or I liked Musashi. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when I started learning shit from that way, when I got into comic books, which was like 4th, 5th grade, all the shit was already regurgitated to me. I was like, this is how they depict Thor? All right, fuck it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Especially because the true story
so
of Thor, he is not that character. He is definitely not that character.
So,
if anything, Loki is more that character. I'm sorry.
Fact. So that's what made me like Marvel early on was because of the ability that they took a lot of lore and still made it positive in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I didn't like DC because I felt like DC was too cheesy for a while, man. In my opinion, it was like slapstick.
Come on, DC they are the originators, so they have all these old concepts that came with them all the way, and they didn't let them go.
They don't let some of them go though. Some of them gotta go.
No, they won't let them go, and it's terrible because through the 70s and 80s, there's a great documentary out there about it. They burned themselves out by creating cheap dime store comics with poor writing and poor storylines, and they didn't follow through with a lot of the stuff, so you're getting Chitara and all these crazy stupid characters that nobody ever cared about. And not to say that Chitara couldn't have been a badass character, but that they made it horrible.
But it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't like if Marvel had taken Chitara, that would have been amazing. That would have been an incredible storyline, right? But you look at that stuff, and they just didn't utilize any of their ability to tell a story well until like The Dark Knight. That's the first time when it's not even their thing. They bought another company and gave the right to draw some of the comics to some of the young folks. Basically.
You know where I will say this They hit it on the head early on, and then somehow fucked it up with when they dropped Kingdom Come. Remember that series?
Oh yes, I do. Too expensive. It was too
Alex
expensive.
Ross, bro.
No, it was too expensive.
Yeah,
all
it
that
was.
fucking printing.
I got it for working overtime. He dropped me the whole series, dog.
Oh shit. That was a great
shout out Miss
print and a
Mom,
great
man.
story, by the way. Great, really, that was cool.
Yeah. But my bad to
No, you're good.
I painted a picture of a kid who is who grows up, whose father is like a is like, I guess you could say, the Baba Legba of like the crime syndicates.
Oh shit.
And
you might have to explain what that is to the audience. By the way, I know what Baba Legba is.
Like
but...
it's like he's like the like a crossroad demon, or a if you make a deal with him for abilities or whatnot, you'll have to pay it back with a heavy retribution.
Well, he is the crossroad demon. Legba is who you call if you wish to, Legba konya, Legba konya. Come on, man. Yeah, I mean that's if you're trying to cut a deal to get to the other side, that's the cheap and dirty way, and it's the way you fuck yourself off for at least one lifetime.
Right.
Sorry. I just didn't mean to get down there.
Now you're cool. I tell a story about the seduction of Illitu and how generational cycles of seduction, but how it plays out from the point of view of like the West Indian, like the new kid at the table, and really cool story, man. And I go from a not superhero. I go from the best way to give it to you, man, is Lost Boys meets Purple Rain. Legitimately.
Sick. Yeah, it's sick. That's a great crossover right there. That's a great elevator pitch too, by the way. Have you ever gotten an elevator with somebody? That's the pitch right there. That's Lost Boys meets Purple Rain. Sold. How much money do you need?
And yeah, man, we're working on it now. And
that's dope.
Crazy 3-part series. But I started noticing. That's why that's what pushed me to start the program run, man. Stay Gold. I started noticing that people don't know classic horror, classic monsters, monster mythos, Lovecraft versus Stephen King versus Clive Barker versus, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like cosmic horror from slasher, they don't know.
Or the true stories of Edgar Allan Poe and his. Did you know that Edgar Allan Poe did private investigation?
Oh, I did not know that. I was today years old when I found that out.
Did you know that Edgar Allan Poe's death is a mystery?
I do not.
There's all sorts of amazing things about that guy.
You want to know where
his writings are very interesting.
You want to know? You want to know where I'm at in my journey of what the fuck, Aaron? Finding out about the. This was probably about a decade ago. Still going, still digging, fam. Finding out about the Nazarene Bible.
Oh, yeah. But do you know about the Bible of? I'm sorry. It's called the Book of Judas Thomas.
Yes. See,
that shit will flip, or the book of I'm sorry, the book of Mary Magdalene as well is another one that people don't realize in the Gnostic texts that they claim is fake long after the fact that all of us have read it. And if you go to sacredtext.com, by the way, it's sacred-text.com. They have it there. They have it within the Gnostic texts as like literally copied from the Gnostic texts.
Wow.
So the fact that after the fact they're like, no, that doesn't exist. That's not real.
Well, my pops started learning a bunch of religions per his position. So by the time I'm his youngest son.
Mm.
So by the time youngest of two, by the time I was 14, 15, I already knew there was mad different religions and religious texts, Jesus and Muhammad, Tibetan death monks. I was already off to the
Tibetan
races,
truth.
right?
Truth. A lot of people don't realize that there's a whole sect of Buddhism that is absolutely devoted to death, and that the root of Buddhism, there's a nihilism of death within it. That's like, we're coming back. Don't worry, or we are back already. Don't worry. You know.
Yeah, I remember. It was crazy. There was this dude that worked at the video store, of course, Silver Screen Video in Barstow, California, who was a fucking psychopath with conspiracy theories back when dial-up was still.
That's that real conspiracy theory shit. That's not this current conspiracy Q weirdness. No, we're talking about like stuff that was almost right or ill-informed.
I'm talking floppy disks and manila envelopes type shit.
Yes! You had to order that shit from some back page, secret shit. Went to a P.O. box. You weren't sure you were going to get it. When you did, you're like, oh, it's real.
That dude was the best. Yo, low key, I don't understand how my parents even let this shit slide. God bless them. Literally, I would go to Silver Screen Video, pick up some videos. He would be like, hey, I'll give you $100. You go pick up this fucking package for me. Be like, shit. Hop on my bike, and it was always fucking. He would show me the fucking UFOs, alien abductions. Fire in the sky was big at the time. But he thought that at first that he was convinced it was a hoax. Until he started getting more info, but he had to get it from other places because people don't understand how crazy the internet is now versus
how we had to find how we had to find things. You had to find the right book, and then maybe get the footnotes from the book to find the information. Otherwise, that would lead you to another book that would actually have the other more earnest or true information that you could glean some of it, but you had to cut bias out from everything. I stopped reading in my early 30s for a good while there because I have a big library. I actually haven't moved into the house yet, but I started to get overwhelmed by the biases of other people's thoughts, intruding into my own because I was feeling like I wasn't having original thoughts. I wasn't having my own, and because I was reading so much, I had read so much over, and I was a voracious, very big reader from an early age. So I was constantly with 3 books in my hand,
Personal question, but when you say that, when you rethink that time, is there any music that links to that for you, like a song that?
All kinds of things. Yeah, that stuff, in particularly with my books and such, is mostly Queen. And like 80s hair rock that my brothers were listening to, and Frank Sinatra, because my dad. Oh, and even weirder, here's one very specific. Moonlighting, Al Jarreau.
Oh.
And even weirder, okay, so I got to work with Grandpa Al for about 6 months covering for a friend of mine. Amazing experience, really, really, really great all around. Grandpa Al was amazing while he was alive. What an inspiring, interesting character. And
wow,
that song every night when it would come on would literally bring me back to reading Stephen King and being enamored with all of the books. Tommy Knockers, The Running Man,
that's crazy.
Which is, all that
Aaron,
stuff.
I'm sorry, I'm having a fucked up moment right now.
Yeah.
One thing, like I'm saying synesthesia. One thing, boom, Stephen King. Today's Stephen King's birthday.
No, what? Simpatico.
Second, from the moment when I had to stop reading, what played in my head constantly was The Price, Alice Cooper, which is random as fuck for me.
Where did that come from? Is that a family member, or is it just?
No, I went through a phase of Alice Cooper, Crocus, Skid Row.
Sick.
Because the fucking music was just like I like lyrics. I don't give a fuck about much. If the lyrics are on point, then I'll learn to understand or like the music straight up. So
great question. I'm sorry to take us back here a little bit, but one of the things that's interesting, I actually got to work with Alice Cooper, mixed his band one night at NAMM show a long time ago. But one of the things that strikes me is Alice Cooper is not, one, his name, two, it's a character. But would you consider, especially the fact that song is something that brings you back, would you consider that song to be untrue because he's playing a character and singing a song about something fantasy?
In my head, you know what I thought it was in that song for me when I hear those lyrics? I thought he was losing control of the persona, like trying to hold it up. Like, I try.
Yeah, he might have been. Sorry.
Yeah, because I felt like it was a lot of music. I started realizing, especially from that era, if you watch how the people degraded over time, were cries for help, or
some of it is.
They were, and a lot of it was yelling out a lot of the social shit that people weren't even paying attention to.
Marvin Gaye is a great example.
Yeah, and so me being a martial artist, man, the lyrics resonated with me when I heard it. It's the price we gotta pay, all the games we gotta play, makes me know that it's worth it to carry on. Yeah,
and that's by the way, that's a great motto to have, by the way, especially if you're fighting. But I mean, like in general, that's a really solid thing to keep reminding one. So hey, Jimmy, I'm being told by the producer that I got to take him outside. So if you want to hang out, feel free to hang out. I'm gonna run a video real quickly and take a brief break. Otherwise, if you want to hop off and come back or whatever you want to do, feel free. I'm actually gonna let me run this. Give him 1 second before he does something crazy in here, something stupid, because he's a mop with teeth, basically. Which one should I show? Oh, I've got a couple of funny, interesting. You know what? I'm gonna show the Aaron Fector videos. Why not? They're fun. Where the fuck is that shit? I can't remember.
Mind you, I can't see on this end.
Oh no, I got you. I got you on that because I can swap it on over to the. To the presentation.
Yes, I want to pick your brain on some old shit, some old god shit, man. Because I feel like you probably have an answer on that. If you have the time.
I have a ton of interest in that. Yeah, man. No, that's definitely. I would love to go down that route when I get back here. Because be like 10 minutes, man. So yes, I have a whole lot of interest in the pre-monotheistic gods and their similarities to, well, non-deities, maybe future tech, maybe things that we don't understand, and Wendigo world, as I call it. And I have, that UFO footage, lends more credence even further to my theory about the variation of colors based off of vibration of literally where these things are coming from. And what we see in that other UFO video that I have is apparently a Tic Tac, because it is a bubble and there's a square inside of it. We can't see the square because of the angles, but we see the bubble, and it looks exactly like what they were describing in the Senate hearing. But so hold on a second. I'm gonna flip you on over here, and then I'll be right back, folks. I just got to walk the producer because otherwise, somebody's going to get electrocuted. That's all I know. Try to avoid that one. Juby, hang on out or, do what you will. I will be right back, actually.
Yeah, I'll hang on out, fam.
Righteous, man. Feel free to get appropriately stoned. Not that you haven't already.
It became part of the documentary that they did on this place. Yeah. So I can't take it down and clean it until we need the space. Right. But that's what happens to a mask, or can happen to a mask. It happened to him and the buffalo. But then some masks, these are real old, these last. But
is it like the heat that kind of gets to them?
Humidity, yeah. And then some of them are better than others. But
anti-gravity freedom machine.
Oh yeah,
yes. And that's what I devoted most of my life post Rocket Fire Explosion to. In the 80s and the 90s, I believed fully believed that I was going to be the father of modern email. And that I was building this system.
I tried to buy one of those from him. He would not sell it.
Email someday.
Yeah.
And back in the 80s, nobody believed it. They all thought I was crazy because they said if I want to contact somebody, if I want to talk to somebody, I'll just pick up the phone and call them.
Right.
And nobody believed that we would actually be typing to people someday. I had to invent this because we had all those restaurants out there I had to stay in touch with, 200 restaurants.
So you actually had this in and working?
Well, I had these, yes. I had a different version of this, different version. It was actually based on the Apple IIe.
Wow.
So I had my software and a few plug-in cards on an Apple IIe and had it working. But by the 90s, we put it all on a chip and on our own little board, and we're ready to go mainstream, you know, because nobody was going to buy Apple IIes by 1990.
Yeah.
Freedom was always a very important concept to me, and mostly to my generation. I mean, we're all based on freedom because we didn't want, I mean, if there was ever a generation that didn't want to get married because we want to stay free, it was my generation. But freedom in a lot of ways. Freedom to do what we want to do with our bodies and our, you know, lives, and, you know, smoke what we want to smoke and drink what we want to drink. You know, it was all based on freedom. So this, though, was the freedom to sleep when you want to sleep. Because people who want to reach you at 9 in the morning, screw it. They can send you a message, and you can time shift your conversation with them. And that was, you know, now that sounds obvious, but back then people didn't understand time shifting. But I was experimenting with it. And one of the coolest things is when somebody would write me with a problem at 9 in the morning, and by the time I got up at 2, they had written me that they solved their problem. So problems I realized I never even really had to listen to.
Right.
If only all you have to do is sleep through them.
Yeah. Well, it was the internet, the timing.
Yeah. Well, you know, it has this gratuitous design curve. It doesn't do anything. It's just gratuitous.
Wow. Somebody figured something out to put a drink in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Write letter, archive letter, all this.
Because we weren't able to, you press this button to write a letter, and it gave you a clean sheet of paper.
And then send the letter, right?
And then, send it.
That is awesome.
And then when you send it, it brings up a list of names, and you just punch the name that you want to send it to. Okay, well, now watch the time, because I got it for you. What time?
Oh, yeah. What time is it?
4:29.
Oh, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, you want to do that? Now, of course, normally we take the haunted elevator.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll take you down the haunted elevator, and I'll come back up.
Okay. That's where all of them used to be?
Yeah, which makes sense.
We never saw them.
We never saw them in LA, but I remember them in Austin though when I was a kid.
Whoa.
Yeah, South Carolina. Yeah.
What is this?
And it was called the Utah, J-U-T-T-A, named after my girlfriend in the 70s. It's
90 miles per gallon.
90 miles per gallon. How'd you achieve that one?
Just lightweight and a tiny engine. Just more like a scooter or motorcycle.
Wow, is that Stargate back in there? What?
What happened to the Wizard of Oz? It's back there. It's back there.
They had a Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, you gotta see the Wizard of Oz. The Santa's creepy looking.
Where are they? Oh, sick. And what was he doing that for?
I don't know, I think he got permission to do the Wizard of Oz show. I don't think it was ever put into production.
Oh yeah, there it is.
The resins and the rubbers. Wow. We found some things.
Yeah, and you know what? You can have those.
Really?
Yeah, I've got plenty of those.
Thank you. That's really awesome, man.
Tape is hilarious, man.
Oh, look at that. So what is the fuel called one more time?
It's called carbohydrillium. About there, so that they come up and they touch the meat. And it doesn't burn the meat. It's like you could leave the burger on this just like this, and it looks like it's got the meat on fire and it's burning it, but it's really just putting a delicious char on the outside. Like this.
Why is that? Something in the chemical makeup that, although...
Maybe it's the water in the fuel, but there's something about it that it just doesn't burn it like propane. It doesn't turn it into a block of coal.
Wow.
It just gives it a nice char on the outside, and the inside stays pink and medium. In fact, just out of curiosity, are your burgers medium?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mine was medium.
Fantastic.
Good, thanks.
Really fantastic.
This has been our time here at Electronimation by Creative Engineering. Truly amazing place. Aaron, we'll be back. This is dope. So I don't know about you, but I don't get to see electro animatronic. He's a genius. Aaron's a genius. His creative ability is off the chain and off the scale. And I really can't say enough about the experience I just had. It was like going to Disneyland, but private and in a space that had basically not changed since 1983. And thank you, Aaron, for showing us your space, and I can't wait to see more of what you do. All right, I hope you're all having a great day. Don't forget to subscribe up there. Hydrilium blew up the whole side of the building. That's a shitty thing. Thanks very much. Talk to you soon. Peace. Hey folks, what's happening? We're here in Orlando, and we're walking now to meet up with the dude Animatronics. It's pretty dope, actually. I'm excited. And he's gonna cook us some food on some revolutionary fuel. Let me correct myself. It's actually called Electronimation, not Animatronics. And Aaron Fechter invented it for the Showtime pizza show called Rockafire Explosion. I couldn't have imagined what I was actually gonna get to see that day. Something like that. I'm not really sure what's going on, but what I do know is I'm gonna get to see the animatronics during the mid-'80s, and it basically inspired what is Chuck E. Cheese, and this is the man who invented it, and he runs it all on Apple IIe's, and I get to show it to you hopefully. So,
Same time.
Hydrilium sliders.
Yeah, and you might want to, I don't know if you want to steamy cook those or not. That takes about 7 minutes to cook. You want to do the show first, or you want me just to bring in the sliders?
Let's do the show. Okay. Everybody's really excited.
Here, man. All right, incredible. Let me just
I'm not gonna lie, the Hydrilium sliders were amazing. Fuzzy, I'm sorry you were having internet issues. That sucks.
No, but you really did.
Hopefully it comes back.
Stay.
There's the control center for the animated characters there.
Okay, we're gonna have a show. I'll just start.
I'm gonna play one little bit of song and then hop back in.
Welcome back, folks, to another great show here by the Rockafire Explosion. And at this time, we're going to do our tribute to the Beatles' White Album, which, if you're old enough to remember, you'll know was the most creative album ever recorded in the history of music.
Allegedly.
One day his woman ran off with another guy. Rocky Raccoon stepped into his room, only to find Gideon's Bible. Boo, 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 boo. Rocky had come. He his rival. Rocky learned his lesson because he ended up getting shot, falling back in his room only to find the kitchen.
Damn! Rocky got shot.
Kitchen checked out, and he left it locked out to help with good Rocky's revival.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh man, are you old enough to remember this, or it was?
Shit, man, yeah, I remember. Damn, they look like. It looks exactly like the animatronics from that Nick Cage movie. I don't know if you've seen it. There's a Nick Cage movie where he like survives the night of killer animatronics.
Well, I think that's what those are based off of. I think that the Friday Night at Freddy's, and I think that's what this stuff is actually like inspired. Like, isn't it the original? So this was basically every Chuck E. Cheese's throughout the 80s and early 90s was using the underlying bodies of the animatronics of Chucky.
Right.
Were these guys, and they just took the bodies, the outside off of them, and left the pneumatic controls, which is why they were always broken, because they never rehired the company that originated them. And the company that owns Atari actually bought it's called Showtime Pizza, and that's where they built Chuck E. Cheese out from. And this was the original thing inside of Showtime Pizza. And it was mostly in the Midwest and out east, but he sold, I believe he made 2,000 of these things. Which is insane. Because each one of them was like 150 grand in 1981 or 82. Which is one of the other things is like...
He built them by hand.
Yeah, well, kind of. They had a workshop. And that's one of the amazing things. If you haven't seen this video, by the way, one of the amazing things about this video is that he had to shut down in 1983 because basically Chuck E. Cheese came into play. I'm going to move you off just the side for a second so you can see it. But and he promised that when he got more buyers, he'd bring everybody back. And so the workshop was left exactly as people left it.
As is.
Yeah. Nothing was touched. All their tools were still in the same place. He expected that when they came back, they would get right back to work. And we visited this in 2010. And nothing had moved since 1983. It was something to see. It was beyond it was like walking into a space.
It's haunted.
Yeah, it was haunted. It was very haunted. There were areas that were, had been flooded, that we couldn't go, that were slightly unsafe. There was, things of chemicals.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Right on. Yeah, there was all kinds of stuff in there. Just, everybody had just been told that they were laid off and they left their tools and left. Went and found work elsewhere and never came back. And, it's revolutionary in a lot of ways, these characters and these things that he made, and the fact that it was like one guy with an idea. And he had a studio, there are Apple IIe's, there's like doorbells and tape, pneumatics. He built a bunch of different versions. There was a control that you could select the show. So many things. There a comedy act that would show up in between.
Trust me, it'd be easier to deal with.
And actually, he did have this on the, oh gosh, what's the artist's name who wrote the song, Fuck You? Gosh. He actually had this in a couple videos, including the artist I was out with at that time.
They're a band from the future who lives in a city inside the moon. And they came back in time to the year 1985 to get on MTV.
And apparently that was only installed in 1 or 2 places. It never took off.
The inception of the MTV TV network, which by the year
I mean, despite the fact that it's horrifying in so many ways, child nightmare fuel.
Wow. Yeah, we came out with that sort of it's a whack-a-mole type concept.
Strike a blow for freedom.
Okay, I'm back. I got too comfortable. I had my garage open and
Oh shit!
midnight.
Oh, where you're
I was
at,
like,
that's
wait a minute.
you go walk in there and there'd be like 5 people set up shop. Somebody's got a house with walls.
LA, baby.
It's LA, seriously.
You're serious, visionary.
That's one of the positives of living out where I live. You know, I'm still in LA, but out where I live in this direction out near Santa Clarita is like you can see a person coming from like half a mile away out over here. You can hear the car coming up the road to the point of like, you know, if you don't recognize the car, you'd be like, you give it the weird stare, like who was that? Call the neighbor, be like, hey, did you see that car?
Right. I'm in an old-fashioned neighborhood out in Whittier.
Oh, sick! Nice. The suburbs of Whittier are dope, actually. So that's not quite as LA, like where I was thinking you're like more in the Santa Monica area or something of that nature. We're like, no, you don't leave your garage open. No, you don't leave your garage open at midnight. There would literally be like a shop, a duplex.
Yeah, now what's funny is it does, but that's broken at the moment.
Hey, I was gonna ask you. Before I crash out.
Yeah.
And I fucking forgot. Oh no.
Oh, about the gods? About the old gods?
Old gods.
Hold on, I gotta hit this bong rip real quick.
Oh, there you go.
So
Boom.
carry your thought, but I'm gonna hit this bong rip and
I found it. What? I didn't hear you.
I was gonna say I was gonna hit this bong rip, but give me 1 second.
Oh,
So
okay,
carry your thought, because we're gonna talk old gods. I gotta get properly stoned at this time.
I'm jumping into King James book of demonology and demonology. He was like,
why are you surprised? By the way, why are you surprised?
I'm not, but from what I'm seeing is how in depth it was. It was like, not to sound fucked up, but it seemed like that's where his interest was. He wasn't that type of stuff. But the reason why, sorry, the cat creeped me out.
You good?
I didn't even know that it even existed. One of my friends put me onto it. What I can say is coming to LA, meeting people, you meet some really interesting, all around nice people, just fringe as fuck, right?
Sure.
And so,
true.
He was, we were talking to him about different religious theories we have, nerdy, but, and I was telling him one he was tracking about the actual that going to the Tibetan schools of magic, and that theory.
Yeshua, the Yeshua theory.
Right. And he was like, we dropped some bombs, and then he killed me with the King James Book of Demonology. I didn't even know it existed.
Now,
he was like,
what did he say? I want to hear his point of view, but what did he say the reason for that existing was? Did he say?
It was I guess like a manual, like a how-to or an understanding of occult monsters and deities, forces of unnatural, things that was actually in the Bible or from other pagan cultures that they collided with, to create kind of like, I guess, defense, or to have common knowledge, but it was kept so secret that only a few people knew it. And then he was explaining how it branched off to cults and why he has his point of view on religion. And it fucked me up, because I was like, oh shit, King James was playing both sides of the coin simultaneously.
Oh yeah, all the great political motions involved with religion are an assertion of control or attempt to control the chaos And oftentimes in the background is some strange, I would say strange because when you get into the tales, they become obsessive to some quality and also very detailed, where most of these guys became demonologists. Very understanding of some other foe that they knew they had to fight in order to retain power. And this includes Constantine, and this is an affectation of Torquemada. Despite his insanity, the Inquisition changed the future of humankind in Western Europe. And these things all surround a book of demonology and hunting out and finding cryptids and otherworldly beings, including, during the Inquisition, an extreme view of Wendigo. Why we see Satan as Lucifer, and where Lucifer comes from for Dante's Infernal is mostly from the Wendigo lore, because all of those characters are somewhere around there other than the jinn, and the jinn just scared the fuck out of Western religion. So why not include the logic of that? When you look at I was talking about this earlier actually about the darkness, but when you look at the early representations of the devil, particularly, the devil is blue, and this is 10th century, late 9th century, and Jesus is in purple, and Saint Michael is in red, and Jesus is representative of the middle ground of humanity. Now that point of view is pre-schism. A lot of people don't know what the schism is. You know, schism is a period in time where, before the Inquisition, the beliefs of the early Roman Church and the more modern, what we would consider Christian Church, separated. And Catholicism became more than one Catholicism. It became what we know as Catholicism now, and the separation of the Roman Catholic Church, or Greek Catholic, you know. There's a number of different versions of it, very similar. It's where the Gregorian music comes from, which if you go to one of those ceremonies or experiences, Sunday church, it sounds a lot like temple, except slower. It sounds a lot, all of the Latin sound and all the music sounds a lot like temple, by the way. And the practices and the fact that there's no pulpit, he's just, the priest is on one step higher than the rest of the congregation, everybody's singing and everybody like recites stuff. I can't remember what they're called, they're not deacons, but it's like deacons of the church step up and read other portions of the Bible, so it's not just the priest, he's just, and it's scary as hell. That's the other thing is the Greek Orthodox Church is scary as hell. Like, everything is about God is watching you. And Catholic Church isn't quite so much about that. Like, it's around, it's watching you, it's overwhelming. It's more about the church itself, which is also a whole other. Anyways. But, so a lot of people forget the schism. And the point that I'm making about these things is the schism also has an immense amount of dogma associated to metaphysics, creating multiple sides of either belief system, including the Book of Leaves, which really truly tore the entirety of the papal state apart, whether or not to protect the Book of Leaves or to let it burn. And the Book of Leaves isn't one book, it's an entire library. It's old knowledge.
Oh, fuck.
It's like the Library of... When people think about the Library of Alexandria, they actually are thinking about the Book of Leaves. And there's a big mistake of thinking that the Book of Leaves is one book, when in fact it's an entire library of human history and knowledge and sacred knowledge and forbidden knowledge that the Catholic Church over several, 100 years collected fanatically and protects at all costs. Instead, will always. All the books by Fulcanelli, all the writings by Aleister Crowley, all the, anything that is... Angelo, welcome on in, Ribeiro. Jello. Oh, Angelo Ribeiro. Hello, Rio Blast. We have somebody visiting us, by the way. Hi, hello. And they are familiar with the word hello. This is fascinating. Are you seeing this? I'm going to let it go. By the way, Angelo, just so you know, everybody in chat is a mod. You're in an armed bar. Just so you know. They're going to let you go as long as you want, probably. I don't know. It's up to them, though. It's kind of like you just walked into a wrestling ring, and you're just the moron who didn't know that they were in a wrestling ring on TV with the www.fu. But I think he's figured it out. I don't know if somebody muted him or not, but yeah, walk softly. Walk softly. Sorry. What were you saying?
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was recently learning about the story of Typhon and Zeus, right?
Oh,
and
fascinating.
Yeah, and so boom, it threw me back into like the West Indian lore of like the water serpent and like the tree serpents and dragons and shit like that. And then I asked,
wait, hold on a second. I didn't know that the serpent lore is also there. Canaan culture has
because of this. It's like it's fucked up because it's like African lore of I feel like it's a connection between like Typhon is like is a connection between like Africa and the West Indies through I guess you could say like hoodoo and voodoo and shit like that. They worship a lot of serpent gods.
Sure,
and,
but think about this, Jumbi. Let me challenge your thought. There is, don't forget Quetzalcoatl.
Right,
Quetzalcoatl brought the fire of knowledge to South America, to the leaders of the world there after the flood, and to restart the world. And that is very important to remember that Quetzalcoatl is not the only, obviously, lizard or snake god who flies through the sky by waving its tail. In fact, the dragons of China at the same time period, in a culture that had no connection, is worshiping and following these same deities, or similar at least in description.
The Koreans had like the Omukis.
Yeah.
Same thing. So putting that lore together for a story, I started looking how it connected with Western religion, and then I realized that they all of the Inquisitors hated dragons.
Of course,
and
they
then
did.
I started,
I said, of course they did. Why would they want the prior god? They didn't like the idea that the Rabbi Aaron kept Baal in the 7th house. That was just in case, by the way. My reading of it is that Aaron says that it was just in case to keep Baal in the back, and that was in respect of the prior gods. Because what if I'm wrong? What if Abraham was wrong? You know, just in case, let's keep the prior guy around somewhere so he doesn't feel completely disrespected. You know, I mean, like, there's a literalism to that that's kind of beyond when you think about the people who created these ideas or practices.
So I started reading about like famous explorers, as you would learn them to be, and their dark history and all the things they encountered. So when I read it from the point of view of I know what what Columbus was doing and Ponce de Leon was doing, I know they were out here raping and pillaging and destroying shit, right?
True.
And then they have
for sure. They were pirates, for God's sakes. They were told they could keep whatever the fuck they wanted.
And then they had these horrifying tales of dragons and snakes and snake deities fucked up around the same time period. And those stories, if people look at them, it'll freak you out. And so I posed a question: were they landing in like places that these cultures had already integrated, and encountering their supernatural protection, and it was fucking them up. And So I started going into that lore with dragons and culture and shit. And then, man, I ended up falling on Tiamat.
What's that?
Marduk. Tiamat is like the...
oh, Marduk I'm familiar with, but Tiamat I'm not familiar with.
So Marduk is who Tiamat, Tiamat is who Marduk slayed, the mother of all the monsters.
Oh,
and if you look at her lore, and it breaks down like the bloodline of cryptids, and it's crazy. And so then
wow, I need to look at this.
Yeah, then it connects Babylonian lore that was like hidden or considered mythos to Western religion, man, and it wilded me out. I was like, oh my,
that's literally because all the early stuff. Think about this: Constantine had a huge respect for Mesopotamia and the background and history, and he part of the reason that he fused all of the belief systems that were most potent and fighting at the time period was political, but it was also very metaphysical in that his belief was that if he could get them all together, he could counter the prior belief systems that were plaguing and wipe away paganism. He really did believe that his political action would also have its effect on the belief systems of people, and this has something to do with what I was pointing out before, demonology.
Right.
See, his mother was plagued, Helen of Troy, his mother was plagued with visions and fears and obsessions, including the reason why we have the Shroud of Turin and many other things like that is because she spent the full fortune of Troy on all of the little archived collections of like pieces of the cross and stuff like that they claim. And by the way, the stories is that Constantine wrote repeatedly that these items are false, that they are being sold by con men, which is amazing to hear that somebody's on the grift even back then, for the queen, and I can point to many other reasons why these things are not true. And what is true of that story is more interesting than what people profess to me. In my opinion, frankly, I'm more interested in the Black Mary Madonna and the relationship between the Merovingian line and all of that stuff, or the claim of the Merovingian line associated to the child of the Black Madonna, because that is the image that we see in all Catholic churches from the 5th century on. Is we see a Black Madonna turn white after a while. And we can find the trail of the Black Madonna all the way from the tip of Portugal in Algarve, all the way up to Rome, at the Spanish Steps, top of the Spanish Steps. There's a Church of the Black Madonna. And there's many of them in her trail, but they all have the same image as the icon that's larger normally than the cross. And that's the Black Madonna, the ball of wisdom, and sorry, that was somebody's making themselves comfortable, and the baby. Most people would say that's the baby Jesus,
right?
But I would argue that, because the story goes, the only historic record we have of Yeshua is a man that the rabbis were concerned about. And it's the right area and the right kind of people. And the story is that there was a layman who had gathered together the Fishermen's Union and gathered the interests of the woman who ran the Fishermen's Union and owned the docks and the brothels. A very wealthy Phoenician woman.
Wait, does that have anything to do with and I might be completely off, but it's ringing bell for me for Dagon. Is that around that area? No?
No. Oh, are you talking about Dogon?
Dogon, yes.
Okay, so that's Africa. No, okay, so that's Africa and some South American places.
No, not the Dogon tribe. The god, Dagon, the fish.
Oh, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with that, but the signature of the fish was the unionized symbol. It has nothing to do with Christianity. It is just the union symbol.
Right.
And that's one of the things that's very interesting about the whole story. And that's in that sense is like the picking up the fish is a union symbol is interesting, because that union was made up of pagans So yeah, it could have been associated to the god, and I wouldn't be aware of that story. So because I'm not familiar with him, I'd be interested in that. So here's what we know, and the record comes from the rabbinical record. The rabbis were concerned because the wealthy woman, who was a Phoenician, was whispering in the ear of the man, and he was preaching to the union. And the story of the loaves and the fish comes from the open air preaching and healing sessions that was chronicled by the concerned rabbis who were like, this is fucking wrong, this is heretical. Why is there a woman whispering the preachings to a man? Well, one, she was educated, she was rich, and she was Jewish. And that was a big deal at the time because Jewish women were not meant to preach, not meant to be priests. Even more heretical, they were preaching a reformed version of Judaism that included some of the pagan practices and kindness and a non-vengeful God, a God that loved you. It's a very different thing. And it's much closer to the beliefs and practices of those people from Phoenicia who had Greek gods still involved in their process. And so that you've got these weird integrations going on there of belief and philosophy. But what's most important, that what's written about, what the rabbis were really concerned about, is that, and how we know have the story of the loaves and the fishes, is that Yeshua was able to convince the lady to have her women go out and basically, instead of having wine and bread, which is all they had, bring them fish and water, and it was water and bread. And instead of having water and bread, they were able to easily afford and send out for the entire troop for more fish and wine.
Wow.
Which is a statement in itself, because it means, not only are they doing heretical shit, but they are funded. And that's a concerning thing, because where are the tithes for the rabbis? You're preaching? So it's union shit. When I break it down, it's union shit. Now, here's the bigger portion of the story that's left out, that we don't know. Something happens. And suddenly, we have the story of a Phoenician, or let's just say an African woman, who is running with a baby. And what's important about an African woman running with a baby, unless she's Jewish and was being run out for preaching a religion that is taking off, that people have faith in, and they believe that the baby is the first of a new line because she's a Jewish woman, and Judaism is practiced and passed through the mother. The father doesn't matter in that case. Doesn't matter what his beliefs were. She's a Jew. That makes whatever this baby is, if it's, cultist enough, the next coming for whatever those people believed. And then you have these churches popping up all the way from Portugal to Rome that basically follow her and those teachings, an earlier version of Christianity. And it's very interesting to me, because this is a story that most Christians would deny or reject. But it is the one piece of actual history that validates any of the story. It's the one actual, outside of Catholicism, Christianity, Constantine involved, Council of Nicaea, that is there's a story about a dude named Yeshua. That's pretty close.
Right.
It's pretty close. Goddamn.
Yeah, man. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's crazy. I was realizing after reading through the differences between the slave Bible, Old Testament, King James version, then the Nazarene Bible, and then different books that were left out, said not. That I was like, man, I could see the manipulation of control here. With these things missing in themselves from the set, that's fucking 80% of the pie right there, my guy.
If you have a control, and this is my thing, is if you have a control over perception and limitation of perception and interest, you could feasibly wipe out an entire thought process to eliminate plausibility. Once you eliminate the plausibility or the intent to view, or the intent to allow for an existence, you could feasibly wipe out an entire group of people or things that you no longer want people to see. Westworld explains this pretty well with programming and of robots, where the robots can't see the exit door. And I relate a lot of the the practice of glamming, meaning using words and behaviors to hypnotize, so people forget what you're even saying, lose time, and then you can they get manipulated. I relate a lot of that to the language of the Bible and of religions, because it is a glam to make you forget anything outside of that reality. And I would say that there are other dimensional beings that are probably pretty bummed or angry or you name it, who just got blocked out of our psyche, out of our eyesight, out of our and I can relate this to the wavelengths that our eyes see and the limitations, and how early on, and to say that this is possible, show you this is possible. Early on, humans developed the ocular cavity to resonate and validate, and also it limits off what it is we can see when it comes to the amount of cones and rods in our eyes, and where our brains actually interpret this information right behind our eyes with our ears. So our ears actually feed information electronically, and it all meets with the information from our eyes, and our brain interprets it simultaneously. A lot of people think that these are two separate functions, when in actuality, the area that interprets it is the same. And it is almost absolutely at the same moment, unless you're, of course, getting stimuli at different rates, which is where binaural audio and hypnotism comes into play, because you can bombard the senses and get the brain to do different things. I think Toxic Angel was talking about this, where VR allows for that immersive patterning to happen, as a technology. And the Ooga Booga, I hate to use that term because it sounds so fucking racist, because it is. It's the British point of view of what the Africans were doing when you were talking about the drumming and such, where they were literally reprogramming the British to run in fear by saying, chanting in Swahili or their tribal language, drumming, and then in between speaking English, saying, run away, you're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. And they're hypnotizing them without them knowing that there's some conscious picking this shit up. These are things that throughout time have been found outside of the olfactory, outside of the immersive, outside of the, there's a shock and awe thing going on there too, by the way, with psyche. But humans have always known these tricks, glamming and such. Use verbose language to make things so flowery that people just pretend to agree, because they might not understand, but they're too embarrassed to actually say they don't know. You know what I mean?
Understand, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of this.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, in the end, it all is programming, and it's all a way to wipe away acknowledgement of something that came before it, whether it be a dragon god, or the Nine, or there's so many of them, Dogon, or the idea that there was a set of different rules and deities and different people from elsewhere that they knew about, the Watchers, things of this nature that are written about over and over and over, the Anunnaki, these things that, like, Doctor Who has a character in it. I hate to refer to something that's fictional, but I think it's wonderful because it's a great example of a metaphor of this. The silence. They're here amongst us. They're above us and sitting everywhere right now in hives and little covens, right? But we can't see them because we block them out. They actually wipe us out of our own memory anytime we see them. That could be possible too. We wouldn't know. If there was a creature that wiped us out of our own memory, like wiped itself out of our memory, every time we saw it, it could live amongst us. One of the ways that I first learned quantum, how quantum physics and how vibration and reality works, it was described to me to say that think of air as jelly. And we're walking around in jelly. We don't see the jelly because we have tuned it out. We don't see the vibration of the jelly because we have no need to see it. Now, early human tuned out the things in the dark because we were too afraid of it. So that way we can't see in the dark. And there's a reason for it, because it stops us from really going out into it. And our eyes have to adapt to it. Now, that's not accidental. That is a self-protection measure from fight or flight. And it's associated to that evolutionary pattern, which is part of the thing that when you start understanding psychoacoustics, which is the acoustics inside of our head, it is a fascinating read on how the inner side or the backside of our ocular cavity and our nasal passages and our ears and all of the inner cochlea and the little muscles inside formed not by so much evolutionary need, but is in a response to what we wanted to pay attention to. Even down to the fact that you and I being able to listen to each other and tune out the music in the background or focus in on things. This is something that is an evolutionary pattern that we didn't learn because we had to. We learned it because we wanted to over time. And that includes tuning out the things that go bump in the night. Because otherwise we'd just be too fucking freaked out if we could see all the rest of the spectrum.
So, yeah, I was, fuck, yeah, man, I'm glad I asked these questions. It's funny because I heard a theory and did my best to find whatever French shit I could on it, which was hard. But that the reason why Yahshua disappeared was because somehow he had an ability of regeneration. Some would say alchemy, some would say magic, things like that. And that pagans who had infiltrated the church decided that it was best to feast upon him to consume the ability.
Well then.
And when they went back for him to finish off the old bloodletting and eating of the flesh and things, he disappeared. He ran off.
So reinterpretation into the abuse of the story of Ra over the guy who was half eaten got up and ran.
And that's where the argument of the flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, the pagan idea of consumption.
I have some stunning thought for you here. It just occurred to me. Oh man, this is interesting. Okay, so there's a series of books called there's a series of books I love dearly called The Mysteries of the Masters of the Far East. And it tells the story. It's one of the group of people who went to Tibet in the late 1890s as part of an adventure thing where they all wrote books about it. And one of them was 7 Years in Tibet. But this series is what basically started the transcendental meditation movement of the early 20th century. It started the whole metaphysics movement of all that we know of New Age belief comes from this little journey this group of people took. And this series of books was written by a pastor from Oklahoma or something, and he was sent there to chronicle the experience from a religious point of view to see the theological aspects of this. Now it's interesting because he doesn't seem very well versed in theology, but he is religious. So you hear it from the point of view of somebody who believes in Jesus and who believes in the Holy Trinity, and from the point of view of somebody who's living in the 1890s. So a lot of the understanding of what he's seeing is said through the eyes of a pastor. I also think that he's biasing things so he doesn't piss off the audience, because he's writing these things back to in letters that are getting printed into a newspaper and later in these books.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, there's slant and bias that you have to understand when you're reading the book, that like time period, explanation, his own viewpoint, perspective, etc., etc. But what he tells is the story of meeting with these masters who show up at random, basically, in their journey. And several of the things that the masters do are beyond metaphysically explainable. And all they do explain it in detail, though, what they're doing. But if you're to read it, it reads as though they have mastered the art of the Kosorov mirror, or the gateway process, that they are one with the background of the universe, and they all say the same thing, and I say this quite often, is in agreement with love. They do things like, one of them picks up a glass of water and shows the group that he turns it to ice with his thought. He looks at it and smiles, it turns to ice. They're like, what? They tap on it, they check it out, it's frozen, solid. He smiles again, turns to water. Another story is that one of their group stays back behind and stays with one of the monks. They travel to a town 4 days away, and as they arrive at the town, the monk that they left behind greets them. And this is the one that'll interest you.
Oh, wow.
He greets them and says, hey, don't forget, you're going to want to head into town this way. If you go the other way, there's like a cougar or something out there. Don't go this way. Oh, and watch out for me. I'm in the middle of the road. Later, guys. And he basically vaporizes in front of them. The story goes on to describe how they, after a couple minutes, come upon this pile of dirt, like a crow's nest or something, and and it's a dude laying in the ground, prone, his arms across his chest, a little bit of food, and like somebody's put a little altar next to him, and he's just laying there. His hair's long. He looks dirty as fuck. Just dust piled on top of him. And they come upon him, and just as they get there, the dude sits up, and it's the master who is just pointing them to which direction to go. And he gets up and pulls the nest out of his hair and says he's been waiting for him. They help him up, and they gets on back of one of the horses, and they ride off into town. And he proceeds to show them things. But the story is that basically when their colleague shows up, he describes how that master told him he was going to lay down on the couch and do something amazing in front of him, and that the outcome of it he would find out a couple days later. And the guy who was left behind said he saw the master lay down on the couch and evaporate, and the clothes that he was in stayed on the couch. And that, alongside the fact that it happened on the same day at the same time, allegedly, is described as when he wakes up or is observed in front of them, waving them onto the correct route, and then wakes up in the town in his actual physical body, where he's been laying prone for who knows how long in some meditative state. So here's what I would pose to you. If Yeshua had already been to the Far East and learned the master's traits, he was not being consumed. His avatar was. And his avatar was an imagination. It was an affectation. It wasn't there. But they, as far as they were concerned, it was real. Now, if that's in another dimension, if that's actually bringing something from another dimension here, they just talk about the particle physics of it. If it's creating something out of the ether, meaning like perpetrating that energy as real, that's a hard thing to say what that is, because the stories get more and more extreme as the masters go on, because they show energy, they show their own life force energy. They do things like teleport. One of them describes something very fascinating. One of the ones that gets me is the master describes making himself ageless by fixing a broken chain he found inside of himself. And this is language that seems curious when I read it the first time, but then
Sounds
I read
like DNA stuff.
It is very much DNA stuff. He nailed it. 120 some odd years before current science found that what allows us to age is a broken strand of DNA.
Right.
He meditated.
Found it inward.
Yeah. Transmogrified himself or whatever the hell. And
transfiguration.
And saw his own broken pattern.
That's insanity.
And fixed it. And he made himself ageless. And when people asked around how old is the guy, they were just like, "Oh, we don't know." Nobody knows. Nobody knows how old he is.
Hey, you not to jump subjects, but it's the same subject. What freaks me out about the flesh of my flesh theory was its prevalence in like hip hop and like Resurrection, Tupac, man.
Don't get me started on that, man.
Right? So boom. But I remember when I was really into paranormal investigation as a side thing, as a hobby, right?
Yeah.
So
did you go chase the shadows in Long Beach Park? I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
Did you go chase the shadows in Long Beach Park?
Oh no, I stay out of being in places where shadows can manifest.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I like to be read up and very well versed in my own energy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if something doesn't feel right, then I know some shit ain't right,
Yeah.
But what I the reason why how I came to that was I was going on haunts, and my dad was very pissed off about it. And then my whole family got mad at me because of a lot of lore in our own family. And so at this point, I'm in my early 20s. I'm fighting professionally. I'm paying for my own school. I ain't trying to hear shit from Pop nor Umi,
Yeah.
And so boom, I go on one where a lot of the similarities to the haunting reminded me. The best thing I can akin it to would be the haunting in Connecticut. We found a lot of things that were obviously pagan, old pagan. Like I'm talking like Quaker pagan. If I can be anywhere near accurate how old that shit was.
Damn, that'd be 1600s, or could go back 1600s. Quaker.
We found what looked like an actual mummy hand. And we realized that these people were practicing the art of, they were so rich that they were exporting artifacts from that area of the world to consume them.
Yeah.
To consume them in their rituals.
Oh, shit.
And they had, when I started putting the connections together I was like, yo, the paganism infiltrated the church crazy throughout the fucking centuries.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there's a purported, alleged group of the black popes, and a black pope, and that's not like as in somebody's African, by the way, audience. No, as in it is the upside down of the church within the church, in Rome.
Right.
And
so
that's some shit.
Man, you're gonna love this story, Aaron. So man, you're gonna love it because where we come from, we know about those things because it's like Western news versus BBC versus African coverage of the United States news.
Sure. Everybody's gonna have their own POV for certain.
Right. So the POV we have. Well, I can't speak for all West Indians, obviously, but in our family, is Catholicism is pagan. Jesus was a prophet. So was Muhammad. But we also know about deities such as like Yemya and Baba Legba and our relationship to Earth is more important than what these people are actually focusing on. Like, because you have to protect Mother Gaia and things like that. People don't even. If I told somebody how crazy I view their belief systems based on the fact they don't even take care of the Earth around them, they look at me crazy. You know, it's like, yeah, bro, I can't even really. But that's why I enjoy the fact it allows me to slowly.
Can I add to that? Yeah, no, can I add to that, though? It always seems like a lack of faith to me, coming from people who have, espouse a lot of faith, that they don't actually have a lot of love for that faith in whatever it is that they believe created everything. Like that there's some disingenuousness to it, because like, then why wouldn't you be down to protect all that shit and be down for it all, because it was all made by that, right? I mean, no matter what it is, like even the darkness. Even the darkness is seeded from that as a yin to yang. I mean, like, you want to look at it that way, or that it's a sub being to that, or that whatever it is. There, I mean, these are things that I always find very curious about, like the exclusionary thinking. To me, is that same shit as like, as soon as they get there with the belief structure.
You know what gets me, Aaron, is when they're experiencing obvious symptoms of said things.
Yeah.
And they'll argue with you to the death.
Of course, like cognitive dissonance. Come on.
Like I'm really big on me personally. I'm really big on I don't just share a joint with anyone, because that's giving libations. I don't drink spirits with people I don't trust. In fact, I don't like to drink a lot of spirits anyway, because I don't need a lot of spirits inside of me. People don't even understand the origin of like alcohol and shit like that. And so with that being said, growing up, my dad gave me like the guide to how to blend in amongst the goddamn pagans, because the way we were raised, military family with money, my dad didn't sugarcoat shit. We had to assimilate. We had to he said everything is going to be 3 times harder, but luckily for you, you're in a shit town, so it's going to be a fucking hurdle for you. He said, but to watch out for certain things. But the way he broke it down to me was from our cultural lore, and when it started making sense, I was never attracted to Western culture in that matter anymore, because if I have a bad feeling in my gut about you, and then something tells me to go home, go home, turkey lab, pulls at me on them. And then the next day you're either in jail or dead, and I honestly know I was in tune enough of my surroundings and spaces to receive the message,
Yeah. I don't think a lot of people are hip to that concept. In fact, I think a lot of people fight what I would call the Meissner effect, which is the lowering of resistance in superconductivity. But by the way, which is to be in touch enough to sense the storyline, if that makes sense, to sense the background akashic, to be in connection with things.
That's why division is important, because if everybody is riding the same wavelength, that wavelength starts pushing out negative fucking waves. But instead of that happening, people would rather sit in that fucked up ambience and just to feel the vibration. I feel like that's why I think
absolutely. No, the drama world. Are you kidding? Here online, and the negative sales point, pressure, and with no solution, and so interference patterns are what make up reality. And when you're talking about sitting in that vibe, you could have a harmonic of interference patterns. Let's say within music, whole bunch of cacophony that becomes white noise. That's a whole bunch of frequencies all at once. And you can forget that noise is there when it's there long enough. And in fact, for some people, it puts them to sleep. They use white noise to put you to sleep at night. It's static. It's the sound of static. Other people would call it as well. But the technical term for that is white noise. And there's another version of it called pink noise that includes a wider spectrum that goes all the way down to 40 hertz. So
when right now when you said that, real shit, man. Right now when you just said that, random spark of light in the middle of my garage.
Whoa.
Random. Random as fuck.
So these are the things, man. I think that we are in a place where what you were just talking about, and I practice this. I practice what I preach, and a lot of people don't. I do a lot of complex shit. I think that most people just are like, why would you just take that length? And because I've long practiced things I've read in alchemy. I've long practiced these things that I've read in the grimoire and in some of these voodoo books and some of these things that have to do with not just the olfactory, but the vibration around us.
That's crazy.
And the reason, well, I think it's important that at least in this stage, and one of the things that I've been doing is being an agent of mild chaos, creative chaos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel that. I feel that there's a bunch of us on this pattern. I think Speakeasy is as well in his own way. I think Resto Chesto is. I think that Trippy Cast is. I think that there's a bunch of people. Fluzzy Bee is in her own way. I think that there's a bunch of us who are sensing that this mundanity, the banality, is going to cause evil because it is calm in amongst cacophony. It is calm and becoming normalized in amongst a torrent of revisionism, anger, loathing, this waveform that is dissonance only.
Do you know where if I can get trippy with you, do you know where it pulled me in legitimately? When I retired from fighting, and loudly I would hear, you have to tell the story in my head. You have to tell the story. And then I started researching familial lore.
Oh, wow. Cool. What'd you find?
Yeah. Culture, to say the least. So to understand why someone would run illegal rum through the most dangerous parts of the country during the time, and not being the proper complexion for protection, but was feared, right? A story that was like a nanny's tale in my family. And I researched them, I looked it up, and I found somebody that was very in tune energetically. West Indian. So African ties to Bennett. So boom. From there, I started hearing stories of a book, a green book he would pass to, he would sell to Black people who were traveling through those parts because of what was going on. To him, being from the West Indies, he had already learned how to shoot and carry ammunition and then boat and swim, things that were not normal for a Negro.
Wait, are you related to the guy who printed the Green Book?
No, I'm not related to him.
Yeah.
There's multiple versions of the Green Book in Black culture. It wasn't just.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's Jamaicans who had their own versions, West Indians that had their own versions, and like a lot of families kept them.
No shit. Did not know that.
No shit, because
by the way, I did the Chitlin circuit with Al Jarreau. We actually did the actual Chitlin circuit, like including the museum at the end of it all. Like that's where.
So you understand this concept of the Caribbean man in the room that always had a fucking opportunity, a gig, or knew a guy, or.
Oh sure, you're talking about people that are Paulu or Or I'm sorry, it's it's Palu or God, I'm gonna forget what the other one is. Shit. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you right now. Is it on my iPad? Oh, come on, meow. Okay, so I should know this off the top of my head. Like Palu. She. Oshun.
Oshun, yeah.
Is it Oshun?
Yes. Long story short, I have a relative, and I don't want to fuck it up for the family because I don't want nobody mad at me.
Sure.
I have one more generation living, and then we're free to tell a lot of shit.
Sure.
But a traveling sex priest, rum runner, and if you were like really, really sick, he could get it done.
No shit.
To the point that where he had passage through racist areas. To the point that he had land on Sequan Reservation. So
Jesus, really?
Yeah. And so when I started looking at
was he glamming people? Was he glamming people? So talk about code switching, by the way.
Yeah. So two sides to the coin from what I could find was very talented, handsome for the time, well in shape. What's wrong? Sorry, my old lady just came in here.
You're good. I thought she was gonna say it's 1 fucking a.m.
Yeah, about you. No, yeah, he was running rum, spiced rum, and other curious things.
Yeah.
And requests from the West Indies. Even things like selling polished rocks as magical stones.
Sick.
And but on the flip side,
was he importing the stones or was he just finding them here?
I don't know. I legitimately don't know.
Okay, because they're coming from the West Indies. That's a different story. Because the history, if you don't know, the West Indies and the mining and the engineering that is just blatantly like built into the national identity there is something else, and it has a lot to do with the fact that the ore in the country is, you know, otherworldly in a lot of cases. Diamonds and gold and.
Yeah. And you know what happens when people start the riots so protected and hard to get to or invade, or because the invasion of it now is from the inside. They figured out that they couldn't take the land like by force because there's some fucked up shit going on in that
China has got a terrible practice of going in and just building these mass plantations with no permitting, no ownership of the land, just land claim. I've seen a bunch on this. Discovery Channel had a bunch of stuff on this. It's fucking super dangerous, and they just go down there and rip up the jungle. And mine it for like surface shit too. They just fuck things up.
Yeah, man. And so now, because like between China and India, and what's going on in Africa, once again, you're looking to have people displaced.
Yeah.
So probably within the next 20 years, I would think. You know what I mean? If I can give a prediction. But what I'm saying is, imagine that man made a deal with an American man who was about to be lynched to marry his daughters to his son and for protection.
Killer deal.
Until all of the other man's sons die.
Oh, well, of course, there's going to be a trade for that kind of win.
Yeah.
There's always a balance. If you're talking about that stuff, that is energetic balance. You don't get something of weight without giving up 3 to 4 times that weight. It is the natural order of how energy is dispersed and dispelled. And it's one of Newton's laws, actually.
So check this out. This what made me search the story.
Yeah.
Literally, this what made me search the story. I had seen.
Sorry, Newton's law of thermodynamics, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
One night while I was and don't laugh at me for this because this is where I'm at in my.
I tried stupid things. You can go ahead. No, don't worry. I've had Don't worry.
This is where I was at in my experience. I started tracing my synesthesia to the time of the year. And I started having the same thing happen around the same time. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Do you think it's I'm sorry, before you go on to say, do you think it's like magnetosphere, or do you think it's sun, maybe microwaves from the sun? Do you think it's
maybe
environmental? Because those things really do play on our brain.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. I think it was environmental, but accelerated because of whatever's going on with our fucking planet right now. Like everybody acting like these natural disaster occurrences are not normal.
Well, yeah. I mean, by the way, did you see about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I pulled it up. If you look at the UFO video that I have, there's a comment right at the top, somewhere up in the top, that somebody's like, hey, are you familiar with this? They were thinking that what I was seeing was some kind of weather control device. But what they put in there is not some hoo-ha conspiratorial website, but rather the government DARPA page associated with the Department of the Interior report on usage, practices, and future usages of weather control devices, and as well the reports on other countries using weather control and all of its devices essentially. And that report is mind-boggling because I mean, I've heard about seeding, I've read about that stuff, they've been doing that forever, but this is talking about everything we've heard about with HARP program and everything to do with that stuff, where it's like, yeah, oh yeah, we're seeding, oh yeah, we're controlling weather to dynamically change urban warfare scenes, oh yeah, we're definitely creating typhoons by accident. I mean, and the reason I got that, by the way, is that the night. Oh, shit! If you've seen that, so the UFO footage is from Santa Monica, basically on Wilshire Boulevard, and that's the night of the hurricane and the subsequent earthquake. So that's why I got that info, by the way. So there's lots of stuff like that where it's like, holy shit! There's definitely systems.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's right.
So. Fuck, long story short, Aaron, I was playing with an AI program, and I decided to itemize some events that I had found that looked like they were similar between myself, my brothers, my father, my grandfather. No shit. And it started lining up with dates, and I was like, oh, that's wild as fuck, but it makes a lot of fucking sense because we're of the same blood. Epigenetics is real as shit. And so I started asking more questions about this relative I'm talking about. And when I started finding shit on him, he lived a wild fucking experience. And I can't tell if he, I can't tell what side of the fucking coin he was on, legitimately. But I can tell,
maybe he's on neither. Maybe he's on neither. Because I mean, honestly, what I've been finding is that the more effective the practitioner, the more legitimately benign they are to reality. The more they seem to have gathered the same kind of sentiment that we see from the Wendigo, the skinwalker. And this is what the question I asked earlier, which is that, are we seeing evil or darkness, or are we seeing something we don't understand the logic of?
I truly believe, if we're going to go there, I truly believe that we're at a point in where I think frequency lights up the dark.
Absolutely.
I really
Well,
think it does.
It does. Well, of course it does. I mean, the dark is just a facet of frequency in itself. We don't see the frequency of color spectrum in the dark. Now, the darkness on my left, by the way, is a frequency spectrum. I think it's, well, okay, so on my right is 236. And on my left would be 308. And that is in the frequency spectrum of colors. That was, by the way, set forth by Pythagoras in association with frequency of sound. Now, we use both of these things, like how we use 420 hertz. That's 420 vibrations per second. And same with the color of light. Now, if darkness was a frequency, it would be a very low subharmonic. That said, if we had more rods and wider cones in our eyes, like, say, owls, and the ability to adjust our pupil to 3 times its size, we'd be able to see as if it was daylight and shine more yellow or shine more red into, or reflect more red in our eyes. Specifically, we had more of those cones too. Now, the one that gets me, though, I'm going to say this, is that in the darkness, the partition of the darkness that you see here that actually makes it dark is UV. And the most common value in the universe, dark matter included, is ultraviolet. There is more ultraviolet in coloring than anywhere, and it is the one color our eyes have the hardest time understanding. It vibrates. It lights things up. It lights up the dark. You're right. But essentially, it is the dark.
Right.
And one of the things that has struck me, that was explained to me by a lighting technician, rest in peace, Keith Wismar, amazing lighting guy. He was lighting guy for Ben Harper, and he was lighting guy for Neil Young for many, many, many years. Very funny dude. But one of the things he told me that was amazing was that UV is not a color that you can actually force out of other colors. It's a reductive color. You have to pull a whole bunch of colors out of it and leave this background subharmonic color. And it is like the lowest vibration of color as well in the longest wavelength pattern. And the eyes will fill in the gaps in that pattern so that you'll see sparkle on the edges. And he was telling me that the most interesting thing about it is that it's not that you see purple, but rather that the reason you see purple is because the UV wavelength is putting the darkness out of phase, so that the outcome is the purple by putting the wavelength across itself. And these are these things that, by the way, when somebody's sitting in negative energy and they're attuned to that, they become out of phase with that as well, nullifying the negative energy into a normal.
Right. Chaotic neutral, right?
Yeah. And the longer that goes on, the more that non-sound, that more that waveform that's not noticed, the bathing in the, cacophony that they don't hear, but we all see. Anybody who's standing outside of it is aware of. You look in and somebody's in this fucking torrent river and there's 100 people in there just drowning, and they're looking up at you like, what?
Right.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. And I use an example, the cacophony of streams like, well, XQC, or, the fact that folks, once again, I had a conversation with somebody who holds a panel tonight who believed that it was lying to create a character and speak on streaming and not like outwardly have like a gag or a gig or a skit or essentially he didn't understand any of the premise of me as a character, which I find fascinating and humorous. He found it abhorrent. He found
like
it.
You couldn't see that satire at all, like nothing at all.
Not even the understanding of the satire, because the way he saw it, he was describing somebody else who was being very, let's say, untruthful and inflammatory, which is ugly. And what this person was doing was ugly. But the way he was describing the situation was that she's playing a character and it makes her unreliable. And I found that interesting. Because would we find the King of Fools in Lear unreliable? That's the king. Would we find, which by the way, everybody misses that. It's in the front of the play. The King of Fools says, I am the King of Fools and the Fool of Kings, and the king has been replaced. It's the fucking king playing the fool the whole time, and the fool is actually now the king, and that's why the king can't make any direct decisions, because the fool is sitting there going, I'm waiting for you to die. You know, it's one of the things everybody misses about that play that makes it more interesting. But by the way, but I think the same situation of it. And I actually was challenging it tonight because I knew it would. I've kind of challenged him before on this, and it really gets him hyped because he wants people to be ultra true, this person in particular. But I've heard this elsewhere. And there's a confusion that is part of this willingness to sit in the cacophony, willingness to sit in the chaotic neutral, in the out of phase. It's uncreative. It doesn't, it decides what is and can be creative.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, and I call it boring, frankly, to be on a personal preference scale.
So imagine this point of view. This relative of mine wrote a green book from the point of view that you're going to light up the dark. So this is what is looking back.
Ooh.
And from these areas. And
I'd love to see that one. I'd really like to see that, man. If you ever come across a copy of that, please send me Xerox of that shit.
Because what people fail to understand is people that kind of ducked and got lost in between the chattel slavery and their knowledge of the world, they still had a fucking connection to it.
Yeah.
And then after a certain amount of time, they were able to go back and forth. And so with that being said, I might laugh because of the concepts of cults versus what how the cult would see like the Catholic Church.
Sure.
Like how dare you? Like don't look at us like that when you made it, motherfucker. You did it through blood.
A business and through blood and war and yeah, absolutely. And indoctrination repeatedly and fear states and No, it's real.
So because this relative wrote a passage that broke my mind. It fucking broke my mind. It was like if there's a period of time in which the Dark won, how would it keep the battle uneven? It would eat the history and rewrite it. And at the time, he was interested and infatuated with the concept and ideas of Tartarus. And like the world fairs, he was doing all these illegal things at the time to make it to world fairs and shit.
To basically adjust the crowd.
Not adjust the crowd, to take note.
Oh, to take note of the large scale effect.
Yeah, and he had, I guess the way it was, the theory he had was they were erasing history. They were whitewashing it.
Sure, changing it to be things that it wasn't, to make it seem like it was what it wasn't. Yeah, absolutely.
He said that's when he started seeing the most cryptids.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things I would say is it tends to be consistent, actually, when you talk about the cryptids or just the Wendigo world, aka the world of the orange glow. When you compare it to the world of the tech world, I would call it the tech world. And I actually have a theory about that too, by the way. I think that the holographic universe side, like the UFO I have, it's cyan. Would suggest a higher vibration rate, a different vibration rate. It's closer to a fast moving cyan blue, which is essentially it's a reflection color.
Right.
And it includes a lot of white spectrum and silver.
Like low key, like a lightsaber, right?
Sure.
Like, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
So one of the things about that is that spectrum vibrates at a very high rate of speed, whereas the amber glow is in a middle zone, and it's just, if you're going to compare like what we would probably glow as, and we can see this from off in the distance, is kind of an offset, not really purple, but more of the pink that you see on my right, or red-ish. It's in the low red spectrum.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Red-ish.
If you have the right, like, that's why I laugh at people when they have anomalies in their pictures, and they realize it after they change the fucking hue.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they blame it. On like, they say, "Oh, it's a blemish." Like, nah, motherfucker. That's every time you change the hue, there's an anomaly. You should fucking read a book, and you'd probably not be in that place, or go fucking take a sound bath, you weirdo. But yeah, man. There's for a point of view for my culture, the amber or the red or the purple, depending on where you're viewing the spectrum from, is still a place of protection. Almost like if you were if there was a plate here, it'd be proper libation. You know?
Sure. And let me point something out that I've noticed over my lifetime of researching and reading and testing and trying all these things. Trying a lot of stuff, actually. There is no practice that doesn't call to another dimensional value, another character, another entity. That's because there is no magic capability in 137C. But in 136.9, it is only and all the ether. And that's where I hypothetically theorize. I'm theorizing this based off of what we know about skinwalkers. And I base this off of what the observation of the government and other scientific entities have observed, as well as what I've observed myself throughout my life. And I can tell you this, that those things that come from a closer to us environment, who know us, who are the creatures and cryptids and things that we see and have seen and are written in our history, that comes from the amber. And every time something comes out of an amber portal on Skinwalker Ranch, it's an animal, it's a skinwalker, it's a lizard, it's something, it's a wendigo.
Right.
Every time something flies out of the mountain, every time the mountain shimmers, every time there's skylights that you can only see in the green, red, or blue spectrum, removing other spectrums by putting that across them, you're seeing a holographic spectrum. Colors and light waves that we can't actually perceive with our eyes, but you can when you put the same color across it, because you're now putting it out of phase and basically seeing everything but it, like an X-ray. And it is fascinating because time and time again, the videos that come out of Skinwalker Ranch are with night vision.
Right.
Or in the red spectrum or yellow spectrum. So, yeah.
So, boom. Okay. So, friend relative had really cool stories about cousins, I guess you could say, same bloodline, back home, that were all there in that region of the and that's why Mr. Jim Jones took his ass down there, but was at the wrong place, went to the wrong fucking place. Thank God. Not thank God, sadly, but what he was practicing or trying to understand, he was off by maybe 40 miles. That's where he was looking to enact what he was trying to do. if
some vortex center somewhere near a portal, somewhere near an access point, somewhere.
Natural occurrences that are to that point of view, it's natural occurrences. If someone from LA saw it, like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know?
Yeah. So I now I have a thing about this that I think that some of these places, the contact between our dimension and the other dimensions are thinned for one reason or another. I think it exists throughout the entirety of the universe where the overlap is a little thinner. But I think that there are certain places like Frog Ranch. Are you familiar with Blind Frog Ranch? Where they have, there's areas on the ranch where physics don't apply properly. You can take sand from the ground, put it in a fire, instead of becoming glass, it becomes a metal. It makes no sense. It's not a trick. It's been done by scientists repeatedly just to test the damn thing.
There's at Calico Ghost Town in Barstow, there's a gravitational pull so dense that even though the ground is flat, it pulls you up in just one area. It's like the Ghost Steps. It's just a weird gravitational pull.
Yeah.
But that's the same place that they have the craziest fucking paranormal sightings. And another reason why people believe the military towns are there. So with that being said,
before I forget, I've been meaning to ask you, what do you think Legba is?
I think honestly, old god emissary, maybe disconnected through lack of libation. I think that was by choice, or not by choice. I think that was one of the actions of why slavery was. Sorry, I have a French conspiracy theory that tracks that. The reason why the slavery was from such a big central area was because of those people's relationship to the wars with religions. To the knowledge that they had, detaching them from those things. When those people were gone, and those books were gone, and those artifacts were taken, and all that, you stopped hearing stories about knights beating dragons. You know.
Yeah, true. Another example of the idealism or ideations or the practices and beliefs, new religion wiping away concepts and seeing the old gods at all, where everybody talks about interacting with them before. Sorry.
I also think that being primordial, I think that that's why there's a connection to that deal of balance, because at all costs, True. Because so check this out. It's funny you said that about one relative in my family, real shit. On one side, he promised his daughter to this man from the West Indies because this man promised him protection. What happens is he goes to that town and that protection is fucking needed. And in the wake of what happened, it left people, it was just really ugly. But Grandpa survived.
Wow.
Do
you think that's the divine protection? Do you think that was a deal?
It wasn't divine at all. I think it is why he lost all of his sons.
He made a trade. Unknowingly, maybe.
Unknowingly. I think he was that scared that he went to probably the last place he could get help. And it cost him. When I looked at it from that point of view, from a female, an elder female on the side of my family that is related to the deal maker, it was that was a common occurrence. That's why he had so many children. he went all over the boot of South America.
Just in case, you saying? Are you saying he had?
No, not just in case.
Like to make up for it, or
no, not just in case. It was a part of his sex priesting.
Wow. Oh, of course, because he's manifesting more energy and more of himself and propagating more. By the way, so there's a whole thing with that, but folks don't know. It's very interesting because it really does play into quantum mechanics and quantum theory. Is that in a lot of the voodoo beliefs, they believe that they are living across many planes of existence, depending upon which you practice. And one of the things that's very interesting about it is that the more you propagate here, the more you pull yourself from other places. And you are basically making copies of yourself elsewhere, especially if they are bastard children. Now, if you keep your children specifically, there's a whole other thing to it.
Aaron, before you go on, stay right there. Imagine what happens to a person that that understands or believes in those concepts, right? And occurrences like Mandela effect happen.
Yes, indeed, and that actually is a whole other side of the multiverse theory. Is that little adjustments happen to social or cultural things that we notice when large occurrences happen. But what people don't think about is those who have the audacity, let's say, to be able to adjust in the minor scale, and that creates another Mandela effect, which can create larger problems or larger waves. But what it most of the time does is causes very tiny little adjustments that most people will never notice except for the one person who did it. And the waves that come out of that long term are actually exponential, which is the issue, because the return, the value that you're talking about is, it's like getting a tsunami back from throwing a little tiny stone, especially if you're doing it against the will of an agreement, essentially, because that's what it is you're, doing it as a cheat code with somebody who's using, let's call it a technology that you don't have knowledge of for lack of, better terms. And Fuzzy B, by the way, agrees with you. She sees the Catholic Church as cultish. Sorry.
Yeah, they a lot of the things that they did in the slavery was very ritualistic, and people don't understand like the concept of cultism, even like Quaker cultism, like colonial cultism and shit. Like they were doing some pretty fucked up stuff because of their French beliefs that they hid as they practiced their religions.
True.
One thing that people don't really talk about is like what happened to all the mummies.
Oh well.
Why? Like if someone asked you like a broad question like, hey, what happened? Why are mummies so rare? And I said it's because they were being eaten.
Tea.
Because
it's tea and sandwiches. Yes, tea and sandwiches.
And because of they believed of their alchemic properties or their abilities to heal, regenerate, or cure disease that they were experiencing due to probably sickness, of course, and also their spiritual practices.
Yes,
and
100%.
When I started going down that trail, looking at this really fucked up green book that I found, I was like, yo, he was on some shit. He was on some shit. And everyone said how odd he was. And
do you think he was
looking
for the? I'm sorry. Do you think he was looking for the Philosopher's Stone? Because it sounds like he was trying.
No. What I think he was doing. I think he was trying to find a way. I think he was trying to find a way to. I think he was trying to find a way to play with. I don't even know if that's called reincarnation. like to say like I could take control of the ship later on, through blood. I think is that alchemy maybe?
Oh, no, he's that's well, it's kind of necromancy, but it's he's playing with his fate.
Necromancy.
Necromancy is actually the magic use of the dead, along the lines of voodoo, but more about resurrection and understanding of the afterlife. You know,
so
but
it's funny.
That's kind of part of it.
It's funny. It's funny you said those two things because the story I heard.
Sorry, 1 second. I got to respond to something. Hot buttered sandwich, Fuzzy B. Hot buttered sandwich. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jimmy.
The story I heard was. No, you're okay. I lost my train of thought because I dropped a bunch of wheat. My bad, man. That was on me.
Oh, you good?
Where was I at?
You were talking about how you were thinking that it could have been something to do with reincarnation for him.
Oh, yes. He was reading about he was from whatever he learned from where he was from, and then tracing it to the States to look for things. He knew that the I guess Masons had figured out how to use their bloodline to jump back into their a proper vessel later on. Saying that like right certain amount of time, certain amount of circumstances, if they happen at the same time, that person could take control of the ship.
Yes, they could essentially teleport themselves. Their psyche is the idea. By the way. Ooh. Internet's being funky over here. Sorry, that's on my bad.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up, Aaron.
Yeah, my internet's being funky for some reason.
Cool. Yeah, so
there you go.
So yeah. Boom, 1, 2, 4. Internet's being funky. Yeah. Now I got brain fog.
No, you're good. You're good.
Come down.
We're talking about the reincarnation states of how he could go jump back in the line. He was looking to see the practice of the Masons. And I'm going to validate this because this is a thing with the Masons.
It was some Masonic shit that he stumbled across when he was interacting with rich college kids at the time in those fucked up rural down south places. Yeah. Because there is a deviation in the style of voodoo because of practitioners like Marie Laveau.
Yeah.
And shit like that. They were using blood magic type shit, I guess. And adding that shit with their already pagan beliefs when it comes to that type of stuff. So consumption to them among a certain people, they believe enhance their lifespan, their abilities, their wealth, all types of weird shit.
Oh yeah.
And so when he figured that out, I guess he decided to play ball for himself, but not in the way of bloodletting, but of I guess deal making.
Sure.
But one of the stories I heard was that the person who was hassling the relative that asked for help was chased out of his house at night by something that resembled a zombie.
Well, hey,
resembled a fucking zombie. And
scopolamine is a real thing, by the way. Scopolamine is real.
Also,
sorry.
Also, another story I found from it. And my Umi told me the story. And, I can say that it's my father's. Left these stories for me. Sorry, it's my father's mother who passed away, and it's wild, man, because a lot of things made sense to why I was seeing the same occurrences between the males in my family, right? And it was like this. Imagine I ended up in the same states and countries around the same ages as my dad, but he was in the Navy. I never joined the military. What got me there was martial arts.
Holy shit.
It was like the universe made it happen anyways.
Is it the universe, or was it something that could be...
I'm just being vague because, you know what I mean?
Less directed. I mean, because here's the thing, is what you described to start with. There is a idea, a concept, a practice that says if you somehow get in touch with your future and past lines, that you can leap in your own lifetime through your future bloodlines and essentially see through their eyes and change their, well, not so much their actions, but change the outcomes for them, and thereby change the outcomes for you by changing the past. And so it's changing the past by changing the future, essentially, is the idea. Is that you end up at a better place in the next iteration because you fix the problems of the future in this iteration. And that is, it's one of these very fascinating practices that is not just limited to the Masons, but is first mentioned in what would otherwise be known as the Book of Merlin. And it comes from Merlin's mirror. And Merlin says that he would leap forward into himself from another time, a future relative, and see the future. And Nostradamus essentially seemed to have copied this. Now, Fulcanelli has some writings on this as well. Ben Rowe. I don't know if... I don't believe that Aleister Crowley wrote anything about it. But it is one of these things you hear about. You know, and maybe that's what he was trying to do.
So check this out, Aaron. Real shit, fam. It's funny because I understand that when I am looking into my phone during whatever phase I'm at in my house, I'm fucking up my frequencies, man. My intake's going crazy, right? Being aware of that. Like when I was on a panel with you on we call it Zesty TV for a guy.
It's gone that far. I'm sorry, I don't want to go too far, but it's gone that far. They're calling it Zesty TV, huh?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just saying that because I don't want to get like disrespected on either side. Because
no, you don't need to say anything. You don't need to say anything because I've stayed pretty avoidant, but I hadn't heard that term. I didn't know. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard it with one particular person. Which, by the way, I stun-locked that.
I noticed that you were on the...
I stun-locked that person for a brief second, by the way. They tried to the electric version, not the television version, the electric version, the electric person. So they said something to me over at Easy's about playing chess, and I kind of giggled for a second. I said, "No, it's cool, bro. I understand you play chess. You know, I'm really kind of down for war games, though. That's my thing. Multiple planes of field, a lot of different logistics, changing possibilities." That's what I said to him, and he went silent for a second. He said, "Oh yeah, that sounds interesting." I was like, "Oh yeah," because he was talking to me about how he was trying to explain to me how the world worked, which I found very interesting. You know, so I'm not gonna go any further than that, but I had to mention that, like, that's my trounce on anybody who's like, "I'm playing chess." I'm like, is it 4D? Because
yeah,
I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it was a funny thing. I mean, decent enough cat. Whatever. They're all screaming to the wind, shaking their fists at the sky.
Yeah, you're good. I realized that you were spitting real shit, like when you were bringing up facts that showed actual critical thinking, man, and analytics, and like from a point of view of like, hey, man, like this is like fact. And then everyone was just fixated on race, and I was like, why is everybody fixated on this man's race? And then I was like, oh, this is supposed to be like it's like a black space. So that's wild. That's fucked up. This dude's cool. He's like LA as fuck, but whatever. But there's a couple things you said where I knew that you were like cracking jokes about how plastic the shit was. I was like, yeah, this guy gets it. But
it's true.
Yeah, man.
It's plastic as hell. That's a sad thing about it in the end, just that there's a side to it that is performative beyond like what I'm performative. But I think that's the other thing. You know, I was talking back again about this. It comes back up with this all the time. The personality issue and the confusion over a character and a performance of a grifter. And people forget that they're called con men because it's confidence. Because it gains your confidence.
Yeah, I just
sorry.
Yeah, in those situations, especially now, I like where I'm at, where I'm sticking to the message of tell the message without putting it in anyone's faces. They're just going to have to read between the lines.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I feel that.
I understood why the two paths intersected. Because one person was legitimately capable of doing what this person needed to get done. But the karmic twist of it was it changed the course of both of their bloodlines. It's wild.
Oh, wow. Wow. So you're saying that it flipped. Like you're saying basically like because of the natural order of like balance, like one had to go down for the other to come up.
And the one that lost the sons wasn't understanding of the deal.
Yeah, of course. They would never be. That's a Job's life right there. That's unless they cut it for themselves and really understood what they were doing, you know.
Right. So with that being said, his son that came to the States had family, and his other sons came, and they had pretty blended lifestyle. But without saying how far back that shit goes, my dad was in the United States Navy, and man, he's one of the smartest men, and he understands religion across the spectrum. He'll talk to me about connections I make from the point of view of just talking to me about them, because he understands a lot more than he lets on because of his understanding of old world and old gods and African lore and African gods and the earth versus what our bodies are made of versus what the universe is made of versus where man came from.
Sure. The time before the moon. You know the stories of the time before the moon? You know about this?
Right. Yeah. And my dad is the type of guy who will tell a joke like racism is funny because of the Olympics.
What's this? What? Racism is funny because of the Olympics? What?
Yeah, he goes because like every time there's a champion, it's like some very athletic African. You can tell it's African gene, African American recently, and then the concept that they deem Black people as subhuman or lesser than, but it's like that midget can do 40 cartwheels.
Jesus Christ! Holy shit!
So it's like a joke he has with like like the fastest woman in the world right now is African American woman. The second and third or fourth and shit are like Jamaicans, shit like that. And then you go to like Starbucks and you bump into a racist person. And it's like, bro, all right, you don't watch the Olympics.
A 300
is off a little bit.
Yeah, a 300-pound, barely fitting in their clothes, probably, barely finished high school. Yes, supremacist. Yes, with extreme beliefs in eugenics. Oh, I can't possibly imagine. No, I can totally. I've seen it.
I couldn't imagine. Yeah, I remember it was funny, man, because in the fight game I had a bully at the time. And he had more influence than me.
There's a
and,
bully
he
in
was
fighting? Wait,
was,
I don't understand this. Hold on a second. Explain how there's a bully in the fight game. That's an extra level of bully. That's like, why you gotta be a bully at that level? What the fuck? You're gonna fight anyways.
So imagine this. So imagine I started fighting out of Barstow, California. And I had a really good kickboxing and karate and Muay Thai amateur background. And then I had a stupid ass coach that threw me into MMA. And so I lost my first couple fights, but I was exciting. And what ended up happening was I caught the eye of promoters. And so it became a thing like I'll throw the Barstow kid in there against the tough guys. And I started laying these dudes out. There's this dude, and fuck him for sure. His name is Toby Tigerheart Greer.
Well, first
he
off,
was already
you can
established.
say fuck him because he took Tigerheart as his middle name. That the 80s wants its style back.
And I used to call him Tiger Heat, and he would get so pissed off because of like the fucking Teeny Bop magazine. Tiger Heat. You're like, oh, you're so...
By the way, are you familiar with
and the worst part about it?
Are you familiar with the world of speakeasy? By the way, by any chance, I don't mean to pull you off, but just real quick side note. There's a kind of a grifty dude out there that you can't take him seriously in any way, shape, or form. This guy Ernie Shell, who his whole thing is Lightning Tiger. That's the name of his men's healthcare supplement. He also now calls himself the Lightning Tiger. Anyways, go ahead with your story. But anyways, that's when you said that, it's immediately.
That's crazy. And he has a lot of cocaine, probably.
I hope so for his sake, at least to have an explanation.
Right? So this Toby dude, this fucking dude, he saw me coming up and tried to like little brother me. And we fought in the same show called TFA. It was like one of the first sanctioned shows in California. It was right here in Southern California, Hermosa Beach.
Dope.
Long Beach Pyramid. So they have shows. So I get on these cars, man, and I'm coming out of Barstow, Peru. And I start laying guys out. And then he invites me to go train with them. And he tries to like hurt me in front of the fucking dudes he trains with to try to like big dick me, like trying to prove he was a tougher striker than me because my thing was my kickboxing.
Yeah.
So when we sparred, I beat the shit out of him because he wasn't that good, but I was smaller. So what happens is we have war words in there. I say, fuck you. I go to Barstow, my legs are all sore because I just had like a real fight low key. Driving back. Next thing I know, this is MySpace era. This fool is throwing subliminals. But he was trying to bully me from being used by promoters because he had an influence. He was already a ticket seller. He was already a ticket seller.
So he was getting in their heads.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you work with him, I won't sell 200 tickets for you type shit.
Shit.
And so him not knowing, you fucking goof, I'm a West Indian raised in a desert town. I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna rally the troops. Me and my boys pushed all my tickets crazy. Sold t-shirts crazy. I can never say anything bad about Barstow, California as much as I hate it. I love it because it made me fucking, it's Darwinism at its finest. Yeah, it made me fucking tough. I started selling a lot of tickets, and then a bigger show started booking me. And then they asked me if I'd fight him, and I said, fuck yeah. And he was bigger than me.
Yeah.
And so I finally got to a point where I could get in a mic, and because you know how it goes in the business. Even if you're good to a certain level before they let your black ass grab a mic and give your acceptance speech.
Well, yeah, you gotta be beaten down to a pulp and prove that you can beat every person impossible first, of course, obviously.
Yeah. So the first thing I did, being from Barstow, dog, I was like, Toby Greer, you ginger-headed fuck. I just did a whole. I went literally whole heel, complete heel from whatever persona they thought they're gonna get from the Desert Boy. I went full heel because I was studying at the time. I was studying a lot of Richard Pryor and Ric Flair.
Oh,
Ric Flair was the man, bro. So and it fucking nailed it. It fucking nailed it. And that was my Uncle Bobby's idea. Rest in peace, Uncle Bobby Bill. He told me that persona get the job done because he was used to manage talent to get into like the Apollo and shit.
Well, that's a thing. It's an actual thing because if you get into people's minds, right? If they believe you can overpower them.
So guess what my nickname was?
What's that?
The Urban Legend.
The Urban Legend. Dope. That's rad. Oh, that's right. It's in the video. They say it in the video. By the way, I need to read this real quickly. Although you may not know what it's talking about, I can tell you and promise you this. This shit is hilarious. You can't write this shit, Jumbi. This man's supplement with the, let me quote Flezzy B here. Is it woohoo Jew, woohoo's Jew, or woohoo's you, as she likes to call it, the secret ingredient of the Lightning Tiger supplement? Oh, shoo no Jew. Oh yeah, woohoo Jew or woohoo shoe. Yeah, I woohoo shoe. And the other portion of it is the what else is in there?
What is that?
So okay, I'm sorry to take you off on this. So there's this person, Ernie Shell, who is this character, and like hold on a second, let me see what I can do. It's been a minute since I've heard him, so it's hard to do his voice. But Ernest Shell is kind of like a combination of W. Bush, and there's an extra T in there. It's a little deeper though, with a little down. Ugh. And but every once in a while, he'll say, like, somebody will come up, you talk. There's a little amber up in there in the top too. There's like a little gruff thing going on. It's very hard to do because everything is a story. Bourbon? Yes, and but Flozzy, how you doing? It's this thing that he grifts for. I've heard him grift, literally, no joke. Hey, so I'm a little hungry. I'm looking for a donut and just some coffee, if that's cool. Just a donut and some coffee. Somebody wants to send me some donuts. And he'll repeat that over and over for the next 20 minutes alongside whatever else he's talking about. And he's just known for, like, selling items, essentially, that never show up. And the last one was the Woohoo Jew, or the Lightning Tiger supplement, and also the... it's a bunch of things. It's just so silly. The tiger pendants and amulets, both 2 different times. And the tiger pendant is fantastic. It has 24 karat gold color. I'm so glad you got that. And by the way, it is made of, you can either get the 24 karat gold color, or you can also get it made out of metal. Now he's been working on this 3D print that we found online very quickly, but he's been working on this 3D print for about a year now because he wants it to be a solid product. So not too dissimilar than the Woohoo Jew, that he is making sure that every pill is individually tested. I mean, you can't write the things that this guy says. It's a really amazing thing. It's a truly magical environment. I've spoken to him a couple times.
He's about to go to jail. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, he's already been in jail. Are you kidding? One of my favorite things that I've seen apparently is this. Well, I say apparently. I've seen it, but I don't even know. It's like so surreal. I can't believe it. I know it's real, but I just don't believe it. He was having. I don't mean to make fun of it, but I can't believe this is a real breakdown. I think he was doing it for attention and a coffee or something. I don't know, man. So he would go on these late night runs and daytime runs that would, like, he'd just lose his mind and go running down the highway in the South somewhere, like in Kentucky. You know how in the South, wait, hold on, get this. So he's like 5'6", 5'7", right? And a little wiry guy, a little hillbilly dude, kind of. Which, that doesn't mean anything. Size, as you were just pointing out, doesn't mean anything because he's a little wiry, wild guy, right? So apparently he'd get all riled up about something and start to have a breakdown and go running down the highway to go run and burn it off, and then he'd just kind of get manic and be running. And so one of these things is caught on like a live stream, including the fact that people watching the live stream call the police on him, and they take his ass down and tase him on the live stream after he's been running down the highway in a manic state. You can't make up the absurdity of when you run. That somebody did this, by the way. When you run, and he's screaming, "Please don't tase me! Please don't tase me! Oh my God, you're tasing me! Oh my God, you're tasing me! Please don't tase me! Please don't do it again! Don't do it! Oh my God, you're doing it again!" And I think the cops were just like, "You're just. I don't know who you are, but you deserve this for no apparent reason." You know what I mean? Like they had no mercy on this guy. He's just running down the highway crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but he also argues with them. Yeah.
You know, so that's like, I couldn't imagine any plane or existence or of humanity in which I, Jumpy, make it out of that scenario alive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's the thing is on live stream, yeah, most people wouldn't. He gets tased like 4 times in the fucking video, bro. And each time he's screaming bloody murder, and it's like somehow he pops back up and they put him in handcuffs and throw him in the back of the car. It is surreal, bro. It's like, folks, this only happens to the white people, for real. Let me just be clear. Not to be racist, but that's
one of those things.
That's one of those Captain things. Obvious. Sorry.
Nah, that's one of those things as a black guy.
Yeah.
That's one of those things as a black guy when you see, you just be like, oh, nah, bro, nah.
No, yeah, exactly.
Not
You're
today.
like, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
But
fuck,
man, I gotta get to bed soon before I get
punched
no problem.
in the face.
But,
man, no sweat. I appreciate you being here, Jumbi. Anytime, come back anytime.
No, I wanted to tell you this though before I go. So this bully dude, Toby Greer.
Oh yeah, Toby. Tell me about the bully.
What ended up happening was the heel persona hit, and then they started pressuring him to fight me. And so what ended up happening was because I was winning fights while he stalled out, I used him to fucking get in the game in LA. And he was so bitter because he thought he was gonna like bully the little dumb kid from Barstow and like pretty much like clout bomb me, you know.
Oh my God! But, I'm sorry, Jumbi. I'm not to stop your story. Fluzzy B has the link to the taser video. All right, sorry. Go ahead. I just had to mention that. Like, I'm not talking out my ass. You know, I'm not talking out my ass. No. She has the fucking link. I'm sorry. Anyway, it's just Fluzzy B. I love you, by the way. I hope your husband's not listening. Sorry.
Yeah, but to tell you about the story before I go.
It's terrible. Terrible story. I'm sorry. The taser. Anyway, sorry.
No.
I'm sorry as I'm laughing. I'm like, it's terrible. It's terrible. Sorry.
I found fuck Toby, but I found a lot of literature and journals and notes from a relative that was tracking a lot of happenings because he felt he was experiencing the side of.
This is streaming again. That was very odd. Let's see if it happens again. Stand by, my friends. I am streaming again. I'll be with you momentarily. Oh, it went black screen. Interesting. It's trying its best. Interesting. Wow. This is fascinating, by the way, man. It's so I'm back online. It says I'm streaming again. And essentially, hold on a second. I have to reload the page, I think. Yeah, it's still giving me a black stream. Fascinating. I don't know if the audience can hear me or not. Let me turn up the audio.
I can hear you. Can
you hear me? Oh, I can hear you. The audience can't hear me, though. It's just spinning. Did YouTube die?
Yeah, document gets good.
Oh, my God. The audience can't hear me, though. Oh, here we go. Now I'm live again. Holy shit. I think YouTube took a shit. Wow, that was wild. Black screen. Okay, so by the way, we just experienced something wild and strangely almost paranormal. Because Jumbi was telling us a story about a relative who essentially made a deal to be able to transfer himself back and forth through other relatives, essentially, through his, let's say, metaphysical practices. And in the course of telling us the story, as he was telling us that one of the relatives was having problems with other people or other entities interceding, the feed was cut, essentially, and I stalled out. Excellent. Oh, and Queen Cascade says hello, Jumbi.
So I said, hey. I don't know who that is.
Oh, Queen Cascade, she has a wonderful late night stream that's like oceans, and she has a couple different streams actually, but fascinating lady.
Oh yeah, she has a cool. Yeah, I do know who that is. She does have a cool stream. I fell in her vibes a couple of times for sure while I was smoking. What's up, Cascade?
I'm sorry. To tell the rest of your story. Yeah. Now we're back on. You're being chronicled because this is fascinating. We just got cut off by what I would say is very unusual circumstances.
I gotta tell you. Damn, bro, it's wild. I gotta tell you. I knew it. I knew to ask you questions about this today for sure. And because for me, when it comes to the graphic novel I'm working on, it's me telling stories.
Wow.
I found out that's how this relative was assimilating through his understanding of like herbals and like a snake oil salesman that was on the money most of the time. And if he wasn't, there was a fearful respect of what would happen if they would say something about it.
Interesting. So they were concerned about his abilities altogether, on top of the fact that they probably used his services to some degree, I gather.
So finding this out and then seeing the similarities in how the males died on one side versus the history on the other, I found some pretty dark shit. And then I could put together myself thanks to fucking AI, which is nuts if people know how to use it right.
What do you use it in alongside search engines or something of that nature?
I would ask questions and ask to itemize and sort things for me.
Oh,
so like then myself could see the dates, times, places, ages in a list and see if they matched or if they were similar, if they're parallel.
Wow.
So boom, from there, understanding the dates of things happening from a point of what if.
Yeah.
I blew my own mind apart. And so I started realizing that the folk tales I was hearing about this relative, the lore had some pretty dark history to it. And I was like, oh shit. That's why they always had all these, in our family, they would always tell us stories of beware of like the temptress, you know?
Do you think that they're, by telling you that there's maybe some kind of witch after it?
No.
Or some kind of leftover of his work?
What I believe it was
a familiar, maybe?
Okay, imagine this. What I believe it was is that the karmic balance always has to get back to level, and they start using more of the dark to manipulate the light happenings, like luck, or by chance, or let's say so absorbed in the dark abilities, knowing about things like a certain powder you put in your palm and blow on someone's face to render them motionless.
Yes.
The fact that certain trees, that there's certain places you don't want to go if you're sensitive because of the energy there, like places like the Devil's Punch Bowl.
Yeah, yeah.
You're catching my drift?
Yeah, absolutely. Where places where it's been reported that if you're, let's call it weak-minded, more likely to be hypnotized or willing to be.
Right.
You know, that it's more likely that you're going to be taken by the spirit of something, let's just say, that you would usually not take. The energy that you would have, or the behavior you would have, it will be unusual, extra, maybe an amplified version of you, or in some cases maybe you won't remember and you'll be in a euphoric state, but other people will report you behaving quite oddly. Yes, I've heard of this.
Yeah, so a couple of factors played out that made way too much sense for me, even in my own experience. So when I started researching them and then researching the lore behind them from the country I'm from, it wasn't hard for me to find enough literature and lore to realize what this relative was really doing.
Sure.
But it was because they were trying to balance it back.
Do you think something had happened before, so they were trying to fix something else? Ooh.
And so that's why it's a fucked up deal, because it was my bad type of thing.
Yeah.
And when I look up in my bloodline, my family, on my mom's side, I can see the effect. It's crazy. And then like the reason why me and my brother's experience was different was because of my father. Straight up. Legitimately, out of all my relatives, it was because of my father. So
did you say he acted as a shield about that? Basically, his behaviors created a shield for you in some way.
Yeah, and you know how they say, like, when you're a kid, there's that moment where you snap in? Man, I think I remember my third birthday, for sure. I remember it because we lived at 1836 Sunrise. We had this long fucking brick wall that curved into a big backyard, and it had a deck. And I remember I would always scrape my fingers on my trike. So like I remember a lot of shit from my dad's side of the family that was not Western religion. And when I started putting those pieces together, I was like, damn, man, the whole time, it was like they were reprogramming us, me and my brothers, and the generation after us, so we didn't make the same mistakes as our forefathers. Because,
wow.
Yeah, for sure. That's why when they left Guyana, instead of going to the UK or Canada, they decided to break the cycle and come to the States. My dad's brothers were the first. Yeah. So they decided to hop out that frequency completely, like just change the probability spectrum.
Yeah. Change the rules of the game and the framework. Even then, it'll still occur, but it'll occur on a different timeline or a different line altogether.
That's why they wanted to try to jump in seats so they can properly guide. But here's the thing that people don't understand about like spirituality and fucking with wavelengths and all that shit, for real. And this is from the point of view from where I come from. You don't know who your ancestors are, man. So even though they're there, you might not want to be fucking with it, you know?
Yeah. That's where, by the way, the gateway process has a whole section of it about hopping around in different personalities as avatar. And that's one of the ways they say you can travel through time. And I would argue that what you're describing is similar to that altogether, and that it's a more rudimentary format without technology involved. So it would be interesting to see whether or not there's more controls in the technology side to be able to basically safely visit that without problems.
What I was thinking, you know what I was thinking, if I could theorize, because I wouldn't want to fuck with the shit, that they figured out ways to use trauma and violence to tap into epigenetics ritualistically, and I think they were tracking wavelengths when it came to like seasons and eclipses and stuff like that. And so that's where I think the culture part comes from, because the parts where they're from had a particular interest in seasons and constellations and stars, and also a lot of lore with cryptids and abilities and all types of things, man. So what I from the stories that were told from his scribble, it was like those were things that were stolen or attempted to be stolen during those inquisitions and those artifact jacks and those erasures of people's histories, you know? They were looking for that stuff too. That's why people like Crowley are even important, because they were stealing other people's shit, you know?
Yeah. No, Crowley is a big criminal on that edge, is that he essentially pillaged in a lot of ways to find the grimoires and writings and the, you know, preface to the Book of the Dead, and many of the works that he ended up creating or trying were stolen from the walls of graves that he had to break into, essentially. At least that's my understanding.
Yeah, a lot of those guys were not only weird when it came to what they believed, but like a lot of it had to do with being like consumption, like being necrophages and shit, man.
Yes.
So like
I was going to ask you about this. Are you familiar with the and I know it's late, but I don't want to get too far down this, because we can talk about this forever. You can always come back. Are you familiar with the Order of the Golden Dawn? The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn?
No.
Okay, so the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn is
I am not.
The granddaddy of all fraternal organizations, has its own side on the obelisk, Ben. Essentially, their entire practice is to utilize others as avatar so that they may consume the energy created via their control over that avatar. Now, all sorts of things happen, but one of the real intentions behind the group isn't just gathering knowledge, but rather making the Philosopher's Stone. And if you don't know what the Philosopher's Stone is, this will shock you. Because, and Flessie B, by the way, says she loves cryptids. I do too. It's such a fascinating and interesting thing that I've seen so much about. And seen so many weird things around. And I've seen specters and ghosts and emanations and all sorts of stuff, but that's a different day, different story. But anyways, I lost my train of thought there. The Ben, the Golden Order of the Dawn, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn believes that they can create the Philosopher's Stone, and that'll keep them alive forever. Now, what the Philosopher's Stone is basically pissing in a jar every day and putting it in a centrifuge so it dries and becomes phosphorus. And then after a certain period of time, when you've got this huge pill, you then consume that pill, and apparently it glows in the dark because it's phosphorus. It's from your body. And the story is that under the certain correct conditions at the certain right time of year, if done the certain correct way, after a certain amount of time and refinement, you end up with pure life energy that you then consume, and it gives you eternal life. Or it gives you some kind of ability or power. And this is why they were eating mummies, by the way. This is why people believe that consumption of blood ritual or the body can somehow give you otherworldly powers. It's a misunderstanding of the Philosopher's Stone's practices. And the ones who hold that knowledge are also those who practice everything that you would think of as eyes wide shut. Now, I've talked about this, by the way, probably too openly in general, but I don't really care. It's an old organization, and one of their sub-organizations is really the true horror of it all. The organization that basically calls upon the avatars. And that's just a horrible darkness, a scourge on humanity. So, because, you know, everybody needs security.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I have to close my garage.
Oh, you're all good.
Yeah. So check this out. From my side of the water, Aaron, even the mention of a cult like that is pagan as fuck. Right?
Oh, super pagan. Right. They believe in Rob.
Right. So so a lot of the deities and wavelengths and ideals that this relative knew to be true or understood or messed with dealt with and I don't know this part because I don't know if it was an actual thing that was corporal or if it was maybe playing in the psyche of people. Because me at 37 years old, I understand that there's things I don't know.
Sure.
And then there's also phenomena that occur that no one can explain. But what it seemed like was a lot of stories where like if he can go to certain places and either commune or raise, and if the raise part happened, trouble, you fucked up. And I guess the raise part happened when my mother's relative was approached by those racist men. Yeah. And that's what gave the Oogie Boogie lore mythos for him on this part. Spooked him enough to where he made the deal with the son and the daughter, which was my father and my mom. So when I started researching all this stuff, the first person I took it to is my dad, and he fucking freaked out because I was in the money, and he never told me shit. He just always made sure I had a
Did he want you to know it all?
learning.
I'm sorry, did he want you to know it all?
No. That's why when I started noticing differences in the way my family was acting, it was I guess you could say for me it was like I felt like I gathered enough information that scattered my brain. I put it back together. But I deducted that it was time to get up out of the box I was in. Does that make sense?
Sure. You felt like there was something more, right? You were feeling like there's something you didn't know, so you went searching for it.
Yeah, and I think it was working its way around to, since I didn't know, it was going to reveal itself.
Yeah.
So with that being said,
yeah, better search and find out. I mean, that's a better plan, honestly. I'd agree.
I started reading coincidences.
StreamYard is being weird.
Even sometimes, man, I got down to the part of yeah, because it always happens. So I'm gonna keep talking.
No, I got you. I got you now. You're back. You're back now.
Know, Aaron, for sure.
Yeah. No, I got you back. It's real. Like whenever you start to get deep in the story, it's like, wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah. So when I started doing that, I started realizing that, oh shit, it's like not like chess, but like one thing holds true: the greatest gift that God has ever given is free will. Boom, boom, boom. You just have to be smart enough to understand the choices, for one. And if someone is trying to give you advice, maybe through epigenetics, and as a counter to things that happen during rituals, especially like rituals of frequency, you catching me?
Yeah, of course.
Also, at the time.
By the way, by epigenetics, you mean basically genetic memory, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Because I think it's fucked up, but I think the slaves figured out that you can store a lot of things inside of those lashes. Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense because most of the things that come from our fight or flight are traumatics. You know.
Think of the music, Aaron.
Yeah, true. Well, the music, and the big thing about the music that a lot of people don't understand is that it's hypnotic. It's hypnosis on purpose. It's the whirling dervish syndrome, where the longer you play the drone, the more likely your brain will fall into the same waveform. And when we're all in the same waveform, falling into that pattern becomes almost otherworldly, and well, things can be created. You can get fairly psychic or in tune with the people around you. There's all sorts of stuff.
Or you can fall into hive mind thinking.
True. That's the bigger deal.
Hysteria. Hysteria.
Oh yeah, the psychosis version. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The psychosis version of it. Absolutely. You know, I have a compound I call excitement. I was talking about earlier tonight. It took me some time to put it together properly, but once I did, it was scary, the result. Olfactory magic, or let's call it olfactory metaphysics. That it plays on with just a little bit too. Oh, it's so crazy. It plays on the brain and essentially creates an excited state of semi-euphoria. And if you burn too much of it, the audience will go into kind of a mania. And when I say the audience, is because I tried it in different dosages on audiences that had been taking a lot of hallucinogenics. And it was the perfect state, you know, people in altered states of consciousness in the most open state. And, you know, I hate to say that it's human testing in any shape, you know, nobody was harmed, but there was definitely effects from just a little bit of this incense burning. And burning it in the same amount would create the same effect. So anyways, I'm just, it's real. The wavelength, the hive mind, the actual connection between us all, especially when we're all sweating and in the same place.
That's why I don't understand why people are just giving away swabs of their DNA to those companies for ancestry testing.
Oh shit! Yeah, right. Here, look at my entire ancestral line, and I'm going to give you the one that gets me, though. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but the Mormon Church is the largest collector of genetic history.
Yeah, because they're always trying to disprove their theory about other races.
Apparently so, or whatever. I mean, it's like, wow, man. I mean, like, you want to go back to, is it the lizard story with the silver, or is it the gold and the tablets and the hat with the talking stones? I'm still confused about which one it is, because I know there's a schism because a dude's brother. It's very, by the way, it's very Mohammed. The whole story is very Mohammed.
Right. So check this out, man. Picture this.
Bismillah.
So, boom, what I was experiencing for myself when I knew that these happenings were true, because he would box, and because he said that it was important to always get barefoot to dirt and athletic, sweaty, big breathful of your environment to stay healthy. Also, it's a good shakeout for bad juju, I guess you could say.
Sure.
The proper hydrate, all types of shit, man. But he was a big proponent that you should smoke marijuana because your brain is going to pick up a lot of shit fast. I think a lot of shit fast was maybe him trying to describe like what probably like ADHD maybe.
Sure. Well, I would actually argue that, okay, so the tell of a chaos magician is often that they have a blend that they would smoke to create an altered state of consciousness, akin to what, you being a fighter, like the usage of alcohol in the drunken monkey style. That being in the liminal, being somewhere in between at all states and times, gives you the ability to be more in between in general, meaning that like you're more aware and in tune, as we've talked about, with that otherworldly state. Now, I also believe that there are a number of different examples of tribe shaman and the use of peyote or mescaline or mushrooms or yada yada to create these states of altered states of consciousness. But one of the things I find fascinating about the absolute true voodoo practitioners is that most of them are making a blend of magic mushroom tea on a regular basis and staying absolutely wickedly high because it creates an otherworldly, well, your foot is in the other world. And
but it's dangerous.
It can
for a lot of those guys because you're essentially tiptoeing on the unknown.
For some cases, yeah, if you go far enough, if you go crazy enough.
So check this out. I when I was probably abusing lean, the drug lean, I would drink that and I would pop muscle relaxers to take myself completely out of it to sleep because I'd be in so much pain from training. And that sleep, I would encounter some really fucked up nightmares, man. And but they were always real tribal, real archaic, real root-like, real dusty, if I could say so. And so I started talking about it, and then someone referred me to relatives on my dad's side, and they were asking me what was going on. And then someone referred me to a relative on my mom's side, all this shit. It was wild.
Really?
And finally I got to the deduction that it happened before. One of my mom's brothers used to have visions and headaches and seizures and shit. It happened to him because he got beat. He was beaten really bad over something and it messed his head up. Started having seizures.
Yeah.
And so
aphasiatics. So aphasia, which is brain damage or tiny brain damage, can cause seizures and or epileptic episodes. Yes. Sorry.
So because of whatever they learned from their daddies, they were practicing the same stuff, trying to try their luck with them. Long story short, if patterns exist for situations of overviewing or being able to give and receive messages, as I was going out to fight, I would always have to have very chaotic music, high pace, very loud, and then I would zone out. I don't remember shit about my fights. No, I don't, Aaron. I remember sitting down. I remember talking to my coaches. And the thing about me is I always fought up. I always wanted to fight up. And it was weird. But I would just go. And it was probably some of the best martial arts of my life. But I was violently abusing lean and downers, muscle relaxers.
Wow.
Right? And so my body started. It felt like the more violent I got, the more toll it took on my body. And so that's when I had a lot of strange occurrences, and which led me to jump off the path I was on, out the box, completely stopped. Oh, I started learning more. One of my relatives told me the theory of if you want to know where you're going, you got to know where you come from. Kind of like some as above, so below shit. For real.
Well, that's a constant, by the way. Is the mirror is always there. That there is never. First off, you can't get rid of energy. Energy is non-disposable. It's non-destructible. You can't destroy it. It's just going to transmute. It's just going to change into something else. It's still going to exist, same weighted value. So, as above, so is below, is the easiest way to describe that the mirror, and this is true in particle physics as well. That there is, a mirrored atom somewhere out there in space that suggests that there's other us here, even within this dimension, balancing us out. And that's even a weird thought. So
I think what said relative was way ahead of the curve on his theories and philosophies, but due to the time and the era and even the fact that he was immigrant and black, he was even that well in hiding in the States. And so he was a really good snake oil salesman, if I can say that.
Sure. I mean, like that was a talent at the time, right?
But yeah, so man, I saw it play out a lot of similar scenarios with my brothers, unfortunately, with the way they act, and I can see how someone can say it and put I understand why now, but they put a smack a label on it and say generational trauma, and have it something so generalized that you might be numb to it.
Well, and also, once again, there's that wiping away, right? Isn't that once again the whitewashing of something that could be much more impactful, that means way more, that it's just like, no, pay no attention. Don't look over here. Look at the right hand. Don't look at your left hand. Look at the right hand. Don't look at your hands. Look at your hands. Don't look at your hands. Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, it's like it's a shell game in some ways, if you really think about it from that aspect.
And so I started using that aspect to navigate my experience. And it changed the way I perceive things completely, 100%. I started looking at everything as an ecosystem. I stopped looking at people as anything to control, understand. I'm here to be Crips, right? And but when I got to that phase, I got the most resistance and the weirdest shit happening in my life. And
what do you mean by that?
I literally had
the most resistance and weird shit. What exactly happened?
Scenarios would happen like, well, the first time I recognized something was going on, I went from like a bank account full of money, gold in my neck, do whatever I want, to jail time, looking at time. And I stopped fighting. I felt like I could stop fighting to focus on my artistic ideas, right? And I didn't realize that the violence I was offsetting by not being in the military or anything, or a street gang or whatever, if we say pack generationally, I wasn't expelling that energy. So I fell deep into the other spectrum of bathing in chaotic neutrals, all different forms of lower vibrational everything, for the sake of art, right?
Sure. I mean, G.G. Allen has a purpose as well, and there's, once again, balance to all things. You were slingshotting yourself in a way, basically.
Yeah, and I ended up fighting for my life. And by luck, by grace, by love, man, I made it there. But when I got out of that phase, one of my relatives on my father's side of the family repeated the same fucking story that I heard when I was like younger. And he was telling me, you need to talk to your relatives on this side. And so then I said, fuck it, I'm going to do it. I took a break. I completely jumped out of what life would have been. And I got down to the root of things and asked some really fucked up questions and got straightforward answers, which blew my mind.
And by saying, wait, hold on a second. By saying that, by getting to the root of things and asking some fucked up questions, were you asking yourself, or were you seeking the answers from your ancestors?
I wouldn't even so much say ancestors, man, because at that point, I didn't even know what the concept of ancestor was. Does that make sense?
Sure, you were seeking the answers and you were getting answers, but you didn't know where they were coming from.
I kept getting people telling me on my mom's side to talk to relatives I didn't know existed on my dad's side. And my dad wouldn't tell me existed because he was, quote unquote, in bad terms with his family. He didn't want to talk to them. Long story short, when I got a hold of relatives, they told me, like, yeah, man, you got to be aware of you're falling into the same patterns. I killed all your mom brothers before it killed all grandpa brothers. And when I heard the story, they were fucking the ability to actually itemize it, randomize it, track it. It blew my mind even fucking more. And that's why I think it's important that people do actually find a way to connect with their history and where they're from, no matter how arduous it is, because you might find some deep shit in here that you didn't even know. But so both.
True that. I've been there too.
So now I float back to reality with a different point of view. And I was like, yo, life's an ecosystem, man. I gotta be cool as shit. I gotta take care of the earth, take care of my body. A lot of different things I do different. But I think the time that I was fighting, I was tapping into the same thing as joining the military, being in the Marines, or running rum illegally, or being involved in any type of thing like that that would involve orchestrated violence, ritualistic violence carried out. And I was like, oh no, man, I can't get down. If I fall into this cycle, I gotta jump out of it because I don't want to end up like said were happened before. And I think that was my chance to use God's greatest gift, free will. Just bounce forward. Strangest things, man. I would have like bad dreams. I'd have the weirdest one was electrical occurrences when I would tell people the story. Relatives
we saw it here. I mean, like this shit failed twice.
Yeah, man.
Why are you trying to tell it?
Well, relatives call me, ask me am I cool? Like, yeah, man, I'm just whatever. But I really feel like that he was on the money with some shit energetically about bloodline, man, and the ability to know where you're from and why you're from and shit like that. But once I started looking at everything from that perspective, it's like I went through a 3-year phase of not watching TV.
Holy shit. Really?
Yeah, man. If I would catch the television, it would be like literally whatever happenstance my old lady was watching. Or, hey, you gotta watch this because of COVID. But I decided this was crazy. I decided to do a couple things. Read more, real shit. Changed my, I retired from mixed martial arts because I figured I'd have to keep my head, my brain. I had to keep that intact because I didn't want to fall into scenarios of CTE or dementia, or schizophrenia, any of that.
I was saying this early on when you came on that your ability, your comprehension level is so high for somebody who has been hit in the head as many times as you had, or taking the damages to your body alone, which, people forget that your body also carries a lot of sensitive nerve endings that can fuck with your brain. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I had a lot. I started, I realized that my body was deteriorating. And I also realized that it was crazy. It was like I realized that the adrenaline, the dopamine release from the combat and the banging of the drums and the yell of the crowd and the bloodletting, all of it. I realized I was fucking addicted to it. And that was like probably the most human thing I realized about any of it. I was like, I'm addicted to fighting, straight up. So I gotta let it go. I said, I can always be a part of it, but I can't be in it, because otherwise I'm gonna end up like the dudes with their brains beat in. And then I kept seeing people that I knew act erratic after combat sports. And I was like, fuck that. I said, I already had one moment where I lost myself. I'm not going back to it because I don't remember shit. I don't remember shit. And if that's how it is when you're blacked out drunk and or even whatever the circumstance may be, I don't want no parts of it. And especially being a father.
I'd actually say that it is not uncommon to experience that kind of missing state or blur memory with any of those things that come with swamped memory, meaning like you traveled a lot. You had a lot of intense experiences. You trained a ton. You focused solely on that, probably myopically so. You in the moment were deeply in the moment, but then had to move on because no matter what you were doing, you had something else to focus on immediately thereafterwards, right? Yeah, so it makes complete sense that you would basically, it's not unlike streaming or doing a show. You, in the process of building up, know every detail of everything about. Oop, did I lose you? Oh, there you are. Oh, now you're back. In the process of doing a show, like say you'll set it up and you'll advance every single day, every single night. You'll know every single detail of every single moment. And then once you're underway on tour, it becomes a blur of what's going to happen, and it's built into your memory. And now you're in the moment and doing it. And once it's done, I'm telling you, if I didn't film half of my stuff, I wouldn't remember it. And there's plenty of times where people have reminded me of moments that I'm like, I did what? We did what? No way. Oh, that's right. It's absolutely part of the adrenaline. It's absolutely part of what you're describing. And can I add this in though? Something, I don't know if you thought about this.
Yeah.
When you're in front of a crowd and you're sweating and they're focusing all their intention and energy on you, some of them have bet money on you. Some of them are willing you to win. Some of them are willing you to lose. All of their eyes, all of their brain, all of their concept of reality is focused around the image in their eyes and brain of you and somebody else. And all of that energy is not unlike being a rock star. And it was said to me, by the way, I love telling this story because it's one of the greater things that has ever happened to me in the top 20 for certain. Sitting in the movie theater downstairs of a pool house on the property of, oh shit, what happened there? Oh, sorry, one of my iPads died. Sitting on the property on Jennifer Lopez and Mark Anthony's estate somewhere out in Long Island, recording some music for them for the show, re-recording some stuff, and I was there for a couple days, and he took me into the theater at one point in time, and he showed me Michael Jackson. I believe it is the Dangerous Tour. I think it's the Dangerous Tour. But we were in the movie theater showing him this because I asked him what inspired him, and he showed this thing to me. And the reason it's important for this story is that when Michael Jackson pops up out of the stage, he stands still in front of an audience of probably 70,000 people, maybe larger. It's a huge, huge festival-sized crowd. And they are screaming as loud as you could possibly imagine an audience is screaming, and all their energy is focused on him. And he says that, look, they're all looking at him. And I'll say it like him. Look at him. They're all looking at him. He's a god. He's a god right now. Look at him. He doesn't need to move. He's just sucking in the energy. And I'm going to say this because, and he went on and on, but the point being is that the energy, and he was so excited. He got up in his chair when he's pointing this out. And he was telling me that this is what he does too. He lets that energy filter through him. Now, what that can do is if you're not aware of it, you're not focusing on it, and in case of being a fighter, you would not be channeling that energy. You're channeling a different kind of energy towards someone else to win. But everybody around you is channeling into you. And this is where I would suggest that there's a deep difference in the experience in your mind, is that you've got a whole bunch of people filling your space with their essentially brainwaves.
Right.
Colliding in what could otherwise be considered a cacophony or a, interference wave, because they aren't thinking the same thing, they're just seeing the same thing. And
right.
Their hopes and intuition and interests, agenda, whatever it is, their motives for being there and their motives for watching are being bombarding you, whether you know it or not.
That's why I was put an emphasis on bloodline. Through all of the fights that I have, even the most technical ones, brother, I don't remember doing them. I know the techniques. I can put them down on paper because I study hard martial arts. I train my body day in and day out. But one thing that I really took from the journal that I learned on my own, that was if you're going to do anything scary, you have to nut up and accept consequences immediately in the moment.
True.
Right?
Absolutely.
And
it is a thing.
I feel people don't understand how powerful that is as you're moving, especially as you're moving toward combat. So I think through whatever research and lore and mythos and writings and all the things that I found, he was on his way to maintain that proper, he said, chameleon skin to where you can avoid it all, go straight through it. And that's the thing that fucked me up. It was, I fought amazingly. The moments where I was in my skin, I didn't fight as well. I did not fight as well. I felt out of place. And that's when I was like, oh shit. I have to make sure that I do the same things. Maybe fight around the same times a year, maybe in the same places.
Did that change the pattern for you? Did it change the experience? Holy shit, wow. That's rad.
And so then I jumped out of playing dice because I realized that was the relative's problem, the gap. Couldn't resist it. And also another one, they say the spirit of Lilith, which was being seduced by a woman whose intention solely is to fuck you up. So the whole West Indian lore played out. And
did you run into that? Did you run into that siren?
Yeah, that's what almost killed me, man. For real. That's what almost killed me. That's what got me to the point where I need to go call this person that my family has been telling me to look for because it happened. And I thought I was too cool, too smooth operator, for sure. Because even at my lowest vibrations, I was pretty aware of my ecosystem. And I wasn't aware that my thinking was similar to those before me until I saw those journals and seen them articulated. And then I was like, oh no, that's fucked up. Yeah, I'm in my skin. And I understand the concept of that synaptic moment of I don't give a fuck what happens next. We're going, you know?
Yeah.
And
you had a drive at that point that was beyond just the interest. It was you absolutely, you had to do it.
I was hyper fixated on it to the point to where I have a really good circle of friends and family to where I was like, hey, if this gets out of hand, y'all know to put my ass somewhere, right? And they're like, yeah, for sure, but right now you're on the money.
Crimes and chaos,
you're on
what's
the money.
happening?
And that was one thing. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was like, okay, if I'm on the money, I'm going to keep going in this direction because I think this is the best interest.
Mm.
And yeah, man, I just stayed out of that loop until I am where I am today. But if you look at the pattern of my family, especially male pattern, it's insanely gross. And so, random anomaly, one would say. Even like when I go back home, even with my shortcomings as, you know, a guy goes to jail once. But I go back home, I'm still that guy because of the chances of me doing the things I did from the area. And yeah, I can really akin it to being that close in between spaces. If that makes sense.
Yeah, in the liminal.
I got the message loud and clear, and even had experiences of seeing them, but from a different point of view. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And that's what shook me, because my mom, bless her heart, she I don't even know if it's not dementia, but she has fits of confusion, which leads to rage time where she's at. But she doesn't remember anything in these fits of rage, you know?
Wow. Well, what do you mean by fits of rage? I mean, is this violent or is this, I mean, what happens?
Oh,
She
yeah.
just gets, really?
So my mom, as she got older, I would say the trauma started creeping up, undealt trauma for sure. 60-year-old black woman from like Mississippi that lived her whole life pretty much serving everyone's kids and trauma herself, carrying a lot of fucking secrets. Her brain broke. She lost her last brother and her brain broke. And so she started like forgetting where she was, getting really drunk and bringing up really dark shit from the past. And then that's when I was like, oh, no, man, we got to get this shit in check, because if this is similar to what I've seen written about what happened before on the opposite side of the family, this is just generational trauma playing out. Really sad fucking story.
Do you think that's what it is? It's like repressed generational trauma, something she's rebelling against, like actually like, or I'm sorry, aggressing against actually, because.
Yeah, I think because if people don't be careful of their like surroundings, especially when it comes to energy-wise wavelengths, they get caught in some pretty fucked up traumas, like death cycles and shit.
Sure.
And especially when like poverty's involved. And so, man, yeah, I seen her fall apart mentally, and we put her back together as best we could. But I could see how it was because her vibrations were so fucking low. Her intake was so low. I was like, damn, man, I wish I could explain.
What's happening, Surfing? Now. I see some bears, by the way. Oh, shit, I've seen some bears. I think we're about to be raided. I apologize, Zumbi. I think we're being raided. That's awesome. Sounds like my sound. Oh, Lone Wolf says it sounds like his mom. Their mom. Sorry, I still. Oh yeah, Lone Wolf. No. And Breen, what's happening? Sorry.
Yeah, I can't see you. My bad.
Oh yeah, it's a berry. Hold on a second. Yeah. What's happening?
Yeah, but
anywho, what's going on, Speakeasy's crowd?
I saw all that shit pop up, and I was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna for sure stay on this path I'm on, because it's been hitting the Yahtzee. And I got to a point to where I had a conversation with my dad about the information I found, and he validated a lot of stuff. And that's what led me to write the graphic novel. I was like, if the story wants to be told, I think I have to do it, but in a way to where in a reality stranger than fiction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things that most people miss about this. I have to stop for a second, because there's a couple people in here that I have to gather in, and I missed somebody who just rolled by. Yeah, they're not. You're not blocked. I don't think you actually were. I think you were just muted for the day or something like that. I apologize, by the way, Zumbi. There's a whole group of people that just came in, and a couple of these people deserve to get modded up with the mod squad right now. I just want to make sure that before I miss them, because one of the rare occasions where like you get a chance to really drop down. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Zumbi's telling us the story about how one of his family members may have affected the family lineage, and it seems very clearly that something did happen here, where his family line may have been actually adjusted or changed because of what one of Easy sent y'all. I appreciate you, Easy. I love you, buddy. That's so awesome. And thank you so much for the raid. That's really kind. I appreciate having some folks here. There's been folks all evening long, but yeah, having y'all here because I'm normally Wimbles. What's happening? Sandy, Autonomous, Alex. I'm not familiar with you, but hi, welcome. Surfing. I let some names come in. So let me. By the way, I owe somebody. Hold on a second. A mod that I misroll. I got to scroll back up and just make sure I catch this. By the way, where is my cheater chatter down here? All right, hold on a second. There it is. And let me just roll up. I'm hovering above you now, as you can see. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. It's somewhere up in here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, hobos and trans. What the hell? Where'd it go? There it is. First off, I'd like to welcome Rude Mud Crab as a standard moderator. Welcome to the mud. Really loudly. Did I not complete that? I need to complete that. Yeah, there you go. See, I told you weren't blocked. I think Emily is the one who. I don't do any of that shit in chat. Surfing, I know who you are. Come on in. How are you not? You're already a standard moderator. How comes it's not showing? That's weird. What happened there? What happened? How is it not showing you as a mod, Surfing? That's weird, because it says you're a mod, and you're not blocked. Weird. That's weird. Yeah, he wasn't blocked. Anyways, Sandy, how you doing? What's going on? How you doing? Woohoo Jew, good to see you. I was trying to explain the Woohoo Jew story, and the Autonomous. What the heck? Come on in. The stream is fun. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much. Sorry for the loud noise. Sumi. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. Sandy, did it not take? Did I miss you? No, it's just, that's weird. I guess that's weird. What is going on? He isn't blocked. You can see him in the chat. Are you guys not see him? Oh, shit. Well then. Wait, the one that just rolled by isn't actually Rude? Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. Oh, shit. Well, hold on a second. I got to open up the page and everything now. He shouldn't be blocked. Who did I actually just mob there? The other, I can find that person, take him out, and that looked like Rude Mudcrab. I have to go over and check. I'll do this while we're talking to Brother Jimmy. So, tell me something. In the long run, other than
yeah, man, as I was saying, yeah.
How are you applying this now? How does this apply in your life?
Honestly, notice that I'm not experiencing the same type of phenomena. And I got really good at chronicling. When I say that, it's like a lot of people don't understand the power of like journaling.
Sure.
Getting that shit down in real time and having a tangible way to go back and check it is really strong shit. But people, I don't know, just don't do it anymore. But yeah, man, it was an easier way for me to that way quiet the brain, and I could kind of tap back into my artistic side without having to everything I was taught or brought up. I don't know. I think that was another way I kind of just jumped out the box, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Well,
Have a good night, Easy. Thank you so
also
much.
say
Thank you for coming through and bringing some folks with you. I appreciate you, man. Sorry, Jimmy. There's a lot going on. No, keep talking though.
No, you're cool. You're cool, man. Yeah. So after that, man, I just started paying attention more to like things on that side of the family that are kind of like, I guess people would say they're superstitious, but for me, it's more, I understand it from a different point of view now. Like, I share joints with people. I do understand that you might be giving them a piece of yourself. You don't know what they know or whatever they do with that piece they have,
True, because in your mind, in your mind, and the way you approach it,
of history.
I'm sorry, the way you're approaching it, you are sharing. You aren't just sharing the joint. Your energy is transferring because your saliva, maybe, or your touch, or your energy is interceding in one another. Basically, your space, your waveform. Sleep well, Easy.
Yeah, and the ability to probably procreate with that person could lead to a lifetime of the same shit, So,
well, wouldn't that in your case?
That being said,
wouldn't that be in your case pass on some of this? See, trying to get into the YouTube page is gonna probably kill the stream. Sorry. Yeah, well, if you were to have a child, maybe out of wedlock with somebody that you didn't want to have a child with,
yeah, like had their own eclectic ass belief.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You're gonna have to repeat that. You broke up for a second.
Okay, so yeah, let's say if I had got a woman pregnant, knowing what I feel about myself and what I've learned about myself genetically or bloodline wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I feel what I know to be true about experiences I've had. I don't know. You got to be careful with who you share your genetics with, man, because if you and the mother don't work out, and what if that child ends up in the same type of cycle, especially based on environment and wavelength, music, all this shit, man. You're gonna end up creating maybe even an accelerated experience of what you had, which you were probably running away from. And then I started looking at the way media targets underdeveloped areas and shit with like more violent, chaotic neutrals. And I was like, oh shit, that's a dirty game in itself. That's a whole nother conversation. But I could see how those things expedited my experience. And during a pandemic, I unplugged completely. Completely. I said, this is a really good time to think in peace. Straight up, I said, I'm gonna pull my Musashi. And this is a time to think in peace, to accept reality as is, that I can go outside and not know what the fuck's going on, but I still have things that I do need to get accomplished. But thank God for my ability and understanding of violence, that I was always ready to just, hey, whatever's the next fucking step, we'll go there, because I gotta get home. That makes sense.
Yeah, of course. So you readjusted your thought process, essentially.
Yeah, I readjusted my thought process, and I realized crazy fucked up things, and it had to do with frequency. Like, I didn't understand what was going on, but I knew people were freaking out about the pandemic, which I understand. But as I'm grocery shopping, they're buying up toilet paper and packaged Doritos and Oreos and shit. But they were leaving the produce and the fresh water. And I was like, oh shit, they don't get it. They're they're stuck in a house. They're in a fucking loophole. They're watching the same shit over and over again. Doritos, Pepsi, blah, 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 blah. So, I was like, yeah, and you really should be probably focusing on your health. And just actually taking that time out to, because my old lady was pregnant, mind you. So for me, I was like, this is a perfect time to have some peace and to accept that I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I have to be level-headed to see myself through it. I don't know what a pandemic is supposed to be like. I never experienced that in my lifetime. I'm only 37. So, boom. I'm watching the world go to shit, and my experience is staying the same, neutrally as it was. It's just people are dying around me because I feel like their experience was accelerated. That whole time, I was just researching and trying to make sense of familial lore. And halfway through it, AI shit like ChatGPT and all that shit came out. And I was like, oh, I don't have to fucking paperwork. Yeah, I can fucking randomize, itemize type shit with the information I have. And that's when I was like, oh, fuck. Brain scattered again. And then, yeah, man, having the chance to breathe, eat right, be with my family, train, focus on things that someone read The Art of War or the Book of Five Rings would understand that rest and strategy time is the most important in any war. And if you hear words like pandemic, my guy, you're probably in a war, you know?
What do you mean by a war? I mean, I do understand how I would see it, because I mean, you're going to have to fight a battle against the illness. Water is important to have. Yes, Sandy, shit. Absolutely. Sorry.
Yeah, there's really crazy shit going on in your government to where a word in your experience is pandemic currently, because that means there's something mass being spread that's killing people or harming people. And so I was like, yeah, I don't know why people are glancing over that and even arguing on it, because if it's a possibility, we should probably be focusing on our health and not the pills or what medication, whatever they're pushing, your actual functional health. Are you drinking water?
Yeah.
Should you be smoking at the moment? Are you eating the right vegetables? Literally, are you eating the right fucking vegetables?
Yeah.
Are you going out and getting sunlight? Are you still sweating outside in the sun? All that shit. Are you still eating locally? People neglected all that.
You were relating this to your relative's experience, who practiced a healthier lifestyle in order to actually transcend their own normal state of being, let's call it. They were able to manipulate certain factors in reality by the fact that they were more in tune, and you went back to this as a readjustment to stay healthy, essentially, or just to stay. I'm not more than just stay healthy, but to avoid the outcomes that could have happened from the trade that your relative made with some unknown somebody.
And also, I believe in skeptic safe log. So I was like, if I'm healthy and I'm not drinking, I'm not doing drugs, I'm not partaking in excess of sex and dopamine, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. If I'm living a practical, just a healthy experience, and I see or feel something weird, chances are it's happening. I'm not in an altered state of thinking. The area around me is different. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. No, I mean, if you're already understanding of the frame of the situation, and the world starts to essentially close in from your point of view, but you haven't changed, I understand that you're seeing that the world is adjusting, and that you've got to move just like you're in the ring.
Right. And so I was like, yo, I got to make sure that I understand things. I'm able to discern in real time. A lot of people take that ability when people talk about being woke. I don't talk about being woke like charging some fucking crystals to ward off bad juju. I'm talking about being in your own skin in real time, piling the chip. It's shit happens.
Yeah.
A lot of people aren't. They're not. They're just not there. They'll see some egregious shit and be like, oh, well, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. And just keep going on. And then when I realized that, I was like, oh, this is fucked up. This is kind of like with the books they were talking about or the movies they were talking about, like Fahrenheit 451 or any fucking sci-fi thriller in the 80s that was talking about what a dystopian future would feel like. And I was like, oh shit, man, this is crazy. And if this is really like, if this is really a pandemic, a virus, it was not, and my old lady's pregnant, I have to start thinking, I have to be in proper discernment. And I think this is perfect to be able, where I was living was gated and clean, safe. I was in Pasadena. And literally outside, the George Floyd things are going on, and riots, protests, explosions in the sky, man, for real. But I maintain that I'm going to be a warrior in a garden. I'm going to tend to this fucking garden, and I'm going to maintain my health and work on my brain. And if I'm going to consume literature, it was still going to be things that I was akin to that made me focus on curriculum. So I picked Musashi, and then also something that would make me dive into deeper understanding. So I was like, I have to figure out why my family was doing all this weird shit over there, and if it had anything to do with the weird happenings on this side.
Yeah.
Because if so, that's some fucked up voodoo shit. That's horrible, man. Or it's just a really fucked up way to look at generational trauma.
I mean, couldn't it be a little bit of both? Because it kind of seems like whatever the intention was back before is actually doing the job that it was intended to do. His message is still coming back and affecting and or directing your intentions, your lifestyle, the way your father taught you, the way, to avoid those things, to make the plans change. I mean, this is still, I was going to say this earlier. They say in one way that God works in mysterious ways, but metaphysics work in even more mysterious ways, because it seems to be, and I've seen this time and time again, that there is no magic in our realm, let's say, but that things happen in weird little pushes, as if some unknown force presses a domino, and that domino hits another domino, and next thing you know, a whole bunch of reactions happen that end up, either becoming exponential or attenuating, and meaning, to make larger by certain large growth values, or to limit, and it seems to me that these are the kind of things that could be taken for, happenstance, natural happenstance. But when you see, like you have, a pattern form over time in your families, finding out that there are certain relatives your family doesn't want you to know about, because you might ask questions that might lead you down pathways that would lead you back to what they're concerned about. I mean, this is telling. This is telling. Without throwing too much juju around, frankly, because that's problematic. The audience. I don't want people to think that we're just talking hoo-ha. We're just not trying to basically call on the will and spirit in this belief system of the people and things we're talking about. And I mentioned earlier, like, what you thought of Legba, by the way, and what you thought that was. And
that's when everything got fuzzy. That's why I stay ambiguous, because even in any other lore, the mentioning of those things could probably, depending on frequency, could amplify, especially if we're talking variables that are different from your side of the water to mine at the moment. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So
I was like, wait a minute, my time, space I'm in, I'm not doing that tonight. Yeah, man, a lot of people don't know that. A lot of the beliefs that they stole from those people and pillaged and tore and demonized are what they use in their systems to cure and kill and all these things. And when I found that out, man, that kind of fucked me up when I had to look back at the actual history of a lot of religion. And I was like, yo, that's crazy, because they were literally wiping out people that were probably a little bit more connected or in tune with the earth, just because they couldn't control them.
True.
And that's crazy, man, because if you think about types of people that they theorize existed, like from giants to pygmies, you know what I mean? And then even if you say that now, it's still like, whatever, bro. But imagine someone saying that in 30 years. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know? And it's because the way I saw the mythos that this relative was writing was from a very well-studied man that believed in properties that he could see coming, and wanted to make sure there's proper documentation of it in case it came coming back around. And one big thing was in times of hysteria or chaos, find a place to rest.
Is this from one of the green books you're talking about? His book.
Yeah, find a place to rest, because sometimes the energy, whatever's bad is going on around you, can go right past you.
Yeah.
And that shit was crazy to me, because like I remember during the pandemic, I was like, I'm not even going to fucking buy into it, because it's not real. I told my lady this.
Thank you.
I said, I'm not saying that it's not real. I'm saying that I'm not gonna buy into this math. Still have to work out, and we should probably do stuff to increase like our breathing capacity at home. And this would be a good time to buy some books, you know. And we literally survived off just going to the grocery store. I would go get the proper items to make the meals for the week. As basic as this sounds, we didn't watch TV. I played Xbox. And so I would hear all the chaos and noise outside from wherever my friends were playing Xbox from. But for me, I was just enjoying my experience of my family during a pandemic, man. And I'm not a rich person. I work hard, man, middle class, I'm not rich. And I was like, oh, fuck. So now everybody's back outside. And mind you, during the whole time, I still had guys fighting out of the country and shit. And so we had to maintain our gem like a bubble. And so we had to abide by a lot of codes. We had to do a lot lot of things.
So almost an aesthetic. I'm sorry, it's almost an aesthetic at that point. You have almost taken an aesthetic code at that. You are limited to just like a monkdom within your bubble and within your practice. How did that change your life that way?
I got mad healthy. Like lost all the big bloat weight I got from the beginning of the pandemic. I started having like really weird. I started taking baths. Somebody told me to take soaks, and then one of my friends was like, take like a soak that releases like all the metals or some shit.
Yeah.
And I remember that shit was crazy because I felt clearer in the brain after I was doing. I was like, oh shit, this makes sense, because I know like when I was sick when I was a kid, grandma would put like eucalyptus leaves and matched herbal shit in the bathtub when the water was hot.
Yeah.
And we would just soak in the bathtub, play with our toys.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh yeah. But what a lot of people didn't do was unplug from the screens. I maintained an Xbox time that was weird. So I played with my friends overseas, and I slept during the day because my old lady usually needed me opposite time to be up.
Yeah.
And so it was a cool schedule we had. And because I was still training fighters, I would just go straight to the gym, straight home. Just like I imagined it, it's a zombie survival, but the zombies aren't. The zombies are flesh eaters. It's this propaganda frequency bomb going on. It was crazy. It was like you were saying, it was like a political version of walking down Old Town Hollywood, man, where you see all the crazy ass signs.
Yeah.
And
swamping of the culture altogether with fear and limitation, and no matter the fact that it was real and concerned, it was very different than anything that had ever been done before.
Yeah, doing that, I wasn't drinking. I wasn't falling into any of the dumb shit that my parents, brothers, anyone in my family had. I was completely out of any box I should have been in, because there's no reason I should be living in Pasadena, California. It was weird. It felt like I took myself in a really good place to block out all the bullshit. And then when I did have a chance to discern, it was like, why are you even arguing over this? Is obviously a crazy grift, but whatever. None of my concern, because, I not what I'm focused on. I'm focused on my garden. And I'm creating this fucking story. As I did that, I got healthier. I started remembering things better. And then I would have nightmares about fights, not being able to control my body in fights, taking really bad punishment, which never happened. But I started having better dreams, which, if that makes sense, and where the same fights would happen, but I was in the driver's seat and I was actually doing better. That was when I realized I needed to stop fighting. For real. I didn't have to fight anymore. There's nothing to do with it. I'm making money, helping these guys.
Yeah.
That whole opening. And then right when that happened, I remember one of my really close friends passed away out of the blue. Fucking COVID yanked him. And, like, that's crazy, because we usually frequent the same circles, especially for work.
Is it a similar age? But
yeah.
Wow.
A lot of synchronicities, man. So it hurt a little bit. Really close friend.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
So I was like,
that's really tough.
Maintain. My old lady's pregnant.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold your thought for one second. I gotta address something real quickly. Lurking, you're more than welcome to be here. I appreciate you being here. But if you could do me a favor, this is a different channel. I understand things happen elsewhere, and you want to talk to people. There's Discord for that, and Facebook, and all sorts of other stuff. But if you wouldn't mind, the only simple rule I have is be here. Be here now, please. So things that happen elsewhere, leave them at the door. They'll be there when you get done. Trust. Here, we're not about drama. Unless you see me throwing some drama, and it'll probably be a gag anyway. So, but the point being, if you wouldn't mind, that's one of the few things I ask of chat. It's your own. That's why I give everybody a mod. So I understand things happen. And nothing against that. I just want to keep it so that, no, you're good. You're good. I understand. Everybody, we're used to, like most of the channels, just carrying kind of some of these things through. But it makes it so that everybody can take part in this in a totally different way, because I'm willing to have it, pretty much everybody here, except for very few people who have just, like, unhinged insanity for no apparent good reason. So, and for the rest of y'all, just play nice. That's why I give everybody the wrenches, because there are 2 secret main mods, 2, and you never know when they're here. Bridget Moten, definitely not awake at this hour, for certain, by the way. Jimmy.
Yeah.
Bridget Moten, definitely not awake at this hour. Speaking of which, testing. Hold on, here's the real one. God damn it. Awake on the other side of the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm even going to give him a sound effect, for God's sakes. Hardcore. Welcome on in, Rude Mud Crab. There it is. That's the real one. I went searching for the other one. The other one will show up as not a mod. Anyways, Welcome on in.
But yeah,
The
man,
stream is back. Glad to have you.
Yeah, like before I hop off here, man, I didn't realize how late it was.
Oh, you're good. You were
yeah,
saying
man,
at 1:30 that you
when I
had to be
realized-
done by 2, so I apologize for keeping you this whole time. Your story is fascinating, and I understand
No,
a
you're
lot
cool,
of the. It's very interesting to me how you have seen it for what it is and adapted to it, and or taken advantage and ridden the wave. Lao Tzu, the belief in Lao Tzu would suggest that you have seen the wave as it came and you hopped on it, as opposed to trying to fight the wave. You know.
Yeah, I figured that that if there was going to be a confrontation in which I was going to be tested, especially probably in which that it would be something that I would leave. I wouldn't probably have corporal form anymore due to generational patterns. That I was going to be in the best shape for that, and I felt like my luck, my life prepared me for it, and so I used the pandemic to prepare for, hey, I'm gonna be the best version of myself moving forward. Even at a point to where there was times to where I would reach out to people to check on them and to make amends for the past, which I found was crazy powerful for the brain because it felt like I was letting go of bricks from a helium balloon.
Well,
That makes sense.
Do you think? Yeah, absolutely. But do you think that could be a reciprocity for your relative doing whatever fuck shit they were doing in in their practices and the snake oil salesman stuff? You know, I mean, because obviously there's balances to their practices. Those kind of things, especially if they're working around any kind of agreement with, let's just say for argument's sake, Legba. You've made an agreement with Legba, you make a trade, and then you also tend to have to do work. You tend to have to do some practice or give some
Retribution with it.
Yeah, exactly. Bring the offer, right? So
yeah, you have to bring libations and shit like that. And so a lot of people don't understand genetics as libations when it comes to spirituality. So I said, if there's actual a darkness that's unknown, that is killing people, and this is me legitimately. I said I'm going to get in the best shape possible, knowing that I have been in the best shape possible.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be here to fight whatever it is. I don't know what the fight is. The fight could be fucking a call. And the wildest scenarios during the pandemic. I even had people just being weird out of the blue, like in-laws. Doing weird out of character stuff. I had a lot of confrontations with a lot of the men in my family for no reason. It would be like I'd walk into a room and they would just be fixated on wanting to debate with me.
That's because you were giving off the energy that basically was challenging their status quo, or it was challenging their state of being and affected them. And you think that's related to the other portion.
Yeah, because I think it was pushing out what would usually be suffocating. And so when I realized that a lot of the way that the people in my family act was based on the way they were treated in their belief systems on both sides of the bloodline, I started looking at them from a different point of view, like an ecosystem. And I was like, just because I understand it, I don't have to be a predator. One thing that fucking freaked me out, but it rang true, was a crazy man Skip from fucking Shake and Bake Talladega Nights.
Yeah.
The field mouse is fast, but the owl sees at night. That shit fucked me up because how the revenue was. But I realized that if I am in an ecosystem and I have to be close to the understanding of earth and love and peace to be my best optimal self, to be sharp in case I have to be violent. This would be a great time. The fucking pandemic was a beautiful time to get your Jedi on, but people took it the opposite. And I realized, like, no, I don't even have to. There were some times I would walk into places where I knew people didn't like me, especially because of the racial tension that was going on at the time.
Sure.
But
which was also a very odd thing to me, by the way, that suddenly at that moment in time that you add that component in, that people didn't just let that go because it's like, people are getting sick and dying en masse. Let's just let that bullshit go. No, people doubled down, tripled down, Fucking, I won't ever forget that. Especially the community.
Yeah, that was
I lived
wild
at that
time. So I used to carry the confidence of, hey, we could fuck around and find out, but I know the consequences of violence. Straight up. And that's on you, you know. But on me, I'm telling you, I'm coming forward with both hands open, man. And I don't want no type of issues. And when I realized what happened is people would have to confront themselves, and they hadn't had to do that in a while, and it would fuck them up. And I was like, that's why when I got hired to write that skit on the manosphere, I was like, nah, man, because you're going to be dealing with, in my opinion, people stuck in like psychosis and personas, and Lord knows what they're dealing with in the opposite. And look at that Andrew Tate guy, like that's some psychopath shit. And I was like, nah, man, I don't even want to get involved in that wavelength because I don't have to.
Yeah, and not only is that, by the way, not only is that psychopath stuff, but that is intentionally mass affecting, selling negative pain point messages with no solution.
Yeah.
And his manager is associated to a very messed up whole line of things I don't want to get into right now. I've covered it before, but you know,
but people don't understand how
it's so deep.
People don't understand how that intake will mess you up if you're pushing out of like traumas and cycles and energetic happenings. You don't want to be around shit like that. And yeah, man, I came back. I always call it come back to earth. The world opened back up, went back to things, and I just started seeing everything different because I lived through a different experience than the people around me, but it wasn't by force. It wasn't by, I believe it was by actually being present enough to make the right decisions and to not be influenced by the frequencies that was fucking everyone up, which they were glued to almost by force because of the mandates and shit. And
well, yeah,
that's what I was like.
I mean, don't you think a lot of people were just stuck in that for the fact that, one, you know, most people who had a regular job or been in a 9 to 5 or something of that nature every single day in a grind finally got to take the time off. And then they found the fact that they, you know, had this device in their hand, and that device pulled them in. And literally, you know, we know that TikTok, you know, uses the same kind of hypnotic technology that the machines in the gambling machines in Las Vegas use. And we know that people were purposefully addicted, which often takes a certain format of hypnosis and or, you know, use of brain chemicals or the way our interactions happen with our chemicals, so that a dopamine rush or you know, adrenaline rush or something happens so that people have an addictive response to it. And this is once again also involved with
that's why they serve
brain waves. So, sorry.
That's why they serve alcohol, and they play the music at those BPMs. And like casinos is different than nightclubs. It's different than fights. It's different than hockey games. You know, it's a controlled chaos, and people don't get it. You walk into controlled chaos energetically, and when I figured that out, I was like, oh no, man. Yeah, I don't really know about a lot of shit anymore. That was one big conclusion I drew. Another one was I am going to research a bunch of French stuff that I can make tangible sense of, because why not? I said, as well as journalize like things. That's why I started doing the Stay Gold Radio. I wanted to keep a tablet, or I guess like a timestamp, or like a bunch of things that I thought were cool, that were French before we don't even know they fucking existed anymore, or the remake of the rewrite of the fucking reprise is already burnt out in 8 generations of it, right?
Yeah. Watered down to the point where it's telephone game means something completely different. And this goes back to the thing we were talking about earlier, is the reiteration for whitewashing across, you know, pre-monotheistic beliefs, so that, you know, any of the pagan standards that might have been included or might have been allowed alongside, like we were watching the story of the witches of Iceland, you know, that stuff just got run over And so much of the other religion was, or belief systems were included, that it wiped out literally the lore and practice. And altogether, the only thing that's left is remnants, little pieces.
Right. And they did that at such a mass scale, man, that like you say in your podcast, if people actually looked up and not just looked at it from a point of view of like United States, or they just looked at it from a historical point of view of how we got to here.
Yeah.
They would be like, oh shit, this is kind of wild. Me and my friends joke about it. We call it season 2023 of the United States, you know?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't understand it's programming, and it's been that since Orson Welles, you know? And, but if a black dude from West Indies creates some Barstow says that, it's just scribble on a bathroom wall somewhere, you know? But what I can say is learning to walk with intention, fiercely, while maintaining a good connection to being in my skin, and having a proper discernment, even when things are unexplainable, has pushed me away from a lot of bullshit. And with that being said, like I can sit and talk to a snake oil salesman all day, and I don't give a fuck. I understand what he is, you know. But the crazy thing I think I'm understanding now about that was how it related back to my relative's experiences. He was saying that he was getting proper guidance from relatives that had passed to make proper decisions in the current time, but he didn't think it was supernatural as opposed to following it energetically and frequency wise. And he was using old radios. That was his thing. He would do a lot of illegal shit so he could collect old radios and instruments from people who had passed. So, you know, what he was doing,
prized items. He was pulling familiars.
He was making mixtape of lore to achieve maybe connection or communication or whatever. But
because
just the way he did.
I'm sorry. Oftentimes, the way I've understood it is like you want to bring somebody back, reliably so, to focus on them and to have a piece of their belongings, something they valued, something that was important to them, and give them a little altar, and then focus on it. That will tend to bring them around. And in the case of things like a stranger finding a prized item and then focusing on that, that's along the lines of creating a familiar from everything I've read. Because then you're pulling in
that's
people
why
that
it was important.
give you the lottery numbers and stuff, you know.
And also, no, it's important too because a lot of that energy or belief or ideology circles around people who aren't here anymore being trapped inside inanimate objects. And the ability to also put, if somebody left a piece of themselves around, putting it on said inanimate object would have a reaction on them if they attacked it, you know?
You got, that was weird. Jimmy, that's definitely not the internet. That's crazy. Jimmy, that you just got busted out. Like it literally just popped you out and popped you back in. And that's not the internet. I'm running like 40 frames a second right now. That's crazy. This, by the way, this is the third time we've been like seriously interrupted on with Jumbi, where he's telling us some important information. And just
look
like
time. Look at the time.
Yeah.
Look at the time. Look at the time.
3:36. Jesus Christ. There it is again. Because we were talking about this earlier, about the simpatico of the time periods and exactly when these things were happening. Wow, man. I mean, it just like this is what I was talking about as well, as the weird domino effect of stuff where.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Like little things like that.
Yeah, that's why I always I always tell people that when
Yes, Lone Wolf. Ghost
yeah,
of the
I always
machine.
tell people that like if you're in a proper if you're in a proper state of mind, like I smoke weed, right? I smoked weed to slow down. I literally was drinking yerba mate to stay up.
Yeah.
But I smoke weed to slow down because of the way I process information. But what I do know is like the more in shape I am, the more in tune I am with my connection to my body, the more I can understand change in environment, especially like if people understand like EMP and your connection to EM waves around you.
Yeah.
Also in faith, people don't understand the power of phase. And no matter where you're from or what it is, it's powerful, baby. You gotta ride with it if you're riding on intangibles. You know what I mean?
True.
To come into your tangible environment. And so with that being said, once the weird stuff started happening, I was like, I'm not shaken. I'm not scared. I'm not shook. You're gonna have to see me as I am. And I've been pretty tough my whole life, you know?
Yeah, I've seen the fight. I've seen the fight. That's fucking tough. That man did not have a real face afterwards.
Yeah. So
sorry.
With that being said, man, I also have been the other guy. So I had to have a certain mental endurance to get back in there. And I realized that a lot of the chaotic neutrals were doused in daily, lower your ability to be that mentally tough. You'll break, you'll succumb, you'll settle because you just don't want to do it. It's not worth the fight. What's the point anyways type shit. And then I was like, yo, that's the problem. That's the point. Every waking step, you can change your, every waking step, you can change your outcome if your intention is fucking aimed at that step. But people get so caught up on, I guess, the bullshit of day to day that they forget that there's actually a government that doesn't give a fuck about you. We are doused in ads. The food we eat is low quality, and some can say that's by design. All types of things, but there is ways for you to circumnavigate it. But when you do that, once you put those goggles on, you just got to know you can't take them off no more. They're there, you know. And I'm at that point where the goggles have been on for a while, and not much shakes me. But the farther I delve into history and different happenings and the erasure and censorship of history and during the times, well, I'm realizing that, like, yeah, man, a lot of this seems like a lot of those conspiracy theories they say about people from my country and the reason why they persecute them. And I understand that. But I also know that in my raking reality right now, I can't focus on it because I have to maintain a home for my family that lasts here for a while, business, my daughter, my old lady. That's the actual war. I have to fight through it. And I see people settle. I was like, wow, this is what they were talking about. This is what they were talking about. It's happening. People are giving up the fight. All the leaders are dead. And all the cryptids are free to walk in the skin of those who we thought were us, shit type shit.
Oh yeah,
but
I mean that definitely seems to be involved in some of what's going on in this. If you want to put it in those terms, that is some of what seems to be going on. There's definitely the vacuum being filled by the worst intention and the worst kind of energy. And
and if people don't understand the idea of what oblivion is, then they wouldn't really understand what we're like pushing towards when it comes to anything. Because once we aren't allowed to have actual, tangible, real information on what's going on, we are literally at the control of luck. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And that's where we're heading, man. And I think that people look at a lot of things like politically when they should be looking at it as like, why is this being pushed so hard? Taking myself out of the media for a long time and then now having to deal with it because I go to work and shit.
Okay.
I realized that like, oh, if people had culture or even played D&D, this would seem like one of those fucked up rituals in which the sun's blacked out for fucking 6 weeks and all the fucking monsters come to Earth and
Oh, yeah.
decide to fade for the next generation.
Are you kidding? If something like that happened, that'd be. You realize how many people would suddenly give up their beliefs, or things would become very chaotic very quickly.
Yeah, and I'm over here saying like, I understand it. I don't know nothing, but I don't like what's going on, so I'm going to maintain a stance of staying sharp, like the blade. And man, the clearer I got, the more in tune I got with my body, I feel like the more sensitive I was to things that people take for granted. And that's why I got that's what threw me into the YouTube. For real, man. So it's funny that we had this conversation because as I chronicle lore and do stuff and mythos for the story, I listen to you guys online and stuff, and a lot of it's, in the beginning, a lot of it is trash, but now it's more listening to guys that I like and watching their shows and supporting. And I realized, like, yeah, I gotta take if I'm gonna be here, I gotta make sure I'm out of that completely. I can't even, I block and things that were talking points that I would laugh at, like passport bros and shit like that.
Yeah.
At this point, I just block it or put do not show. I was like, if I can do that on the space like this, then I don't even have to worry about it existing. I'll let the chaos happen. Let them meet themselves on that side, right?
Yeah, true.
But
and that's actually probably fixing your algorithm as well.
Yeah, and so I was like, yeah, well, I wish I could drop something, type of show that where it doesn't matter where people are watching it from, it's cool for their algorithm, instead of having people argue, they can actually come and talk. Because what people fail to realize is that when the world had its greatest advancements, it's when people decided to stop arguing. They decide, hey, so over there, you saw you were doing this, so I want to know if you can show me that, or vice versa.
Hey, speaking of this, by the way, before you go on, before I forget, I'm going to be doing a panel coming up here soon that I'm going to call this the panel of synthesis. I'd love to have you on for different topics for certain, because I want to get a panel together of people who want to create synthesis, a real dialectic, antithesis, thesis to synthesis, coming from multiple points of view that everybody earnestly wants to not win a debate, but rather have a debate to get to a better point, a better understanding. Yeah, and no obstinance or contrarianism, or people that have a like interest, or not so much echo chamber, but people that will at least agree to have open minds enough to search for other answers, whether it be for themselves or for the conversation itself. And I think that's what's missing from a lot of these debate panels, because everybody thinks that they're trying to fight a war.
Right. So check this out.
Oh, hey, Missy T. Sorry.
The biggest part of one of the biggest things I found in looking up familiar history on both sides was the reason why both families connected was because of their open-mindedness to holistic healing and herbal medicine and old world things to heal, like different combinations of water and herbs and plants to put on a wound versus going to a store and buy it still in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, if that makes sense. Being careful what shots the babies got because they didn't want certain things inside of their body. Making sure that they drink alkaline water, shit like that, because it's kind of like making sure that they had the best chance to not be fucked up moving forward. And then when I look at that science now, that's crazy, right? That's what they were pulling and trying to tell their American family. That, hey, don't go buy that processed shit. Don't Infamil, Similac. Be careful of the TV type things because of frequency. It's the same thing with the drums, but they wouldn't hear them because at that point, if you imagine how detached they are from culture, the two races, even though they're black, West Indian black is different than Mississippi black.
Sure.
you know?
And well, absolutely. We've had this conversation and about tethering. Other cultures tethering themselves to the ideas about foundational American black concepts. We've had this conversation that it's hard to explain to people who are not from the U.S. that there's a totally different connotation for the people who are black or related to slavery or not, and the different relationships, whether or not they are first or second generation, or whether or not they're their ancestors were brought here 400 years ago. They're the different relationships in America to many cultural identities and values when it comes to saying you're black, than say if you're from another country. There's different history involved in the background, and not to say that other people haven't been treated poorly elsewhere as well. I've seen in front of me Aboriginal I believe they're terming themselves now, the term is black, but it's with 2 Ks. I've seen them treated.
It's crazy.
I saw some crazy stuff in Australia, in Adelaide, in front of a hotel where I saw like natural migration of a group of people that are clearly on walkabout in a place, in a pattern they've been doing for who knows how long, millions of years, 100,000 years, whatever. And the way they were treated, I've never heard people actually spoken to this way in front of me. And all of us standing there, including, by the way, Charlie Tuna, turned and let the person saying this stuff have it, and I still can't believe that the guy turned toward Charlie, who's 6'5", just a monster of a human being. I can't believe the guy mouthed off to him, because of the way that that's crazy. I'm sorry, that stuff is outrageous. But wait, there's a different relationship.
The problem, I guess, that the problem that my relative encountered with my mother's family was their understanding of whatever they believe spiritually was old African from the slaves and lore from those that were harmed in the plantations. So that's a whole different lore. And so imagine one guy going down on his luck to the other guy and the deal going whatever. Anywho, that was the wives' tale that was going around, and that it would play out through the boys' sense of their fathers. And so, I jumped completely out of the box. But when I started seeing similarities in other people's lives, man, when I looked at it like from the outside, I want to scream like, yo, bro, you're in a fucked up pattern. You got to change whatever you're doing right now, or you might not,
Yeah.
But it's screaming from a fucking mirror, to some people. But because of, unfortunately, the business that I'm in, I'm constantly seeing past versions of myself. I feel like it's a reminder to stay the course.
Yeah.
Kids coming up in the fight game, a lot of money too soon, infatuated with women, sex, drugs, all that shit. Want to make it in LA, the old sad tale.
Yeah.
And
that's the worst too. By the way, for me.
Yeah, I used to go about it wrong. I used to be like, well, Darwinism exists, my guy. Good luck. But then I realized that it's about being, I told myself after the pandemic, if I go back into the fight biz, I was going to be the guy that I needed coming up. And I just maintain that every day. It's a mantra. It's what I wake up to, it's what I go to. That's what I rely on. I keep a sharp sword. When I make a decision, I stand on it. I don't really, I learned the ability, which a lot of people don't understand, to fill a room with energy when I speak. Like if I'm angry, I ain't saying shit. You're going to understand I'm angry when I walk in.
Yeah.
Because,
well, I've seen, don't forget, I've seen you on panel before, letting somebody truly have it when they pissed you off.
Yeah, and that's just because I don't got to be a dick all the time to affirm on that. Just be like, no, that's a stupid idea. If you're really savage or about that life, or a murderer, killer, or whatever these fucking goofballs are calling themselves these days,
Hey,
nobody's around is gonna know it. That's why ecosystems are important to watch. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And being aware of the larger system and how it's being affected by the other systems as well, the butterfly flap syndrome, understanding that it is very important to, at least for me, having perspective on where things are in the world, where I am in comparison, how I fit in and or don't, and or how I can avoid, you know, the crash of the wave and be on top or inside the curl.
Right.
You know, I mean, I to be metaphoric, but and Jimmy, not to cut you off, but it looks like it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and I actually have a driveway to build tomorrow, or at least to be somewhere. There's gonna be people with jackhammers somewhere in my yard, basically.
I gotta get up. I gotta get up in a couple hours too. I want to land a plane on something, man. Because I know it's pretty wild off shit. People just watch us have a pretty deep combo.
Yeah.
What I will say is this. Yeah, man. I think I saw what would happen if I did go down that dumbass path, and thank God I didn't. But I think people, if they pay more attention to their surroundings and understand that those traumas and life cycles and patterns do exist energetically, it would probably make them make better decisions moving forward, especially if they have children. You know what I mean? But I think that's what our relatives were trying to explain in our West Indian side, that just because it's a pattern doesn't mean you have to dance to the drum. The hard part is breaking out of the dance. And once you're doing that, maintaining proper understanding and curriculum, and even if the understanding is you don't know shit, that's still a proper understanding. And this was a man who was alive in the 30s, the 40s, and 50s and shit. So when I read his shit now, I was like, yo, I really think he was trying to program us with his literature and books to survive what he thought would be coming forward. And because of what he learned about old world lore, new world lore, theology, all those things. And that was probably like the biggest reveal of it all. Like I had a relative that really got so much future forward with intention and love that he was like, fuck it, I'll make a manual. And boom. So when things line up like that, I don't think it's coincidence. So I encourage everybody, if they do have old family, wives' tales, lore, anything like that, go search it up, because it could explain some things that would be considered phenomena or weird or fringe happening in your experience. Or it could be someone trying to pull you in a positive or a negative direction, depending on where that energy is coming from. So, yeah.
Truth. No, this is all fact, man, and I just want to thank you very much for sharing it, because it was just mentioned, by the way, Lone Wolf just mentioned that my guest, Jumbi, this is Brother Jumbi, by the way, if you didn't catch him. I'm sitting in front of his name. Hold on a second. Let me pull me out for a second. He was just saying that you have a really good level head and need more like this. True. Need more like you in the world, by the way. And,
for sure, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I thought you bounced yourself. It did it again.
Oh, no. No, I just wanted to say, I realized that if you know that nothing is promised, and that even now, this conversation me and you were having, it's fucking fringe as shit. If I didn't actually take the jump in these panels, it would never even happen, right? We wouldn't even know each other existed. But I learned a lot tonight about things that I was actually researching that I wanted a different perspective on. So it was crazy how that lined up.
That's amazing. And that's how that happens, is the information comes, and I always talk about this. It's a seed we plant one at a time. It gets handed off unknowingly, like pollen to the bees in the breeze. You put it out there and it gets caught up. One of my goals...
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? That someone was...
Thank you, Sandy, for being here.
Putting out media time that would like try to disparage or say anything bad about you at that time, right? Now, like, that's crazy, because this dude is literally a person just trying to give off info, and he's from a point of take it and do what you want with it. Which, if you understood how much of an act of, and I'm not saying this to be weird, but it's an act of love. If you understood how much that was, then people would probably chill out a little bit. But yeah, man. That's why I called it the show Stay Gold. I was going to create a space and where people can just come and talk about shit that made them feel good, even if it's spooky or fringe or weird or whatever.
No, bro, that's amazing. And by the way, Flezzy, if you're still with us, if you wouldn't mind putting, man, she's inside my mind. Flezzy, mod of the year, panel guest link. That's Brother Jumbi's channel. Also, if you didn't know, Brother Juby is a champion fighter. I shared some of his fights before. I'll probably share it tomorrow night. I've got a bunch of footage I was going to share tonight, but I'm going to go tell the story of the Lima Jevramovich, some more of her stuff with Down the Rabbit Hole tomorrow night. But man, I really appreciate you being here, and I would when you do that panel stuff, I definitely want to come over there. And when I do the synthesis panel, I definitely want you on. I think that you would be a wonderful addition to that.
Yeah, yeah, man, reach out, Aaron. Next time I'm on here, I'm gonna get some info from you, so I'm gonna crash out.
Yeah, man.
But,
no sweat.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna keep looking up, as your show says. I realized that, yeah, man, you gotta jump up out of the fucking frequency that they're drowning us in if you're really gonna make a proper discernment on what to do next. And I think that's person by person scenario, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm just really.
Something that I'm involved in right now is a group of people that, and I would just, before you go, is I'm kind of proud because I've noticed a change in YouTube. And I believe that it has something to do with a whole group of us that have jumped in kind of at the same time. And all of us, one by one, little by little, are changing the characteristics and creativity. And I would say it started with, well, theme songs that weren't there 6 months ago. And people with creative openings and intros and hold patterns and playing music and having more creative conversations to get to a point and having an intent to bring positivity instead of an angry panel with no synthesis. I think a lot of this is affecting just one by one, even if we're small channels. I think that it's catching and people are seeing what we're doing. And I'm kind of personally, Lima Bean Jammy Sand Sandwich. Yeah, exactly, that one. We're gonna go back to her tomorrow night. But it's one of those things that I want to welcome you into that. It is more of the drama side, but where some of it pops off from, I would love to have you over in Speakeasy World because he goes through a lot of different topics. And last night was something I wish you were there for. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm always down for I'm always down for a cool conversation. I just my main thing now, especially that I made the decision to actually hop on the platform. Is these guys just I hope like people see me on panels and realize like I'm not trying to engage in fucking active beefs or I don't want to honestly the brain space it takes to argue with some dude that doesn't even understand.
Yeah. No, we just needed you there for an extra rope-a-dope. That was the thing. Is last night we had this Easy had this guy, or it was 2 nights ago. I'm sorry, it's 2 nights ago. Last night I got YouTube time. This person was just ostentatious, absurd, like that bad version of the character we were talking about, where they were playing a character, they were trying to meme hard, right? But just missing every mark and being kind of disturbing and salacious instead of being interesting and weird. And it starts with I came to Easy's page and I was immediately enthralled after stream because I come there and it looks like this guy is wearing a wig over his face. I shit you not, it looked like he was wearing a Jerry curl wig on his face. Turns out they're roses. And he starts, it's just 2 nights ago, thank you Flezyby, just really odd, and everything is red pill to the extreme, and he's saying he's a millionaire, and one by one we're finding like piece after piece of information. And I started doing my background from the moment the show started, just looking at him, heard his name, looked at his channel, started doing all the background around it. It took me 15 minutes of both viewing and just kind of looking in Google or whatever to find that this dude was basically portraying a character that is so absurd, but he's living it in real life. He's living a delusion, right? And Lita has some theories about him too, but I'll turn you on to him. It is one of these things that we if you had seen him, your quips would have been absolutely invaluable. And I actually hopped up and just like basically, played that non-tag team extra character in WWF when you see a match going on and the guy's kind of, he's not losing, but he's actually kicking his ass and his homie jumps out of nowhere because he just wants some. And gets in there and is like, slam, body slam, top of the rope, up on you, suplex, bam, bam, and then suddenly jumps back out. That's what I did. That's totally what I did. It was a lot of fun.
Came in and got your lick.
Oh, I got licks hard. It was just for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I was.
I think I hurt the guy. I feel bad, but I don't. I don't know why. Same thing as the passport bro that night.
Yeah, the last time I got into something with someone heated on a panel, it was over an issue of like this victimhood that it's weird, man. Like this, and I'm saying this as a black dude that's married to a beautiful Asian woman that I don't even know how it happened. I got lucky, and she gave me a kid, so I'm just gonna ride the wave. But long story short, they tell me that Asian women are submissive. Black guys, there's chasteness and submissive ideology, you know. And I'm like looking at probably one of the most defiant, rebel, tattooed, fucking super moms, most brilliant woman I've ever met. I'm like, yo, these fools have not talked to real people. Or am I? And then my dad posted a really cool question. He said, also, did you understand through proper action, you put yourself in a position to be able to accept responsibility of having a woman like that? And
that is a whole other side. People never think about the other side of both their accountability in a situation as well for the behavior and or lifestyle or character of the people around them. They expect it's like a partnership is partnership is an interplay. It's not two people just sitting in this one. I got to comment on something. Lurking, I hate to tell you this, but Lima may have dropped the first lawsuit because it was not working out with her lawyers or something, and apparently she has refiled an amended lawsuit, added three other co-defendants, including her sister Dahlia, her alleged mother Linda Mora, and a fourth party who seems to be the person that BJ accused of stalking her. So this is very curious stuff going on right now. And the more important thing in the lawsuit is that the lawsuit is really for Lima again, but it includes a restraining order against BJ, which is why she is. No, I'm not. I wish I was. All information is coming out through down the rabbit hole right now. And unfortunately, she's literally having to speak for her, which is what I was going to cover at the end of tonight. But I'm not going to go into it now. It's going to take 3 hours. I'm going to go into this. You're good. Yeah, no, you're good. And you look tired, man. You got to train people. And stuff.
I was gonna say, I got to wake up in a few hours.
Oh shit!
I want to say I really enjoy getting fucking metaphysical, fam. I like having conversations about fringe, otherworldly, off-topic shit.
Let's go anytime, man. I love it too.
Yeah,
anytime you're welcome here anytime, and we can get deeper in on any subject. I mean, like I get deep on all this.
Your insight you gave me tonight was invaluable to the story I'm working on. That was really cool. So I appreciate you for that.
Oh man, I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'll catch you next time, brother.
Righteous. Have a great night.
You too, man.
Sleep well.
Bye.
Peace. Brother Jumbi. That's awesome. What an amazing story. What an amazing experience. And good for him for finding the path. Getting the slingshot out. And that really is the thing that we're all looking for, isn't it? Yeah, lurking. If you go to down the rabbit hole, she has the current lawsuit, and more importantly, she reads the entire filing of the restraining order against BJ, and it's 311 pages of discovery that includes mostly no non-referenced screenshots. It is one of the most unhinged thing I have ever seen when it comes to a legal device. It includes a fourth party that is not directly involved in any of the stuff. It's pretty wild. Oh, the biggest deal about the discovery in the paperwork is that it leaves so many questions of like, why? Why do you think this is threatening? Why? And in the discovery is also a reference to Dahlia's disappearance, which also has that commentary about her being developmentally disabled. But her complaint in the restraining order reads incredibly coherent, and it also tends to read, if you read it like this, like maybe she didn't write it. Yeah. If she's open panel, I would definitely jump on. I'd love to talk to him about this because you know that I track this from the other side. You know, BJ talked to, had a commentary to the audience not long ago about, you know, if you're following this, the best way to follow this is to look at it from what you know. And I know about MK Ultra, and this stinks of the technologies found in the report. Not the whole of the program, but a subset piece. And it really does have, down the rabbit hole news, yes. And she's been doing some great work on the other side of that. She's really, there's a couple of folks that are doing great work. But it really does stink of a runoff, maybe an attempt to mass produce or develop a program outside or test one of the programs on the public without the public knowing. And one of the things that shocks me is her attempt to be involved with a naval testing organization or a naval science testing. So it's such a deep thing. On a lighter note, I accidentally found this channel, and they're so much fun. I'm just going to play a second of it before I head on out. And it's one of these things that's just such a lighthearted thing. It's called Speakeasy Gunhild Carling and Darling's Restream. And what this is this channel is basically, well, you'll see. It's a wonderful music channel being played live. And the channel is Gunhild Carling. Gunhild, Gunhild Carling. And that's Gunhild right there playing the trumpet. She does these live streams. And I just found it totally uplifting. I was going to Speakeasy's Restreams channel, and this popped up. And I'm like, what a find. It's all acoustic. Super awesome. Perfect good night music. Folks, it's often in life that the weight of the world or the imagination of others that limits others' imagination, meaning that they have none, or their lack of creativity, will imprison people into systems that keep them in lock and step with their surrounding environments out of fear that they won't get along or won't be included. But I'm telling you right now that everything that I stand for and everything in my being and everything you heard tonight is proof that standing on our own and thinking for ourselves while respecting others is the way to grab the imaginary yet very palpably real sledgehammer of mirth and knock down the walls of the prison that acts like a funnel, sending energy up to another realm, to another group of people that don't give a damn about you. That's the obelisk, a metaphor and a physical embodiment of power in the world.
In Misbehaving was Jennifer Walsh, who is my patron and supporter. Okay, everybody, you are wonderful.
Yes, you are. And that's something to remember, because somebody out there likely wants you to forget that. Now, this funnel that I talk about, the obelisk, it has a ben on top. That's a little pyramid, and it's not connected to the rest of it. But it takes all that energy on up just the same. Now, if you were to ask me, it's either easier than you can imagine to take that imagination that each and every one of us has, that creative spirit somewhere in us, and unlock the prison cell of your neighbor, the one that you see them locking themselves into, and the whole thing comes crumbling down. That ben, we kick it to the corner, and it turns into a doorstop. All you gotta do is reach out your hand, and it's one at a time. Can't be done en masse. And really, is there a leader? No. I'm not a leader, I'm just someone who gives a damn. About you, about the world we live in, And I hope that you may have garnered something or take something with you tonight. And I really appreciate you being with me. And June B for joining. And Fluzzy B. And Lone Wolf. And Lurking. And so many others. Alex. Easy. Sandy. Lita. Bridget. Gosh, there's so many. Trippy. Guy can't even remember. Everybody was here tonight. You mean so much to me that you share in this idea that we can free ourselves and others by our example of living well and happily and caring about others and having empathy and changing the world like the flowers we are, one seed at a time, spreading our pollen off under the breeze on the backs of the bees. I'm AronMSound, and I appreciate you being here. And I want to remind you, at the end of the day, there's really only one thing to say when you see that bar coming in super low. And I think you know what it is. It's pretty simple. I don't need to scream it. Look up. True, and the ladybugs as well. Ladybug, ladybug. I'm so glad you had a good time, Lurking. Thank you for being here. That's awesome. I got you to hang out. Well, we'll be covering Lima tomorrow night. Or at least the report on her. We're going to be talking about love, taking phone calls about your experiences. Going to be sharing some good ideas, hopefully. My own experiences, falls and falters, good experiences and bad. Once again, there's nothing greater than sharing a good time and a new experience or learning something new. That's why I interject myself into a conversation that most do not expect me to be a part of and don't expect where it's going to go. And why? Because I'm hoping at the end of the day, it has a little bit of an impact on somebody. And hopefully, they'll look up. Click.
So we, on our last mini tour, we went to Baltimore.